Hello. Hi. Is this thing on? Good evening, or good morning, actually. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I'm Beardson Beardly here, hosting the first ever Wignat versus Groyper space to ever happen on Twitter. Really groundbreaking, revolutionary content here. We're going to be bringing up some Wignats here in a minute to discuss things like what's going on in the trailer park, how's their relationship with their first cousin, which fried chicken restaurant they prefer the most, and how things are going down, at the dump where they work, logistically speaking, what with the holidays and all. So we're gonna get really into it to get into the mind of a Wignat, and maybe we can reach some sort of understanding here. Maybe that's what it is, guys. Maybe I was thinking about this because I posted like a slight criticism of these people earlier because I think that they look kind of cringe and gay and retarded, and they've been just spurring out because they're very thin-skinned and can't handle any sort of criticism at all, and really just melting down, acting very emotionally. And I was thinking, maybe the reason why there's this conflict is because we just don't understand each other. So maybe we just need to talk to them and to get to know them. They're they're kind of like black people. It's just it's a different culture, it's a different world. Like I'm white, so I can't really relate to, um, this sort of like I don't know, watching NASCAR or driving a tractor, or uh, brewing moonshine in the tub of your bathroom, like that sort of stuff. I just can't really relate with. Um, it's just not part of my worldview, unfortunately. So I was hoping, we're gonna get some of these guys up here in a minute. Maybe we'll just get to know each other, and hopefully we can reach a little bit of an understanding. So just waiting for some of these guys to come up here. They told me that they wanted to come up, but so I'm just kind of waiting on them. So they said, "Well, start a space, start a fucking space." They DM'd me like, "Start a fucking space, pussy." So I was like, "All right, yeah, I'll start a space. Here we go." So just waiting on them. Yeah, they got mad because I made fun of. I guess I didn't even know who it was. I just saw the picture on the internet. Somebody had posted it of. I guess it was that Thomas Sowell guy. I don't even really know who this guy is. I guess he's friends with like Joel Davis or something. I don't really know. I don't have time to keep up with like losers, you know, especially like foreign losers in like another country. Like, oh, jeez, dude, who's got the fucking time for that? But I'd posted a picture of them. What's funny is this guy's replied like 10 times too. He's like clearly very, very bothered by all this. And all I said was like I've seen Call of Duty midnight release lines that look cooler than this, and it's just a picture of like their rally where they're like, I don't know, burning Chinese flags for some reason, which is like like, Chinese flags. Okay, I mean, what a distraction, right? But these people will never get it. It's like trying to reach Shakespeare to a monkey. They'll just never really understand it. But then he continued to. I mean, bro replied like 10 times for the record, which was very funny. So he's clearly bothered. I don't know who this is. This could be one of the guys. Habitual lampshader. How's it going?
So, man, I just want to say you're a fat fucking cuck, counter signaling nigger. You need to fucking stay in your place, you fat fuck.
Yeah, is that right? Well, you sound like a fucking inbred retard that fucks his own cousin, and your vocabulary is like of a 8-year-old. Oh, did he leave? Why'd you leave, bro? Don't be a pussy. Like, you can't just like take a drive-by shot and then like leave. You know what I mean? Like, come on, argue. Dude, that's what I love they're all pussies. Like, they just want to take little drive-by shots and then leave. You know? you're a fat fucking nigger, you're a fucking nigger lover. Okay, bro, you got me. I'm owned. Like, I mean, if you're gonna like argue, I mean, don't just take it like, what? How is that like Chad or masculine to come up and then like you're a fat fucking nigger lover and then like leave like a bitch? Like, come on, let's have it out, you know. If you listen though, I mean, he was clearly on the road. He's probably like a semi truck driver, so you know he didn't want he didn't want to get pulled over or anything for talking in the big rig while he's driving. I get it. You know, maybe he can't afford one of those hands free units, so maybe that's what it is. He's got to log his time. But I mean, if any other Wignats want to come up, I mean, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to get some of these guys up. Some of these people had DM'd me and they said they wanted to come up, have a space. So I'm more than willing to have the argument, have the debate. I really want to just bring a little unity here. I'm sorry that I don't like your little rallies. I thought didn't Joel Davis get arrested for going to one of those or something? I don't know. I can't keep up with all that, but he was like, I remember him posting that he was like, I think there's a warrant out for my arrest. It's like, yeah, I mean, maybe this is kind of like not a good idea to do this sort of stuff, You ever thought about that? You thought maybe this isn't like a good idea actually to just like go to jail. I don't know. Sorry, I'm hitting the pipe. I'm doing this too, dude. It's snowing right now outside. It's really nice and cozy. We're getting a pretty good snow right now. It's gonna be snowing all day today, so I'm locked in. I'm cozy. I'm trying to get this Wignat thing going. Trying to get some white brother wars in the white snow. But I guess they're all afraid. I don't know what it is. So can somebody share this in like the Wignat spaces, the Wignat DM groups, or anything like that? Anybody tapped in there? I was waiting for one of them to come up. One of them DM'd me, told me to start a space. It wasn't that guy, but I want to get this going. I want to get these guys in here. They wanted to do a space, so I was like, well, let's do it. I love talking to these people. I love having a back and forth and debating things like optics or the legality of fucking your first cousin, things like that. So the intricacies and the art form of NASCAR, that's the kind of stuff that they're into. It's like kind of hoping we can get into that, but it doesn't look like they want to come up. It looks like they just want to come in like you're fat nigger, you're a fat nigger. Okay, that's true. That's true. I'm a fat nigga. Let a fat nigga fuck. Sorry. I'm gonna pop the rape gun on your back and just blow your back out. But yeah, I don't get why they get so mad all the time. It's funny. It's like Joel's been like taking pot shots at Nick for I don't know weeks now. And really, it's not like I'd like really dislike or hate Joel by any means, but yeah, I mean, there's a little disagreement there. We're still mutuals. He's my oomphy, but uh, it's very funny. Like it's always like a one-way street with them, though, right? They can always like criticize Nick and Groypers and AF, and it's like you lay the slightest criticism at their feet, and they fucking chimp out like a bunch of orangutans. They're very like thin-skinned. Is what I've noticed. Because like I mean, my tweet was pretty plain, really. Like it wasn't really that inflammatory. I didn't think. I thought it was like pretty milk toast, honestly. It was a pretty mild criticism, and it's like I had fucking Thomas Sowell in my DMs, and what's that other guy's name? He's a fucking retard. What's his name? I can't remember any of these people's names or whatever. But yeah, I forget. But I don't know what his name is. Something like fucking Groyper or whatever. I don't know. Or not. I don't know. I don't even know what this fucking retard's name was. But he was talking shit. Like, yeah, here we go. Let me just go back to the original tweet here. But yeah, they're so mad. They're so mad about about it for some reason. I don't know. Can I say too, like real quick, like Thomas Sowell, he's got that sort of, I don't know, it's just like retard physiognomy, you know what I mean? Guy just looks like a fucking moron. Oh, Gov Lover MD, yeah, that guy. For some reason, he's like, I don't know, dude. If you're replying multiple times to one tweet, I just feel like you're kind of like mad online. You know what I mean? Like you can't really compose yourself. You know, I feel like one reply, like you know, if you see I see something I disagree with, I'm not replying to it like 8 times because I don't know, I'm not emotional and I can sort of just compose myself, think of a thought, you know, type it out and then just be done with it. But these people are very like low impulse, so they're like, you know, caught in their feels a little bit. So they like type something, "You're a Jew," and then they're like, oh, then they think of something else, and then they're like, oh, I gotta add that in there too, you know. Um, then they think of something else, or yeah, fuck you, you know, that sort of thing. It's like I don't know, man. You're just really mad. I don't really get it. So I'm trying to give these people an opportunity to come in here and, you know, talk to me. Tete-a-tete, have a little war of words here, but they're all pussies, dude. That's the other thing. They don't really know how to talk or communicate. They're all just kind of pussies. See, people tag in like comfy friend or whatever. It's like, I mean, I like comfy well enough. You know, we disagree on some stuff, obviously, but he's not spurging out at me or whatever. But this Thomas Soul guy is. Somebody said like that he's probably in like bed. Aussies are in bed right now. Like, is that true? It's like, I mean, I feel like, what time is it in Australia right now? Hang on, because you know, I mean, here's the thing. Even if it's like 11 p.m., it's like it's not like he's got a job, dude. Australia time. It is. Oh damn! It's 4:04 a.m. in Australia right now. Oh, he'll wake up soon. I mean, it didn't really stop him a few hours ago from spurging out. I mean, come on. Let's be honest here. He's probably up, dude. It's not like he's going to fucking work at FedEx or something, you know. So you know, we can get his ass up. It's always the Australians too. The Australians are like the worst people on the planet. I can't really think of any Australians that I like. You know, I guess this is what happens when you take like a colony of like prisoners and murderers and like rapists and stuff like that and form a country. Is that like even like you know a century or two down the road, like 10 generations, it's like it's still sort of inbred in them to just be like the most degenerate, retarded people on the planet. You know, I genuinely I can't think of like any Australian that I've met that I've like enjoyed being around. You know, and I hate to say that because Australia is like they're kind of you know I would consider them a pretty good ally to America, but like let's be honest, dude. Like they all kind of suck. They're unfunny for the most part. Their accents are like atrocious to listen to. And they always just end up crashing out all the time. Like they're always like very emotional people, very low tempered people, and like kind of retarded. Like, can we be honest a little bit? Like they're kind of like I think the average Australian has about the same level of IQ as like I don't know an American black. You know what I mean? I feel like that's about the same wavelength. I feel like honestly, like they would get along pretty well. Like black people, like black Americans and white Australians, I feel like would get along, sort of, kind of in the same, you know, wheelhouse there. You know, dude. Because that's the thing about dude. Here's the thing about Australia, dude. It's like even like they're so retarded over there, like just like as a whole that like, dude, even their black people are like basically like animals. You know what I mean? It's like you know what I mean? Like they are like a whole different species. Like that's how fucked up Australia is. It's like even the whites are kind of retarded, but their black people are like straight up like cavemen, dude. The abos or whatever. It's nuts. So you just can't really trust these people. You know, I can't really think. I mean, you know, and I'm not trying to hate you know on anybody. You know, if there's like there is a good Australian out there, like you know sorry but I'm just like I'm struggling to come up with an example, you know what I mean? Like can anybody like every time I've encountered an Australian on the internet, like 9 times out of 10 they're just like the worst. They're the worst people. So I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you're Australian and you're listening to this, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like dish you too hard or whatever, but um, I think that you're not sending your best, and I mean, I still can't believe. I mean, like, it's the funniest fucking thing. Thomas Sowell like saw my picture and he's like, "Is this real?" After, by the way, after replying like 3 times, like, look, like this is your average Australian Wignat right here. This is how smart that they are. You know, this is your high IQ white leadership that's going to abolish Zionism, abolish world Jewry. We're cooked, man. Honestly, I do get discouraged sometimes because I'm out here, doing my best that I can, fighting for the white race, fighting for the right wing, the dissident right wing, trying to free us from the shackles of Zionism and world Jewry. And then it's like, I don't know, you look around and it's like, who the fuck am I fighting for exactly? Like it's like these people. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I don't know. Is it really worth it? Like, I don't know. Maybe. So I do get blackpilled a little bit, not because of like the adversity that we face, but just like I don't know, man. Like white people kind of fucking suck, actually. Like they're kind of retarded, And I know that's not all white people, obviously. Plenty of white people I love, but you know what I mean? Like you look at the state of the dissident right wing, and between the glazing of Elon Musk and the absolute just dick sucking of anybody who says the most milk toast basic bitch right wing take. Um, and then you look at the Wignats and just, I mean, it's a freak show. It's like carny land. You know what I mean? It's just like a bunch of carny shit. And I'm talking, that's really the best way to describe it. It's like 1930s carny sideshow shit. Like look at like something like Blood Tribe, or even honestly, like look at like somebody like Thomas Sowell. It's like, yeah, this guy should be like standing in front of a cannon, ready to absorb a cannonball blast with his gut, for like $5. You know what I mean? Like you pay like $5 to like throw him into a tank somewhere. You know what I mean? Like you hit the target with a baseball and he drops into a dunk tank. That's like the best way to describe it. And you have like your bearded women, in the right in the like the dissident right wing. It's like a carny show, you know. Watch this guy; he can, eat bullets, and he's got the steel stomach is what we call it. That's the modern day right wing. It's like 1930s carnival show. It's let's just we'll let up whoever here. We're still waiting for our Wignat friends to come in. Um, what's up, Juice Groyper? How are you?
Yo, what's going on, Beardson?
Just waiting for the Wignats, man. How you doing?
Doing well. I totally agree with you. Like these guys just have really thin skin. Like I think we should probably be doing activism. I've been kind of CWC pilled recently, but like they do look kind of like dorks, and you should be calling them out.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm like pretty anti-activism for the most part. I think it's I don't know. I don't really care if other people do it. You know what I mean? Like I don't really have a problem. It's not really my prerogative to sit here and tell people what they should or shouldn't do. Like I just don't really care. But I'm definitely not. Um, I would say like this is something that I think me and CWC probably disagree on to a certain extent. Is like this idea of like IRL activism. I don't. Oh shit, man! I accidentally removed Wendell from the space. I dropped my phone. My bad, dude. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to add this guy as a speaker, and his name was right there. Okay, dude. Fuck. Can I unremove him? How do I do that? Hang on. Settings. Shit, dude. Dude, that was a fuck. How do you? How do I? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Removed. Let me unremove him. Allow to join. There we go. My bad, dude. I think that fixed it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My bad, dude. I did not mean to do that. Shit, dude. Can someone tell? Someone tell Wendell it was an accident. I'm retarded and I was trying to let somebody in and accidentally for some reason removed him. I don't want to have beef with Wendell. I like Wendell. I don't want to have. I don't want to start beef with the book club, dude. That's the last group of people I want to piss off here. Anyways, what was I saying about? We got. Well, hang on. We got handsome Manuel here. How are you doing? Okay.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
going good. How are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts about all this?
Yeah, I think I agree for the most part. I think that although these people are against Nick, I'm just like wondering like why for the most part, you know, because I know that these guys agree with Nick with basically like 95% of what he says. So I was like, so why are you against Nick, right? Like, shouldn't we put our weight behind a guy that's very successful at what he's doing and very good at what he does? And it's always like these weird, like sort of petty grievances, you know, like, oh, like he seems gay, he seems like a fed, but it's like, you know, what, like, you know, won't they say that about anyone who's like successful? You know, this like kind of like polemical slander stuff. I don't know. And you know, some of these Wignats, I think they're just well, we call them Wignats, but I think they're just kind of this might sound like you know, psychoanalyzing, but I think some of them are like insecure or like I don't know, they don't like the fact that someone like Nick is at the helm of online dissident right wing politics or whatever, because he doesn't look like someone like Thomas Sewell, I guess, and that's my opinion on it, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah. Thank God he doesn't look like Thomas Sowell, dude. Like, you kidding me? That guy looks like a fucking retard. Um, No, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons I've noticed because I've talked to a lot of these guys before, like in person or not in person, but on Twitter Spaces and stuff. It always comes back to like different things. Like there's a few different reasons why like these people don't like them. So a lot of it when it comes to Groypers is, I mean, I don't know. You just want to go through the whole list here. Like one, they're simps. Okay, like and this is gone back from 2017 onwards is they some of them believe that we need to include white women into our political movement, even though it's been demonstrated that it's just a total failure. And really, and again, they're just kind of like horny, so and they can't really get any women on in real life, so they do this. Oh, we got Iron Groyper. We're here. Yo, what's up, Iron Groyper? How's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. Just woke up, just started up the stream,
Yeah.
just hanging out. Saw that you were live. I'm like, yo, let's join it. I have
Yeah.
no idea what you're talking about.
Talk about Wignats because they've been like seething at me because I said that their rally didn't look that cool.
Oh, like the Thomas Sowell guy. I saw that.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
thought that, well, I mean, your profile picture is you.
That
He
is
was just
me.
trying to make fun of your hot looks.
Yeah, I don't really get that. I mean, I think he's just jealous. I don't have some, that I can grow hair and he can't.
Yup, for sure.
So
He's totally jealous.
yeah.
And
So
like that other guy, like Thomas Sowell is kind of fat too, right?
yeah.
Like you're fit and he's like fat.
Yeah.
And he's like walking around outside in like the black windbreaker and like you can see his gut, his man boobs. And it's just like gross. Like you got to be more like Beardson. You guys got to fucking work out if you're going to be like protesting.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being like a bigger guy, but you got to be built like like a linebacker, not like you're in line at all you can eat buffet. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just funny because like I don't even think what I said was really like all that inflammatory. You know what I mean? Like it was pretty mild. I just said like, yeah, this doesn't really look that cool. And then like they've been spurging out, so I was like, well, I'll just try to get them in a space, and we can talk about it because like I don't know, like they're burning the Chinese flag and trying to like protest China or whatever, and I'm like, okay, like what a like why?
Wait, really?
Yeah,
They're burning the Chinese flag.
yeah, it was like a anti-China protest. Yeah.
Dude, they've lost the plot. Wignats have gone fucking insane.
Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, what are you doing exactly? Like, you're basically just a fucking tool for Zog at that point.
Right?
Like, unironically, like I'm like kind of joking when I say it, but it's like it kind of is true though. It's like if you're gonna be like go on this like anti-China crusade for some reason, like I don't know,
That's super edgy.
yeah, like what are we doing? Like, are you trying to be like a TPUSA ambassador or something? You know, like. I genuinely don't get it. Like he posted the picture himself too, like underneath my picture. It was him like burning a Chinese flag, and I'm like, okay, like this is retarded.
I mean, okay, now like granted, China does have more influence over Australia than like America or Europe. But I mean, like, are the Chinese like really the fucking problem? No. They're just kind of like annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing, dude. Like Chinese people aren't turning your kids gay. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Chinese people aren't like denigrating Christ every chance that they get. Chinese people aren't, cutting your fucking dick off or anything like that. I mean, it's not to say that like I'm a big fan of China by any means, but it's like I don't know. Maybe we need to prioritize what the real problem is here first, and then we can, worry about China later.
Yeah, they like switch up their targets so much that it just becomes like incoherent. Like I don't even like really know what they totally believe in. Like I get that they're like fascist or whatever, but it seems like every week there's something new that they're doing that's like retarded.
Yeah.
Like 1 week it's the Jews, the next it's China, the next it's like trannies. Like it's just constant rotation. They can't like focus on one thing and make some advancements here. It's just they keep switching.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the problem when you have this worldview of like, well, anything that isn't white is bad, you know?
Yup.
And that's their whole thing. It's like everything that's white is absolutely good and pure, even if it's shit like Oliver Anthony, and it makes you look bad. And everything that's not white is evil and bad and must be destroyed. So that's why they can't like focus on anything. They just continue to circle through, and also too. I mean, they don't really, think about. They can't even think a week ahead, let alone a month or a year.
Yeah, for real, dude. Is that one guy, is he still like going to court for like throwing up the Roman? Is that like an ongoing thing still? You know?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it.
Because that's not Thomas Sowell, right? That's like the other guy that hangs with Joel Davis, the guy who's like basically mute.
Yeah, but I think Thomas Sowell had something as well. He had some sort of. I think it may have been him actually, because I know Thomas Sowell had some sort of like court thing, and where it was like basically he was being accused of being a Nazi, and then like his lawyer was like, "Your Honor, he's not a Nazi," and then Thomas Sowell like went out and like did an interview with the press.
Oh yeah, then
basically
he's like,
said-
"No, I am a Nazi."
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and his lawyer is just like fucking, face
Face palm.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, these people are just an embarrassment. It's just Australians too. Like, can we be honest? It's Australians. Like, has there really ever been like a good Australian?
See, that's so true, because like even a lot of these European Wignats that, do like their I'm thinking of that Flemish, like the Flemish Defense Front or whatever the fuck. Like, they make their little groups and they get the flags and stuff. And it's very like Wignat 1.0-ish, or alt-right 1.0. But like they aren't as retarded as the Australians.
Yeah.
Like, they'll light up their flares and they walk around and they got smoke everywhere and they have the fast wave music. But it's not like completely retarded and goofy. Like it is uniquely an Australian thing to be so fucking comical when they're trying to be fashy.
Yeah, and they always end up like crashing out and like attacking everybody too. Like they're very hostile all the time and very humorless. Like I don't think Australians have ever told a joke before. Like I don't think any Australians ever told a joke before in their life. Um it's apparently that Thomas Sowell guy was like crashing out over like somebody was telling me this. They DM'd him,
Dude.
he was crashing over like anime.
Thomas Sowell is an economist. Thomas Sowell is a black man. And I think you're confusing these people.
Oh wait, yeah.
Thomas Sowell's the GOAT.
Oh yeah, yeah. I read his book. He's what red pilled me.
Good white morning, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Good white morning. Welcome to White Power Radio episode 2.
Hell
Good
yeah,
one.
brother.
This is our second attempt. Yesterday, Dalton dropped the ball. He didn't host the second cycle of it. So
Yeah, yeah. He
hopefully we'll have some more success today.
Well, he probably just had some activism to go do. You know, he's a very busy guy.
Yeah, I
Probably had
heard
to
a
get out into
printer
the
running.
streets.
I heard a printer running. I think he was making some flyers.
yeah.
So
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of activism in like discords and stuff and
Nice.
printing flyers and stuff out.
every morning, I'm like a paper boy, but I just deliver Goyim TV flyers to all my neighbors, but like a new one every single morning. I just leave them on their front porch
See what I've been
before the sun comes
I've
up.
been getting a little creative, so I've been going to like the grocery store and stuff, and I'll see like the stacks of papers, and I've been just sliding the flyers into the newspapers like with the coupons and stuff.
So a mom will like accidentally see it and be like, "Wait a second,
Yo, based.
Yeah.
the Jews are running everything."
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to turn myself into like a human red pill machine, you know?
I mean, hey, you're probably reaching a lot of our white brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Especially the sisters with that.
The sisters
That's who I'm really.
or white sisters.
Yeah, that's what we need more. You know, I think the problem with the America First and the Groypers is there's just not enough white women in the movement. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're really a source of our power, and I don't know about you guys, but I see a white woman under attack, and it really brings out this animalistic primal urge in me.
Well, that's the point. That's the point of all of this, to secure white pussy.
Yeah.
And the future for white pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm just really focused on elevating our white brothers and sisters, and we must just secure an existence of white pussy and a future for white pussy. That's really, when I say the 14 words, that's what I mean.
Yep. Amen.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. So.
Amen, brother. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. It's what's funny to me about a lot of these guys, because like Joel Davis has been chirping Nick for like months. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, no one's even really give a shit at all about it. It's just like, okay, dude, like whatever. We like, it's sort of like dealing with like anytime I'm in a situation where I have to deal with an Australian, it's like I treat them with like the same level of like patience that I would like a retarded child. You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, yeah, I know you want the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle action figure. Okay, great.
Have you? Sorry. No, I don't want to cut you off. Sorry.
But yeah, what's I was just gonna say, like, what's funny about it is like I just say that their rally doesn't look cool, or you know what I mean, and it's like they're like,
fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
They're so defensive.
They're just
Dude, DoorDash is calling me. Hold on.
all right. Yeah, they're very like thin-skinned though. Like they really can't handle like banter or criticism in any way. Which is kind of funny. Like they're very and like again, I was saying earlier, it's like this Thomas Sowell guy like replied to me like 4 times. It's like, dude, just like come up with the tweet and then post it. Okay, like I get that you're kind of like a low IQ retard, but like I don't know, just like think a little bit before you post. I don't need to be sorting through like 4 different replies from you. But I mean, they're just like emotional. Like they're all pussies. It's like we had one of them in here, and he just like came up and was like, "You're a fucking N-word lover," and then left. It's like, don't they take a drive-by shot at me? You know what I mean? Like,
See, this is a classic case of guys trying to overcompensate.
yeah,
Like, dude, I talk about this all the time. It's like these Wignats, they'll shit on me for liking girl music or whatever. Like, they come into my chat, they're like, what the fuck is this girl music? But it's like, okay, you're clearly overcompensating and like trying to like prove to everybody that you're so masculine that you're gonna get out into the streets and make a fool of yourself.
yeah, dude.
Like it's embarrassing.
Yeah. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I think maybe you're a little like undercompensating with some of the girl music.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Because I like some of it, But yeah, I mean, that's totally what it is. That's why like they're like, or like even with like rap music, you know what I mean? They're like, you listening to black
Yup.
people music or whatever. Which again, like, I think
You have to listen to Mozart.
yeah, no, bro, they don't even listen to Mozart. They're like, you got to listen to Metallica. Like that's like honestly, Mozart,
Divorced dad rock.
yeah, classical.
Pearl Jam.
If they were all listening to classical music, I wouldn't even give them a hard time. Honestly, classical music goes hard. Or like,
Oh, I'd totally give them a hard time. Classical music fucking sucks, and anybody who listens to it is just LARPing.
Oh, shh.
nah, dude, I like some classical music. I like some.
That's insane.
I do. It's good.
I don't believe for a second that you're sitting there off stream
In your
listening
car.
to Beethoven.
Oh, dude, sometimes in the car I will for sure. Like, absolutely, especially if like because I like. I mean, it sounds really good, but especially if like I'm like praying or something. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Because I pray in the car a lot, so it's like good. It's good background.
Do you close your eyes while you're driving?
No.
Sorry. Dude, you know what just happened? Okay, so I got this like retarded Indian DoorDash driver who like called me to like hand me my food even though it said to leave it at the door. And then he handed it to me, and then he got back in his car, and then he called me again. I was like, hello? And he went, yes, your order is complete, sir. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks. That was just insane. That was crazy.
Dude, I've had some crazy DoorDash experiences, but the craziest one was I was living in Florida, okay?
Yeah.
And I DoorDashed a single burrito, and this like illegal immigrant was the driver.
Mm-hmm.
And like on our street there in Florida, there's like a ditch on like the one side of the fucking road, and I'm waiting for my burrito. I'm like just in my room chilling on my computer, and I'm like, why is it taking so long? And I get a call, and the guy, he can't speak English, like just totally illegal immigrant Mexican. So I can't understand him, but I understand that he's outside. So I'm like, okay. I walk out the front door, and bro crashed his car into the ditch. That he was like, it's a deep ditch. Like the car was like fucking sideways,
Oh
like in the ditch.
That's so good.
And so I'm trying to communicate with this like illegal, like does not speak fucking English. And he hands me the burrito, like, oh, here's your order. And I walked back inside and I ate my burrito. And
so he still got you your food.
he got me my food, and bro was in the fucking ditch. And like after I ate, I
that's
went
why we
back
need
out,
illegals.
and he was still out there, like in the ditch, and he's just like standing there, like trying to like figure out how to get his car out. And I probably shouldn't have done this, but I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and help the guy. I got into the driver's seat, and he was like trying to like fucking communicate to me.
You started driving his car. What the fuck?
Yeah, and he was trying to like communicate to me to like, okay, I'm gonna like push, and you're gonna like hit the gas to like get it out of the ditch, right? So I'm just like fucking slamming on the gas in this guy's car.
That's crazy.
He's like trying to like rock it to like get it out of the fucking ditch, and it was going nowhere. I was just spinning the tires, and after like a little bit, like we just kind of gave up, and I went back inside.
Well, okay.
And eventually he got out. The car wasn't there in the morning, but I just left him.
Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you at all. That reminds me of that's a great story. That reminds me of one time. This isn't a DoorDash story, but like I was like chilling in my house in the middle of the night. This is my old apartment, And I hear this I hear a car crash outside, and I'm like, oh shit! So I go outside and I look, and it's like right down the street, like a block away. I see this car. It's like in a ditch, and like nobody's out there. So I'm like, oh shit! Well, I better go I don't know, see if I can help or something. And so I walk up to this guy, and he's in a ditch. It's like sideways, you know what I mean? And I go over to the driver's side, and I knock on the window because the dude's like in the car, and it's this Mexican, and he's just drunk as shit. Like he's fucking wasted, and he doesn't speak English, and he's like drunk as fuck. And I'm like, hey man, you need to like call somebody. He's like, no, I got it. Like, in broken English or whatever. And he's just fucking just sitting there, like, I'm not kidding, like flooring it. Just like foot on the gas, just like flooring. He's not going anywhere. It's like his right back tire is like not even touching the ground. Like he's not going anywhere, It's like he's stuck. And I'm like, man, like I was like, dude, you need to call like a tow truck or something. Like you're not gonna get this out. Like there's no way. He's like, I got it. And I'm like, all right, man. So I just like went down the block and I just called the cops on him. And, and then I got waited, and the cops like show up, and like they immediately arrested him, like immediately. And they're like, "Hey, you're the guy that called the cops or whatever." I was like, "Yeah, dude, he's fucking wasted. Like he's drunk as shit." Like I was like, I'm not even a cop. I don't even need to breathalyze this guy. He's drunk, dude." And he's like, "Yeah, he was pretty loaded." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, you did a good thing." I was like, "Yeah, I know. One less illegal on the street, so good for me."
God bless you, white brother.
Yeah.
White power, brother.
Yeah, I got a DM here. I want to bring this back on topic. This guy, I won't like put him on blast, but he should come up and talk. He says, "Why are you being so divisive? This is retarded. The Australians are fighting the same battle." It's like, well, I don't know. Like Wignats have spent the past like 12 hours doxing me and trying to like slander me because I said their rally didn't look cool. I don't think it's me that's being the divisive one here. And
Dude,
also,
also they're just annoying. Like Australians are just fucking obnoxious.
yeah. Well, it's like Joel spent the past like months like talking shit about Nick and taking shots at Nick or whatever. And it's not to say that Nick hasn't responded or taken some shots back, but um, you know, it's like clearly I don't think we're the ones that have started this thing. I just said their rally didn't look cool, and they fucking spurged out and lost their shit. But this is how it is all the time with these people. It's like it literally is like the most Jewish thing ever. It's like they cry out as they strike you.
Dude, that's
Now,
what they always say.
aren't Australians like supposed to be known for their banter? Like, aren't they supposed to be the guys that banter with everybody and call each other cunts and shit?
Yeah, cunt.
And it's like now they can't take it. They just can't handle the heat.
I've literally
Just over and over again, you gotta say cunt.
yeah. I've never understood this whole like banter.
Dude, my DoorDash driver's calling me again. Sorry.
But yeah, I don't know. I've never seen these people ever actually be able to take a joke or banter at all. Like they are the most like self-serious, thin-skinned pussies on the planet, man. Like I don't know. They just need to chill the fuck out, but they won't.
They'll never chill out.
Let's let up this guy. Cost 1488. This should be good. What's up, Cost? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. So I do have a question. What's your issue with the NSN, Joel Davis, Thomas Sewell, Jacob Beardson, all these great men? What's your issue with them?
Well, great man, I think is a crazy modifier, but
Well, I mean, they don't look dysgenic. They're not like a fat dysgenic Jew.
really,
So yeah, explain.
really, because I don't know. Thomas was looking pretty chunky in that picture, and he's bald, can't grow hair. So,
Yeah. So what's your issue with them? Let's move past the ad hominem attacks. What's your issues with them? Because they actually do stuff IRL.
Well, I mean, you
I
wanted to start it, so I'm just responding. I think.
Well, I'm asking, what is your main qualms with the NSN? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, I think for one, they just kind of look retarded. And if you're gonna go out and do like IRL protests and stuff, you should try to make it like very cool and unique and kind of like catchy. But I'm not really a big fan of the IRL protest stuff in general. For two, like I don't know, they're burning like the Chinese flag for some reason. It's like they can't really. I don't know. It's like a really cringy thing to do. I think, focusing on the Chinese above like Zionists or Jews is really retarded. But
Well, there's a mass influx of Chinese immigrants. That's where that essentially comes from. But I don't see how it's very productive. And I've seen Nick Fuentes do this a lot. And he's sucking Destiny's dick, and then he's saying he's a Mexican to the police, and then you guys will then counter signal a bunch of white men
wait.
exerting their
Let's
dominance
wind
in
that.
front of like
No,
a state
let's like
capitol.
wind that back though. You're saying he's sucking Destiny's dick? Like, come on, bro. That's insane.
Yeah, whatever it was, it's some sort of homosexual activity. I don't know.
No, you
I never watched the video.
Yeah, it's not true. I mean, at all. You're just like sort of. This is what I'm talking about, though. You guys can't even have a conversation without
how would
engaging
you
in sort
know?
of.
How would you know it's not true? How would you know?
Well, how do you know that it is true? I mean, how do you prove a false positive?
Well, I mean, you exerted
I mean,
the notion that it isn't true, so you
Yeah,
have to
because there is
then
no
defend that
well,
point.
because there's no proof. I mean, again, like, how do you prove a false positive? I could sit here and say that you had gay sex last night. How would
But then
how
there's
would you
the
prove that?
Catboy Cammy thing. There's the Catboy Cammy
You know
thing.
what?
So
You
it
know
seems
what?
to
I
line up.
have seen on Kiwi Farms somebody post that Joel Davis was sucking off Thomas Sowell. So I think that you have to defend that.
The black guy?
Because I totally believe that happened.
Yeah, can you disprove that, Cost?
Well, this is my issue.
Joel Davis is a homosexual catboy freak. Joel Davis is sucking off Thomas Sowell.
But what I'm going to say is that whatever you're trying to do isn't productive, because a lot of these quote unquote
it's not
Wignats,
productive.
the white nationalists that go
Joel
outside
Davis is
and
getting pretty
actually
productive with
stand up
Thomas
for your
Sowell's cock.
rights, I don't see what you guys are doing that is as effective as what a group like the NSN would do, where they're actually going out and they're showing
Well, but
Are you
in
serious?
numbers. They have physical numbers. That is very important.
physical.
And
There's
just
like what?
being able to create a dialogue.
Well, I mean, but let's talk about though. Like, what's effective about it? What changes have they actually made? Like, if you want to talk about efficacy, I don't think that there's anything productive about this. Wasn't Joel just like a few weeks ago, almost like on the run because he thought he was about to get arrested for simply like protesting? Is that really productive or
Well,
effective?
if you look at what Australia did, they basically made the Bellamy salute illegal. Okay, so they've had issues with that, and they're not nearly as free as we are here in America. Okay, we have more rights. However, we have an issue in using these rights. It's almost as if you should use these rights before we lose them. And I don't see that it's productive if you are serious about the white genocide, about any of the the Jewish controlled media, government,
But
any
you
of this
notice how
all
you
this
don't like
Zog
really. But you
bullshit.
notice how you don't ever really answer the questions and you just kind of pivot to like another
Well,
thing.
they do create change. They do create change.
Like
They
what?
pass laws to try to then shut us down ultimately.
So
And so
but that's not.
the best way that you can
That's
go
not.
about
We're getting
this is
anti-Semitism
Hang
laws.
on, yeah. So I'm gonna. Sorry, I don't like to use the mute thing, but I just feel like I gotta jump in here because so what you're saying is that now essentially they're just making it harder for dissidents to make any sort of change in the future because they can't really operate in a sort of tactical or efficient manner. So like what? I mean, I just don't think that that's a win.
No, the thing is that it's not even them doing it, but the Jews in control, they view what's happening right now and they're scared. They see what's going on. That's why they're passing these laws. It's not because of the NSN or any individual person that are getting these laws passed,
They're
but when they
scared. I mean,
realize that
what are they
there's
scared of?
free will and we have the ability to go out and organize and to protest, they will do whatever they can within their power to shut that down. And what it does is it shows the hypocrisy with us having laws and then them willing to then take those away at the free will. I'd rather you talk to Ferryman about this, but you're not on the right side, Beardson.
I mean, that wasn't even an argument. Like nothing you said was really coherent. I'm sorry.
Can I say something? Like I think that your argument that like, oh well, we should get out there and do Roman salutes or whatever because it's our right to do it. It's like, but why do you have to do it though? Why does it have to be mass?
That, though.
Why does it have to be Roman salutes? Why does it have to be
illegal to do
yelling
that in
racial
Australia
slurs?
for over a year? They aren't doing that. In fact, so Joel Davis being on the run, you know what Joel Davis was on the run for? He went to the steps of Victoria Parliament and held up a sign that said Jews hate freedom. And then he gave a speech, and then Jews were calling for his arrest. It was one of the most brilliant pieces of IRL activism that was done in 2024. and you're shitting on it like, oh, what a waste of his time, what a waste of his effort. Like, what do you mean? It went viral. Jake Shields is reposting it. It was going all over the place. He put the message of Jews hate freedom out there, and they took the bait. And they
It's
never
catching on.
They never would have done that.
Catching on.
They never would have done that if it wasn't an IRL thing. If he just posted Jews hate freedom on the internet, nothing would have happened. But because he did it that way, it advances the narrative.
But I feel like you guys sort of traffic in this a lot, though. This idea of these sort of ephemeral, like unquantifiable victories, right? Like this is.
You guys do this
I mean,
too.
you're not going to interrupt me. I mean, like, let me like finish my point here. This is like how we have a dialogue, where it's like you'll say that, well, it went viral and it resulted in what? But I mean, you can quantify people going to jail, though. You can quantify the amount of destruction that would cause towards people if they all got arrested. I mean, I don't think that it's. I just don't see this idea of using white people as like sort of meat shields and throwing them into the cogs of this machine to get torn up and spit out and have their lives ruined versus what getting the message out of like Jews hate freedom. Like, is that really like
Isn't that what Nick does online? Isn't Nick right now possibly going to end up going to jail as a result of his activism and the way the left reacts to it?
Yeah, but it's just Nick though. It's just Nick's tanking the entire, he's the public face of it, and that's why we support him. And you're promoting random white men who could otherwise be doing good things in their lives, right? And putting themselves at legal risk.
Look, I mean, to draw a parallel here, it's like a totally different situation as to what Nick's going through versus going out of your way. I mean, someone showed up to Nick's house. I mean, first off, saying that Nick's going to go to jail, like based on what exactly? He was defending his home.
I agree. I'm not saying that
he wasn't, but he wasn't participating in like a protest. He wasn't participating in some sort of like IRL activism. So the analogy that you're trying to draw here just isn't even applicable.
So you're saying that they should go to jail because they were doing a protest and Nick shouldn't because he was defending his home? Like
that's not at all what I'm saying.
Both of them exercise their legal rights.
No, that's not what I'm saying though. Like I this is the problem with you. You always want to like sort of like put words in my mouth. It's not at all what I said. I don't think Joe Davis should go to jail, but the issue is that you have to be cognizant of the reality that we live in. You can sit there and say like, oh well, it's very hypocritical or it's not just. It's very unjust for Joel Davis to go to jail, and I would agree with you. But the difference between, I would say, us and you guys is that you're totally okay with using people and having them go to jail so that way you can sort of like further this like agenda by pointing out that there's some sort of martyr, and you want to make martyrs out of people so that way you feel like you can advance your agenda, whereas like I don't think that that's a necessary step in order to to win.
Well, I think it's interesting because the only people who have gotten arrested and are facing these charges in Australia are the guys who are public facing. So they're not using these guys who take part of the protest. They have one guy who goes mask off and leads the demonstration, and everybody else remains anonymous.
Yeah, but
aren't they risking that? Though?
But I mean,
of course, you're risking arrest. But you guys, everybody's risking arrest all the time. If you're in the UK if you're in the UK and you're posting about certain things on Facebook, you might go to jail. If you're in Canada and you say the wrong thing, you could go to jail.
That's why you remain anonymous.
Well, yes, that is the purpose of remaining anonymous. I'm not advocating that anybody shouldn't, but to say that there's no risk associated with being online and there's some kind of intolerable risk of doing things IRL, to me is just a coat.
It's unnecessary risk
versus like
necessary.
Yeah. Actually, it is necessary risk though, because at some point this has to translate from something that's online into something that's an IRL movement. And until that happens, we're never going to be able to produce tangible results. And so I understand the fear that some people have about getting involved with real organizations, but how do you expect to win unless we do that? And again, Beardson said that you guys we traffic in these intangible kind of unquantifiable metrics. But this is what you guys do as well. You advocate for online activism to raise awareness and generate, energy and support behind the cause. Like, how do you actually translate that into a tangible, quantifiable metric that we can use.
Well, because
Okay, so yo, Ferry, it's Tyler Russell.
I know,
I'm
man.
Iron Groyper. And we can have a good faith discussion here, okay? Because we know each other, and we're not going to agree. But I think that the main problem here, because I don't disagree with protesting, I don't disagree with active clubs or book clubs. I think that all these things are good. The thing that I think that the so-called Wignats miss out on is that you guys think that being in the streets is like the end-all be-all. And you guys think that like burning the Chinese flag or dressing up in black with like a sign is like, that's the extent of the activism that needs to be done. And of course, part of what we do is like streaming or making posts on Twitter and gaining attention and like raising the white consciousness. But there's a whole thing behind AF that is entrenched within politics. And this is like the double-edged sword here. You have to have both. And I think that's something that Wignats miss out on. Now, in like Canada or Australia, I get that's way harder to be entrenched in politics. But I just think that it's a waste of resources and it's extremely risky to only be in the streets because you're never going to gain power that way and you're just going to end up being targeted and go to jail. So it's like the lack of behind the scenes shit that creates this problem.
So I can address that. I could, if you're looking at it from that perspective, I could see why you would think that. But the reality is that the purpose of the active club model and the street demonstrations is not to achieve victory through that in and of itself. What we're trying to achieve by creating these networks is building up the organizational capacity so that when a leader comes along, when a movement comes along, there's actually a network of people that can support it. And what we found, like you were at the convoy, man, you saw this. Having a whole bunch of people show up to something completely disorganized with no leadership, with no structure, with no previous knowledge of one another for the most part, aside from, personal relationships. What that does is it just results in a chaotic, disorganized, incoherent, set of motivations that don't really lead to anything tangible. And so, people love to poke at the push-ups, right, of the active clubs. Like, how is push-ups going to save the white race? It's not about the push-ups, guys. It's not about the push-ups. It's because when you get one guy doing push-ups is just a guy doing push-ups, and two guys is just two guys doing push-ups. But at some point, when you get enough guys doing push-ups, you're not just guys doing push-ups anymore. That's an army. That's guys working in unison. That's something that requires organization, infrastructure, networking, management, all of the stuff just to make it happen. So, like, again, think of the difference between, you can go do push-ups with your buddy, in your basement or something, and that's cool. That's a good thing to do. But what you're trying to, the purpose of the active club model and the street demonstration is to get hundreds of guys to be able to work together. And through that process, you create the kind of leadership that you actually need at that level. You need guys who are capable of leading 10 men. You need guys who are capable of leading 100 men. You need guys who are capable of leading 1,000 men. And you can't just create that without going through the proper steps. And that's where we're at.
Okay, but
and the funny thing, one more thing. I think it's funny because when the NSN does something like the rally that you guys are kind of mocking, which was the one against the Chinese consulate, you mock it, you belittle it, you make it seem like it's kind of silly and LARPy. But for some reason, I don't see any Groypers talking about the fascist rallies that go on in Italy. I don't see them mocking the 100,000 Polish nationalists marching in the streets of Warsaw every year.
Because they're cool.
I understand that.
It's because we're anti-white.
Yeah.
Look, I get that. I get that those are obviously cooler, but how do you think they didn't get there by just showing up one day all at the same time? That was a process that went on over years. And so what you guys are pointing at and mocking is the seedlings of the thing that eventually you want to see. And instead of just ignoring it, if you don't want to promote it, or just like pretending it doesn't exist, I guess, you actively sabotage and undermine those efforts. And I understand you can argue that it's coming from a place of not wanting people to take risks that are unnecessary. But unfortunately, there's no way to win this that doesn't involve risk. And we've already seen this because Groypers have been doxxed and they've paid the price. Nick has gone through stuff and he's paid the price. There's tons of people who only are active online and they have paid the price as well. So there's no safe way to go about this that will result in victory. You guys just don't like the IRL stuff, and that's fine. But it would be a lot easier. It would be a lot easier to have productive dialogue with you guys if you weren't constantly counter signaling, nationalists.
Well, I mean,
that's
well,
it.
Okay.
Let me jump in here for just a split second here, because you talk about
Okay, I also want to jump in here too.
I'll keep it quick and then we'll go to Tyler. But it's like, for one, you're talking about like counter signal. I said it didn't look cool, and you guys have been spurging out and crying. Okay, like for the 12 hours now. Okay, like you want to talk about like this whole idea of like, well, you guys counter signal it, make fun of it, and belittle it. It's like, dude, I said it wasn't cool looking, and you guys are a bunch of babies. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to, like, maybe not you individually, but a lot of the people that have been reacting to this, and then it sort of just spirals out of control. And this is sort of kind of the problem, is like, I think you guys have like a little bit of a thin skin, and you can't handle like jokes or banter or like even like the mildest amount of criticism at all.
Man, I'm sorry for somebody like Groypers will jump down your throat if you make the minorest of criticisms of Nick. So don't tell me that we have thin skin. You guys lose your shit if somebody, says that Nick is off on a certain thing. Look at the reaction to this little debate between him and Keith Woods.
But the difference is, though, it's like of course I expect that from like, whether it's random Wignats or random Groypers, but this is literally Thomas Sowell replying to me 5 times over one tweet, like unprovoked. I mean, that's not an emotionally developed person. You know what I'm saying? Like that is a crazy level of like insecurity. Okay. And second of all, like I again, like talking about like the protest stuff, like I'm not inherently anti like activism or IRL activism, and I don't want to like really give that perception. But the problem is it's about calculated risks. Like obviously there's always going to be risk involved in entering politics or getting into politics. But the problem is I just don't feel like anything that you guys do is leading towards a productive place, other than this sort of amorphous idea of like raising white consciousness. It's like you're talking about doing these active clubs and you need leaders to lead people, but where are you leading them and what are you leading them towards? I think that that's like a conversation that needs to be had that can never really be addressed. And also, if you want to make these comparisons between like AF and Groypers, well, or like Groypers and AF versus like, your side of things, it's like there is organization. You guys don't have that. There's no real like figurehead or leader that you guys have, because it doesn't seem like anybody can really decide on who should be in charge or who should be leading things. And that's really another issue. At the end of the day, with AF and Groypers, it's Nick, and then everyone follows the leader. Whereas you guys, it's like, okay, is it Thomas Sowell? Is it Joel Davis? Is it Handsome True? No one really seems to. Is it you? I mean, no one really seems to know.
Well, I mean, I don't really understand the comparison here, because Nick is not the leader of the white race in America. He's the leader of America First, which is his organization.
That's what I said, yeah. But what I'm saying,
yeah, and so if you want to point out like our guys, Thomas Sowell is the leader of the European Australian movement.
Okay.
And Thomas Russo is the leader of Patriot Front.
But this is what I'm saying, though. It's like you guys have a million different sort of like satellite groups, but I don't really know.
They're not satellite groups. These are independent organizations that represent nationalist groups in different countries. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, but like where
is Australia supposed to have Patriot Front America version? Like, why would they have that? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, but again, it's like, well, I'm not talking about Patriot Front. I never even said that, so I don't know why you're like bringing
Well,
that up
but
anyways.
obviously Thomas Sewell, Thomas Russo, like we
Well, but I
all
mean,
talk
okay,
in the
but
same
Thomas
circles.
Sowell and Joel Davis, which is two people that I did name, like clearly, like again, who is the leader there?
Thomas Sewell is the leader of the European Australian movement, and Jacob Hersant is the leader of the National Socialist Network in Australia. Those are two separate organizations that work together. Joel Davis is a part of both of those organizations. It's really not that complicated, man.
Yeah, but again, like where is this sort of leading now? Like, well, again, like what is like the actual political action that's taking place, and where are these people being led towards?
Well, I mean, I spoke to Thomas Sewell a couple days ago, and their next major milestone that they're trying to reach is to get registered as a legal political party in Australia, so that they can start accruing support that way. So, like, this is an organization that's gone from 100 members to I don't know, somewhere between 300 and 500 members in the past year, and now they're looking at expanding. They're looking at buying businesses. Like this is what I mean is like you guys you see the protests and it seems like that's all you think they do, but like that's like a tiny percentage of what these organizations actually
Okay,
do. It serves as a
let's be honest.
networking.
Okay,
You're just
wait,
telling me
wait.
things that they
I totally want to jump in here for a
Yeah, go
sec.
ahead.
Okay, so Beardson and I probably disagree on like the IRL stuff because like I said earlier, I think it's good. I think it's productive to protest and all that shit. But I don't think that creating your own political party is like productive in any
Yeah.
way. And so I wouldn't count stuff like that. Like I understand that like you guys are like buying businesses or like you're gonna register a political party and stuff, but we've seen this happen time and time again. Like the NJP, for example, right? National Justice Meow. And all it is it turns into a like LARPy circle jerk for like Nazis,
So
and it leads nowhere.
I mean,
Like quite clearly, I think that there's an itinerary laid out that is a productive way to infiltrate politics. And I don't understand why you guys don't follow the thing that's been proven time and time again to be useful.
when was it proven? When was it proven to work? This model.
I mean, like you can go all the way back to like the 50s and 60s when the communists took over everything in America, took over education. Like a slow infiltration of the institutions is clearly the way that you gain power.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Why are you assuming that if you're doing the street movement, the active club, the networking, that you're not also doing these things? All of these guys have jobs.
weren't.
Well, they're not, because like I'm tapped into a lot of these channels, and like I know for a fact that they're not. And like I mean, like I'm sure that you guys have some lawyers that are like Nazis and stuff, but it's not remotely to the extent that AF is doing it. And quite clearly, like over the past like 7-8 years, Nick has inspired people to, especially like young people, to go through college, to get into these really good professions, to enter into politics. And now there's some guys who have been within politics for like 7-8 years. They're totally Groyper and they're entrenched. And maybe it's going to take another decade until they get to like a real position of authority. But like that's like productive infiltration. I don't really see how creating a new party or like, okay, like buying businesses, like, yeah, anybody can like buy a business. Like I simply wouldn't classify that as like political activism.
Okay, out of curiosity, what kind of businesses? Like what's the goal?
Well, so this is, I mean, I won't deny that obviously the guys who are involved in these movements are more working class type people. So we're talking trades businesses, we're talking small businesses, right? I don't know. You want specific examples? I know guys who are buying, car washes and they're siphoning proceeds towards the movement. Like, is that a good enough example? Like, these are obviously small, but like,
so it's funded.
What do you expect from working class people? Do you want them to just sit there and do nothing as you guys spend the next 10 years infiltrating? What do you want them to do?
I want them to go to protest and hand out flyers.
Well, no, I mean, but
Okay.
I think the issue is too, and this is something that I don't really see talked about that often, and this is why I'm so, like, I guess, tepid about the IRL protests, and why I bring up like jail time and things like that, because granted, getting arrested for like a protest isn't going to be like, you're not going to go to jail for 10 years or anything like that. But these sort of things do sort of hurt white people's upwards mobility, right? It's going to be on your record. It's going to disqualify you from a lot of jobs if you get arrested for political action. It's going to hurt your advancement. And I genuinely think that ultimately, white people becoming just more successful and financially bettering themselves, and sort of, again, like getting good jobs in institutions where they can have some sway and some sort of influence would be much more productive than, like, I don't know, buying a car wash and washing cars and just giving a little bit of money. Does that make sense?
No, I do. I don't disagree. See, this is where I don't disagree with this approach at all, but I'm saying they need to be in tandem. And so here's what I mean by that. If you don't have a legitimate movement, right? Like, as in like a flags and banners for the working class people, how do you intend to get these people elected? If there's no way to rally the base, like if you're just doing it through the Conservative Party or the Republican Party, how do you actually intend to do that? And so what we're proposing here, and again, I won't deny this, obviously the vast majority of the guys involved in these types of organization, I just said, they're working class people, they're trades guys. And the reason it attracts these kinds of guys is because they're the ones that actually don't have that much to lose. It's not that hard to get another carpentry job. It's not that hard to start up a contracting business if you have the skills to do it. If you're a plumber and you get fired from your job because your boss is a leftist, which he probably isn't because he's a plumber, it's really not that hard to go find another plumbing company that will employ you. So these guys have a built-in resilience and anti-fragility to them already, which is why they're attracted to this. Unfortunately, like, the problem with these upper middle class to upper class people is that they are inherently risk averse. That's part of the reason why they become that level of people. So that's not a denigration. I'm just saying, like, a doctor doesn't take a lot of risks. An engineer is not somebody who's willing to take risks. And unfortunately, you need people who are willing to take risks, because how is the doctor, the engineer, the lawyer, and the politician ever going to be able to be open and honest about their politics if there isn't a base of people that they can appeal to and mobilize that is calling for those types of politics? So, like, this is what I'm talking about is the ground up approach. What you guys are talking about is the top down approach. I think both are valid tactics. And all I'm saying is it would be nice if you guys stop shitting on the guys who are trying to do the bottom up approach.
Well, but I mean, I think the real difference is, though, is,
I also want to get in here and
yeah,
respond
I'll
to
make this quick. I agree with you that a lot of those people are going to be risk averse, to a certain degree. But imagine just a situation, for instance, where one of these carpenters or plumbers or whatever, maybe just doesn't go full mask off, completely, and goes out and reveals his entire political position to the world. And instead tries to get involved in local politics in his spare time while he's working that job. Imagine he builds up some sort of like speaking skills and leadership skills to the point where he's able to get into some sort of leadership position. Maybe not an elected leadership position, of course, because I think that's a problem. You guys, when you guys think of
Dude,
politics, you think of simply only like elected.
I think it's the way you just described that is so
position.
funny, because you literally just described Thomas Sewell. He's a tradesman who built up a reputation, who built up a following, built up guys who appreciate him, and is now in a leadership role where he's leading hundreds of men.
Here's the thing, though.
He red pilled me on
It's not a
economics.
real leadership role. He created this role, and he's trying to like create another party, which isn't going to be effective. I'm sorry, like that's just not going
The
to
party.
be
So
effective.
I did want to address this. The party is not about actually getting candidates elected. It's about the legal protections that come with it. So in Canada, I don't know what it's like in America, but obviously in Canada, the United States, Having political party affiliation allows you certain legal protections
Right. Well,
from the state.
yeah, that's the exact same thing the National Justice Party did, and that's why they
Yeah, I
formed their
understand.
party. I mean, but again, it's like, look what happened with that. It didn't really, go anywhere. And I understand it to a certain extent. Like I understand it's like a play, but I think the smarter play is instead of trying to create a party and get these legal protections, I think it'd be much wiser to try to infiltrate an existing party and to push them further right. But I'll
Well,
let talk.
in Australia, they have tried doing exactly what you just described, and there's two parties that would be viable candidates for that. One is the Liberals, right? They're conservatives, and the other is One Nation. One Nation does not allow, like, they select their candidates, so it's very hard to get involved in that party. The Liberal Party, they did do this, and they were found out. They were eventually rooted out, and they were kicked out of the party. So all of that effort infiltrating that a lot of guys put in the Australian scene was for nothing, because as soon as they were found out, they were kicked out. Now, I understand in the United States, this is a little bit different, because you can't be kicked out of the Republicans, right? You can't. They can hate you. The GOP can despise you. You can be a pariah within the party, but they can't just remove you from the party and say you're not a Republican anymore. Unfortunately, in Canada, they can do that. If you're a member of the Conservative Party and you're trying to influence stuff and they don't like what you're saying, they can just kick you out. So, like, what are you supposed to do whenever how are you going to advance your political agenda within those parties if those parties can just remove you the moment they realize that you're being even the slightest bit subversive, which is exactly what happened. Tyler should be very well familiar with this. Look at what happened to Derek Sloan. Look what happened to the Yukon, candidate for MP who, said one thing about vaccines and was immediately booted out of the party. This is how it works. So I get it. America is different, right? Because there's primaries. Candidates are chosen by the electorate. So like you can kind of play that game, but in other countries, it's not how the system works. So how are you supposed to infiltrate a party that is openly hostile towards you and they can just remove you?
Well, I mean, you don't let them know that. Again, it's about being low key. But go ahead,
So
Tyler.
this okay, here I'll answer that question, but then I want to go back to something that you said before, Ferry. I think, and I was just talking about this the other day. I think that it starts with young people. I think that the issue with a lot of the quote like Wignat infiltration or like this problem of like, oh well, like they're just going to kick you out is because okay, the Derek Sloan thing, right? He got kicked out of the Conservative Party. It's an older guy who had a reputation within the Conservative Party, and then he flipped on a dime, and he showed his true intentions. What we're talking about when we talk about infiltration is we have like our own networks, and we have massive groups of young people who are working together and understand the game and understand the score that are rising through the ranks, right? So it's different from a guy like flipping on a dime. Like one guy like Derek Sloan can just get picked off when he goes against the party. When you have an entire network and an entire faction within the party, it's a little bit harder to just like kick everybody out. Think of like the AFD. You have like the guys who back Hawk. You have the more radical people within the AFD, and then you have like the lesbian Sri Lankan box eating leader, right? And you have like the cut side of the AFD. The AFD, they can't just kick out all the nationalists. They built the party, right? Like they really got it going. So I do think that there's a difference between parties just kind of like picking off one guy that steps out of line and the entire network of people who form a faction within a party that you can't just kick out without destroying the entire party. And then I want to touch on a thing that you said about like the plumbers and stuff. I find it interesting. I understand that you guys believe in like the bottom up approach and you called it like the top down approach, or like I call it like elitism, right? But I feel like you're talking about these like carpenters and plumbers as if like they're just like low class and it's all that they can do. They're just like working class guys. And it's like, I want more than that. I believe that people can do more than just be a plumber. You know, like if say you are a plumber, you can do extracurricular things outside of your job that can affect politics. And I feel like a big difference between the Wignats and what Nick kind of preaches is that Nick preaches you can do more and you can become elite. And if you want, you can go back to school and you can join the YRs and, you know, actually like make change. Where I feel as a lot of the times Wignats just like accept low class in as like enough. And I don't think that it's enough just to be a plumber. Just as I'd say, I don't think it's enough like just to be a teacher or like just have a job. I think that that's something that everybody like everyone needs an income, but I don't think that it's a good mindset to be in where it's like, oh, I'm just like a lowly plumber, low class, nobody cares about me. It's like, okay, well, you know, we can become elite. You can do more, you can learn more, you can get involved. And it's just it's a very
I
interesting
don't.
like rich man north of Richmond type of thing where it's like, oh, poor old me. It's like, okay, well, like we can become elite, we can do better. And you know, I do understand that some guys are older, so, you know, it's kind of harder for them to like reshape their lives. But, you know, again, this is why I think that it's all about the young people. It's all about people just getting into college. You know, I'd even say that like I'm on the older ends. I got into politics at like just the right time. I'm on the older ends of like being able to do shit politically. And, you know, I'm just trying to like really pass on knowledge and things that I've learned to like these 18, 19-year-old guys who are like really going to be the future of the movement entrenched within the system.
So I don't agree with your characterization of how you kind of frame that about like that's not what I'm saying at all. Of like, oh, you're just a plumber, man. I come from this background like this. I'm like I was raised in a working class family. I think we can both agree here, Tyler, that I probably have a better understanding of the working class than you do. Would you say that's a fair thing for me to assert? Because I know, I know your background.
Like are you talking about like the like what like their political beliefs?
No, the way these
Like
people
what
operate. So
specifically?
like again, you said the elitist approach. Yeah, you understand the elitist approach. I understand the folkish approach. Okay, like these are people that I grew up with. These are the people that I was raised with. I understand these people. They don't want to be elitist. Like this is something like you can say that that's stupid, or you can say like, well, that's they're setting limitations. But the truth is, these people are just normal people who are pissed off. They understand that things are wrong in society. They want to get behind a movement. They want leaders. They want people that they can put their trust in, and they want to be able to live their lives without being shit all over constantly. And so to say, I think it's funny too, because yeah, when you say, well, the plumber can do more, he can get involved. That's exactly what they're doing by getting involved with the active clubs. That's what they're doing. They're finding a form of a kind of politics, a kind of community building, network building that appeals to them, and they're getting involved with it. And then you tell them that it's like, what do you want them to do? You want them to go. This is exactly the problem. Is like they don't want to go to another town council and listen to some fat HR lady talk about the next DEI project. They're tired of this. Now you can say that that's stupid and that they need to go through that process, and I agree. People do need to go through that process. We need people who are going to sit there and listen to the fat HR lady, talk about everything she's going to do, so that we can counter it. I understand this. You need people who are involved in these circles, but that's not going to be these guys. And so a lot of the guys you're seeing, attracted to these movements like Patriot Front or the NSN or Nordic Resistance Movement, or whatever it is, Bond in the Netherlands, or if it's Active Club England or Vanguard Britannica. These are working class guys that are looking for something more than just politics. And I think it's important to understand look, you can mock it, you can belittle it, you can call it LARPy, but I think it's pretty obvious that one of the things that's would anybody disagree that we're lacking masculinity in society, that we need a kind of return to traditional masculinity? Would anybody disagree with that statement
I
in
don't.
this room?
I just don't think that really masculinity is really the crux of the position here. And I think that masculinity should be something that you focus on your own personal time and not something that is a political.
See, that tells me that you don't understand masculinity. No offense. I'm just gonna throw one out here, Beardson. I'm gonna take a guess that you never grew up playing like competitive team sports and that you weren't involved in say like I don't know martial combat sports or anything like that.
For my high school team, a shortstop on my little league team that won state nationals in Illinois. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, well, I'm guessing that you've never been punched in the face.
I literally have a misdemeanor charge for assault.
You do?
Yeah, when I was 8.
Is it from when you assaulted the tranny or the woman, whatever it was?
No, it was when I punched a kid for talking shit about me. So, like, again.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. Well, the point I'm getting at here is that masculinity is something that at least has some, to a certain extent, community basis. It's men who keep other men in check. It's men who push other men to go further, to go harder than they otherwise would.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why do you guys cry every time we like give you some criticism?
You guys cry every time somebody says the slightest insulting thing towards Nick. Like, what do you like? This is not a good faith thing. Like, you can't say, oh, you guys are crying because I posted, a joke about the NSN. Whenever if I did the same thing, I would have 100 Groypers in my comments talking about how I'm a dumb Wignat and losing their mind.
Okay, there's a very clear distinction that I think needs to be made here, though. When Groypers, go at Wignats for slandering and lying about Nick, that's a little bit different than
I agree.
Like Groypers like criticizing a rally. And hey, I mean, like, again, I really want to drive this home. I like the protests, okay? Like, you brought up the ones in Poland or Italy. I think those are really fucking cool. But when shit is goofy, like the NJP, national justice meow, like, I'm gonna goof on that. I'm gonna make fun of that.
Okay, but
because if you don't make fun of it, then it becomes normalized, it becomes accepted, and then that's a whole other problem.
Okay, at what
point, I support cool shit.
Yeah. At what point though, Tyler? Because so here's the issue. If it's 50 guys, is that goofy? Like,
I mean, hey, it's totally it's not about the numbers. It's about like how it looks and how these people are acting.
Okay, so
right.
So
obviously that's going to be subjective too. Like, you might like the look of it. You might think it's cool.
Yeah,
we're just not going to agree on that. I just think it's kind of goofy.
I think it looks. I can see the potential there, and obviously there's a different. Like, yeah, obviously the look. Let's use Patriot Front, right? I mean, I don't really care what you guys think of them, but they've gone from 50-man marches to it looks like they're going to have probably their first 300-man plus march in the next year. Like, is that still goofy at that point?
I mean, I don't like it because I think it's very LARPy.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't really like the marches.
But you like
But again, like that's here's the difference. Like, that's a subjective thing. People are gonna like the marches and like it is what it is, and they're gonna like the whole 1776 rah rah rah. I just don't like that stuff. I'm much more into like what we're doing with like AFPAC and stuff. Like, dude,
you just said
if people could have experienced AFPAC 4, I'm sure that like you've seen the pictures of it. Like, to me, like, that is like a real like productive spectacle, having the stage, the LED screens, all the graphics. And to me, like, that is what is cool, and that is the future of like nationalist movements. I just when I see what AFPAC 4 was, and not the thing at like the club, but like what it was actually supposed to be at the Russell Industrial Center, I see that and I'm like, okay, that's like the future. That's like hundreds of thousands of dollars into production and speakers and like a crowd of 2,000 people. Like, to me, that is clearly,
I mean, even
productive.
Even
compared
AFPAC 3.
to like a couple dozen of guys like marching in the streets with like drums.
I mean,
and again, that's going to be
3.
subjective. I'm sure that you're going to disagree with it.
No, I don't.
But time will kind of tell like which one's going to beat out the other.
I think AFPAC is the best thing that you guys do. I like AFPAC. I think AFPAC is fucking awesome, and I hope it's successful. Or so, not that it wasn't successful, but I wish you guys could actually do it without all the bullshit. And I don't disagree with those at all. In fact, like you should know this, Tyler. Like it's not AFPAC, obviously, because it's Canada. It's a 10th of the population, and the amount of money and stuff going into it is so limited. But man, we did a 17-stop tour this summer. Our biggest event was 500 people, which in Canada is actually pretty fucking good. So like we did the nationalist speaking tour this summer. Like this is what I mean. You guys say like, oh, it's just it gets belittled as being push-ups and street demonstrations, but we're doing a lot of the things that you guys seem to think that we're not. So like we just did this. We did the 17-stop tour. We went through the issues with the media trying to shut down our venues and all this stuff. Like we're doing the same work that you guys are, at least to some capacity. And it's like, yeah, you guys can ignore that, but it is being done.
Well, I just want to make a comment though on the whole like push-up masculine thing again too, because I think the difference is, and I don't know, maybe you don't see it this way, but whenever I see, like, to me, it's like I see a group of people and you have to tell people to like do push-ups, to eat their vitamins, and to go to the gym and all this sort of stuff. Like, I mean, to me, like these are just like basic things that like everybody should just like already know to do. And the fact that like
Yeah,
you have
but
to have these
Beardson,
groups
I've
to sort
seen
of
you. You're
tell
not doing it.
people. What do you mean? What are you talking about? We clearly do, but we just don't have to talk about it all the time because I don't know. We don't attract a
I don't
bunch
know,
of like
Beardson. You don't look like
guys.
a guy who's hitting the gym very often. I'm just going to say that.
I go to the gym 4 times a week at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what are you talking about?
All right. You got to work harder, man. I'm just saying.
As opposed to what? Like, what are you even like talking about? Like, you realize this isn't like my real face? This is like a joke.
No. I know what you look like. I know your build.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not translating.
Like, what are you talking about? I mean, okay.
I'm saying
It's
you
very,
don't look like a guy who goes to the gym 4 times a week.
why? Because I'm not like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something. Like, what do you mean?
No, because you don't look like a guy who goes to the gym 4 times a week. I'm just saying.
Okay. I do. I mean, like, I don't. What do you want me to fucking? You want me to send you some videos or whatever with me in the gym? You want some shirtless?
No, I'm just.
You want some physique pics or something? Like, what do you want?
I mean, I'm just saying. It's
Like,
not,
do you want to have a
Yeah,
productive
we do.
conversation, or do you want to go to like the ad hominem thing? Because I mean, I could make a bunch of comments about your appearance too.
Hold on,
I mean,
hold on.
yeah,
Let's see it.
I'm bald. Yeah, I'm bald. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see the physique, Beardson.
Yeah.
Let's see some
Post it.
shirtless pictures, please.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm going to go back to my point here, and I'm going to graciously ignore Ferryman's comments here for a second and say, I just don't think that it just, to me, it looks very weak that you have to tell people to do like basic guy things. Does that make sense? Like,
No,
I think it's
because
kind of like pathetic that you have to tell guys like you should go to the gym and you should
How-
get married and have white baby. Like, this
how
is
is-
all like basic stuff.
how is
to
that
me.
any different than Nick telling guys that they should go to college and get a good job and infiltrate and become influential? This is all basic stuff that, my parents told me. How's that any different?
If that were the case, then why didn't you listen? Like,
I
you know
did.
what I mean?
I went to university.
Okay. So I can easily explain the difference between
Hang on.
that.
I just
So-
want to say this. I have a
Go ahead,
university degree. I have a college diploma, and I can't get employment in my field anymore because of what I've done with activism. All right. So yeah,
You got
I
it
work
out.
trades now, but man, I'm just as educated as any of you guys are.
Okay, so the difference between Nick telling people to go to college, and like Wignat's telling people to work out, is because within Con Inc. there is this growing narrative that you shouldn't go to college and that you should just get your high school diploma and become like a tradesman. So Nick is pushing back against that and saying, no, we need people to get PhDs and become elite
Yeah.
and make a lot of money and become powerful. So like that's the difference between that. And like, I hear this from Wingnats a lot. Maybe not you, Ferry. I don't really know. But I hear this from just like Wingnats generally, that Groypers don't get married and don't work out and like don't have girlfriends and like all this shit. And like just from like being in the movement for so long,
And
I
if we
know
do that,
that's
Brown,
not real. We just like don't feel the need to like push it out in public to everybody, you know? So it's kind of like, to me, working out or getting a family and a wife. I'm getting a power chat right now. It's blasting in my ears. Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you for that. So like, to me, working out and getting a wife and having a family, like these are all just like very base level things that we already do. Like, I don't feel the need to tell my followers that like you need to be like a normal person. I feel like that's like a wasted, or it's wasted rhetoric.
Well, and I'd also say too, just to add on to that too, it's like it doesn't really matter how like jacked you are if you're broke and you have no influence at all. Like you can be the strongest guy on the planet, but if you don't have a college degree, if you're not willing to get engaged in politics, like it doesn't. You can hit the streets all you want, but it's not really gonna matter. Like being, like doing 100 push-ups is not going to translate into political power.
It's not about the push-ups, it's about doing the push-ups together. But again, and it doesn't have to be push-ups. This is the other thing too. Like obviously within active club models, there's book clubs, there's skill sharing seminars. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that, again, they just choose not to publicize. So like this is, I think, this part of the issue here between these two kind of mindsets is just that we're both mischaracterizing the other and saying, and because we choose to emphasize specific things to our audiences, we're just assuming that we're assuming that one another isn't pushing the other thing as well, or is taking for granted that it's a given. So like, obviously, like, yeah, we push. Like, look, I don't think you guys would deny that aesthetics is a thing, right? That being fit, that being healthy, that being all these things has a metapolitical effect, right? I don't think any of us are going to deny that. We might have different, because it's subjective. We might have some differences of opinion on what is the ideal aesthetic or what is the ideal optics, but we both agree that I think being healthy and being fit is a good thing. So like, look, you can be upset or not like that we're pushing it so hard, but that's not all we're pushing. And the same thing, I guess, could be said about you guys. You may not be pushing guys to go to the gym and get fit and get a girlfriend and have kids. Like, you may not be pushing that things, but obviously you want guys to do that, right? Are we like,
yeah I mean like Groypers just kind of do that.
Yeah.
Like, again, I don't feel the need to like tell people to do like normal things. It's like, to me, going through life, like the bare minimum is like, okay, you have like an income, you're creating a family, you're doing something politically. Like, these are like very like bare minimum things that I think if you have to tell somebody to do that, I think that there's like a problem with that person.
They don't have a dad.
Yeah, I feel like, and that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, is that I just feel like when that becomes sort of your messaging, you do maybe inadvertently attract like a group of people that aren't inherently like the cream of the crop, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like the fact that these things have to be said, and has to be such a I think from what I've seen, such a focal part of what you guys do. I just don't think that that's really bringing you like high quality, like smart people. I don't know. I would get bored with that if like America First was just like nothing but like go to the gym, go get a girlfriend and stuff. I would be bored with that. There's nothing like challenging about that, because it's, again, pretty basic and normal stuff. And not to like bring this up. I mean, I'm not saying that there hasn't been any good that has resulted from that kind of stuff, but then I hear stuff too, it's like, oh, we're helping people get off drugs and all this stuff, and it's like that. I mean, that's cool, but I don't know. I don't want to run a drug rehab or anything. I want to be a part of like a political movement that's going to win. I think all that self-improvement stuff, like, I'm not totally against it, but I just think that it's not something that should be a political focal point. It should be something that's just like kind of automatically happening.
Okay, out of curiosity, with the active clubs and like aesthetics being like a thing, Do they encourage mewing or any other looks maxing? Do they have skincare routines?
I mean, I can't, like, this is I'm guessing this is a Zoomer thing. And I honestly, like, look, I'm a older millennial, so I find it hard to decipher their humor sometimes. So I can't tell if you're being serious or not. But yeah, obviously there's like aesthetics bros and like guys who are, Zoomer types that are involved in active club stuff that do all of the maxing, man. They do all the maxing. Their looks.
So they know Jaws law.
Yeah, man, they're doing it all.
Okay, no, that's good.
No, they're like, I'm not even joking. Like, I don't really understand it. Okay, call me a boomer.
I support that 100%.
But yeah, there's definitely guys who are, I don't know. Again, I don't really understand them. They're good kids, but I don't really get it. So, you just let them do their thing.
All right. Sorry, I was cutting someone off though with that question. I was thinking about that. Beardson, what did you just said?
But the other thing that, so yeah, I understand when you're saying like this shouldn't be an inherently political message, but I don't think it is. This is more of a meta-political or folkish message, which is like, do you not like, obviously you would agree that we need people who are, advocating to get our people off of drugs. And we need people who are trying to address these issues that exist at the level of the masses. Like, these are things that are inherently good things. So I can understand if you don't want to make it a focal point of a political movement. But again, like, we're not inherently something that is, aiming, as being purely a political movement. This is also something that's about healing the folk, getting people back on track, ending the degeneracy, like building the, the manor bund. I don't know what term you want to use it in, but like, these are all things that, previous nationalist movements engage in, right? Community outreach, uplifting your folk, putting your own people first, trying to get people back on the right track. So like, these aren't, is anybody saying these are inherently bad things? Like, why do you object?
I mean, it's definitely not inherently bad. I just don't think that it necessarily leads to like a victory. I don't think it's like something that should be praised, like, oh my gosh, you're doing this great thing. I think that politics has changed a lot. And like, if you're doing, okay, like Patriot Front, for example, when the hurricanes hit Florida, they went down there and they passed out water and they helped people with their homes and they put up sandbags and stuff, right? Is that like a good thing? Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, that's cool, right? And I'm assuming that your argument would be like, oh, it's like on the ground level getting people to like Patriot Front. But that like isn't making a change politically. Like, who's in charge of politics right now? It's like Peter Thiel. It's like Elon Musk. It's all these very rich, very powerful, very influential people. And like, we're not going to win by Patriot Front putting up sandbags. Like, to me, that's just like not even like a starting point. You are so far down the ladder if you're doing these things and thinking that it's productive politically, because again, like on like a personal level, that's a good thing. It's good to help out your local communities. But if you think that that's going to like contribute to a political win, I just think that that's not true. I think that's misinformed.
I think
so. Like, is it good? Yes. Is it helping us win? I would say no.
So I think we have a disagreement here. And, Tyler, me, like, I'm a history student, right? So like, when I look at this, what it sounds like you're talking about is kind of the great man theory of history, right? And I agree with this, right? History is ultimately driven primarily by the great man, but the great man always leverages the conditions that exist within society to his advantage. So when you're saying things like, yeah, Elon Musk is definitely, throwing his weight around and using his power and influence to shape politics, like, this is obviously true, but he's doing this by leveraging the situation that exists on the ground. He's tapping into a an energy that comes from the people from the bottom up. So again, there's these things go in tandem. It's not like having wealth and power in itself is enough. if you can have all the wealth and power in the world, if you don't have something to channel that energy and those resources into, it's just latent energy. It's not actually something that can be put into kinetic, context. So like you need, yes, obviously you need people who are powerful and influential and all these things, but you also need a vehicle for them to drive, and that vehicle is the population, right? This is what MAGA is. What did Trump tap into? He tapped into a sentiment that existed within the American people. He didn't create it. He tapped into it. It was already there. It was latent energy that was just waiting to be tapped into. So you need both. You need people who are pushing from the bottom up, and you need people who are going to lead from the top down. Like I don't.
Well, but I think that Trump is a good example of kind of what me and Tyler are arguing for, because Trump wasn't a guy that was doing push-ups and eating raw meat and drinking raw milk or anything like that. And I'd also argue too, to a certain extent, that Trump, while he definitely tapped into a certain sentiment, he was a strong enough leader to sort of pivot that into a more productive place, as because nobody was really talking about immigration before Trump. But again, Trump wasn't some like working class Joe. Like he never like dug ditches from a and with a shovel, and he wasn't a plumber or anything like that. He was an elite from the very beginning. And I just think that when a large focal point of your like I guess messaging, maybe not political messaging, but just messaging as a whole, is like these sort of like basic self-help, like sort of Jordan Peterson-esque life rules. What you're not attracting anyone who is like a well-off, well-rounded person, and that's who you should be targeting, is like well-rounded people, as opposed and again, like I think it would be far more effective to attract more well-rounded people. You'd have way more efficacy, as opposed to trying to turn coal into diamonds. And I think that you need leaders to sort of lead by example, not by like preaching to them, or telling them like, let's do 10 push-ups today. Like I don't think that's, I think it's sort of just a waste of time. I think that at the end of the day, you're going to help these people far more if you win. If these people that you're attracting now would be far better off if you were to focus more on simply politics, as opposed to these sort of like lifestyle things. And if you were to win, and then you can sort of talk about, I don't know, all of these other like smaller issues. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I think it's just fundamental. Like, look, the easiest way that I can explain this is we're folkish. You guys are elitist. I don't have an issue with that inherently. It would just be nice. Like, man, I've tried to just ignore the Groypers for the most part. Like I can agree. I'm somebody who can agree to disagree. The problem is that every few weeks this crops up again, which is Groypers trying to counter signal what we're doing, or
Bro, I like, let's be honest, I made like a small comment that said that you're like, that rally didn't look cool, and
that's
you guys were spurging out for 12
Beardson.
hours.
That's bad faith, man. It's bad faith to say like, oh, this
It's
is just
not.
a one-off joke that we made about a rally. This is something that occurs over and over again with Groypers. Like, dude, I got the number. I had a post like at the beginning of January where I was, advocating for guys to get active, to commit 1% of their time to organizing in real life. And the number of Groypers who, fed jacketed me, accused me of trying to get guys arrested, of doing all this stuff. Very, very bad faith, bad energy stuff.
Well, like let's not pretend like this only goes one direction either.
No,
It's
it
like
does. I agree. It doesn't.
I've
I'm not.
definitely, you know what I mean. It's sort of like a Hatfield McCoy situation where you
Yeah.
guys have. I've definitely heard you talking shit and slandering Nick
No,
before. I mean,
100%. I have. I won't deny it. Like I'll admit it. Like I've definitely called Nick gay before. I didn't call him a Mexican until he called himself Mexican. So I can stick with that.
But I mean, no one on our side is like, well, Thomas Sowell's a homosexual. Like it's a bit different, and this is sort of kind of the crux. Like I'm sitting there
Again,
saying, hey, your rally doesn't look cool, and then you guys respond with, well, you're a faggot, and here's your docs, and Nick Fuentes is a homosexual. So it's a little bit different. Like it's really easy to play this sort of like card of like, I'm not saying that all Groypers are perfect or whatever, but for one, I'm not responsible for all Groypers. Like we're having a conversation between me and you, and hell, you even tried to take shots at me just during the space, and I've been nothing but like amicable here. So like spare me this whole like magnanimous card that you're trying to play, because it just does seem like um, the hostility really. I'm not saying we're not hostile in some capacity, but the hostility is definitely greater on your side.
I would disagree with that. I would say that this is have we become very hostile towards the Groypers? Yes, but this is something that's developed. Man, about a year ago, we were having this conversation. We were in this debate about a year ago, and it was a result of Nick's criticism of Patriot Front and their rallies. And I think that's if we could bring it back to that, that's such a good point, because a year ago, the talking point was, what do these rallies actually do? This isn't going to work. Nobody's interested in that. And, fast forward 10 months and Patriot Front leader Thomas Russo is being interviewed by Jake Shields, and it's going viral. And all of a sudden everybody's going, hey, this guy actually has some legitimate points. This guy's well-spoken. He's actually worth listening to. Maybe he isn't a Fed. So like to say that, and that's directly a result of what they've done with their rallies. So
Okay, I don't think that Thomas Rousseau is a Fed, obviously. I don't think that the vast majority of people within Patriot Front are Feds. If I remember correctly, this was like so long ago, I'm trying to like think of it verbatim. But Nick's main criticism was that organized groups like this are ripe for infiltration, for Fed infiltration. And I think that's something that even Wignats would say is part of the risk.
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. So we would rather have a decentralized group that can network behind the scenes and not be forward facing and meet up with people IRL in like the forest for that reason, because of the Fed infiltration possibility. Not saying that they are, but like in the past, these organizations get infiltrated usually. So that's like the one thing. Again, I think it's a difference in opinion on like how to go about it. I would say that Nick has clearly proven that the decentralized version is way better.
So
But you would probably disagree.
Well, no, I would
there's one other thing I want to touch on too
that
that you said. I forget right now though. What was the conversation like just before this about Patriot Front?
Well, about how they've gone from in a year, being Fed jacketed and basically completely blacklisted, being able to get interviews with Patrick Bet-David, Jake Shields. They're ascending, and I think anybody denying that at this point is not arguing in good faith. Like it's clear that they are having some success with that model.
I mean, like they're definitely a spectacle. I think that saying that getting an interview with Jake Shields is a little bit crazy to compare with like what Nick has done with his platform and the people that he's collabed with, right? Like I think that very clearly one is objectively better at that than the other,
of course.
And this actually kind of goes back because you brought up like your tour in the summer, right? And I saw that. I think that that's the best thing that you guys have done ever. I thought that was a great step in like the right direction. But earlier when you brought it up, I feel like you kind of compared it to AFPAC, and there is like such a massive difference here. Like these things I don't think are comparable. And maybe it's because like you never came, so like you don't like really like see it in real life or like know what's going on. Like you're just watching the VOD of it. But like in scale, in production value, in number of people, in like aesthetic, and like I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm just saying like these are things that we prioritized compared to what the Wignats prioritized.
No,
and in turn, that turns out to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars production value with like crazy shit going on and collabs with like Aiden Ross in front of 100,000 people. Like it. The fact that we focus on that side of it churns out like 10 times the productivity.
So yeah, I did try to make that clear when I was saying this. I'm not saying it's on the same scale because for obvious reasons. One, Canada is less than a tenth of, well, about a tenth the population of America. So obviously it's hard to do this. I mean, but how many people were at AFPAC?
So we sold 2,000 tickets for AFPAC 4, and then AFPAC 3, which is in Florida a few years ago, that was
It's like
1,250.
Yeah. So like again, it's not comparable, but like, dude, we did a show of 500 people in Hamilton. Like, you know, for a country that's a tenth of population, you know, and again, I understand, like, I'm not trying to compare. I saw the production value. Okay. I understand how good it was. The guests were great, like David Duke, Jared Taylor, you know, Lucas Gage, Sam Parker. Like that's obviously
David
that's an
Duke
elite
wasn't.
event. It was well done. I'm not denying that, and I'm not saying it is comparable, but I'm saying like we are putting in the same kind of work, and then you know it's basically passed off as well. You know, this isn't as good. Maybe it's not as good, but like, what do you expect? You want us to just like, we're in Canada. Do you want us to wait for, is Nick going to save us?
Trump is going to annex Canada, and then Nick Fuentes will become president and save everybody.
All right. I hope so. Fine. I hope that does come to pass. I don't think it will, but I hope it comes to pass. But like,
But
look,
I mean, I think the issue is though too, in a way, and I think this is kind of what's happening right now with a lot of the discourse between like Elon and the European nationalists, and like where a lot of this friction comes from. Is I mean, kind of ultimately though, like America, like regardless of whether you live here or not, like we are like the main stage. That no matter what, like you can, and it's not to say that you should just sit back and wait for things to happen if you live in another country, but ultimately, like there really isn't going to be any sort of like real dissonant right wing victory if it doesn't happen in America first. You know, I mean, like that's I think that's just kind of the unfortunate, you know, scale that we're at right now. Like you're not going to get like a dissonant right wing victory in like an Australia or Canada, especially Australia, Canada. I think those are really two good examples because they are so intrinsically linked to American politics. So I think, you know, and it's not to say that you should just stand back and stand by, but um, you know, that's maybe more of a black pilled take, but I just think that you guys are just kind of, especially in Canada, you're sort of cooked. I hate to say it.
well, I mean, I wouldn't deny that Canada has huge problems, but obviously America has similar problems. Is anybody denying that? I mean,
Yeah,
of all the nations occupied by Israel, is America not number one?
yeah, but I'd also argue that we have. I mean, in terms of like the dissonant right wing and the political structure, there's way more. Again, like with Nick and America First, way more infrastructure and a lot more happening politically than you know. Like I said, and it's kind of like the crux of all of this is what we're trying to argue. Is like, you know, I think that Nick is miles ahead above, you know, and America First is miles ahead above any other sort of dissonant right wing group too. So, you know, and I think America still, at the end of the day, there's way more freedom and way more ability for us to overcome the challenges that we faced as opposed to you guys, because you have way more strict free speech laws and just way stricter laws in general. So we have a little bit more room to maneuver here in America as well.
Well, you do. Unfortunately, like, but you're advocating against using a lot of those rights. I mean, somebody, you know, used the cliche argument there earlier of, you know, use it before you lose it. But, you know, Americans have 1A, and I was talking about this actually in the space earlier. I don't know what it is, but I have noticed that the most vicious, you know, you know, um, real life activism sentiments seem to come from America, which is odd to me because you guys are the ones that have the best conditions to, you know, pursue them. The most legal protection, the most constitutional protection. You know, it's just odd to me that it seems to be Americans that are opposed to it
Well,
the
it's because
most.
it's not.
So, Beardson, do you have something to say? Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Like, what do you mean by that though? Like using the First Amendment? because we all talk about like Jewish power. You know, we'll occasionally use slurs if it's funny. So like, what do you mean? I don't understand like what you mean by we don't use the First Amendment.
I mean, you guys have the ability to organize and, you know, do the street protests, you know, that you advocate against, don't you?
Yeah, but
I mean, like, yeah, we just don't really agree with that course of action. We would much
I know,
rather
but that's what I'm saying is
network
you
and do
guys are
things and infiltrate,
yeah, I mean, there's been a lot.
right?
There's been
So
a lot.
I mean, like, we have done protests before too, like Vax Watch stuff.
Yeah.
Nick did like a bunch
Yeah.
of different protests, Stop the Steal stuff. It's just like these types of things we didn't find as effective as what we were doing within politics.
No, I understand. Like, look, I'm not one of these guys who's going to say, you know, online stuff or streaming is dumb. Like, obviously, Tyler, you know, I stream. I started by doing online stuff. I built my following through online stuff. So, you know, when people deny the efficacy of online activism, I think that's a really bad take. And that, you know, for the most part, online activism is probably still more important. Like, I think we're getting to the point where you need more IRL organization to actually translate the online success into, you know, tangible results.
But I mean, but
I don't
but the
deny
thing
it.
is, it's like even with Patriot Front, I mean, all of the like the IRL activism they do is simply to garner eyes on the internet, though. You know what I mean? It's like everything that you know.
100%.
So I think that that's sort of like it's kind of a silly thing when you could I don't know maybe it wouldn't get nearly as many eyeballs, but again, it's about risk, right? Like the risk
Well, let me.
the risk versus
I'll give you an
go.
example. I agree with you 100%. Like, this is actually something that I think Wignats get right, which is they understand. Because, like, here, I would be the first to agree with you if you were to say that, you know, Tyler's definitely familiar with this. These protests that have been going on largely in the Western world for some time, where you get these people show up in sweatpants waving a Canadian flag or an Australian flag, and they march down the street and they yell vague things about freedom. Like, this is ineffective. Like, I 100% agree with that. There's no point in doing that. It doesn't do anything. However, what we've seen, and it's the, you know, so-called Wignats who have proven this, is that very targeted flash demonstrations can have a viral impact in a way that the same message doesn't have when you just repeat it online. So I'll give you an example of this out of Canada. A few weeks ago, a group of guys did a protest and they just held up a banner that says mass deportations now. It went extremely viral, and the support that it garnered was massive. I mean, I was personally surprised at you know, the percentage of people that were in support of this message. Now, I say mass deportations now all the time on streams online. Like, this is, you know, it's a very common, you know, talking point or slogan that you'll hear from the right in general. It doesn't necessarily do anything. So the psychological effect and the ability to go viral by and inject, you know, your activism into the online discussion simply by doing it in real life, I think is kind of undeniable at this point. It works. We've seen it happen over and over again, and we were just talking about one example. Joel Davis does a Jews hate freedom rally, and it goes viral not just in Australia but around the world. So using IRL to push your message can be very effective. Is it risky? Yeah, but like, if you don't want to take the risk, don't do it. Everybody who's involved in these things understands that there's an inherent risk to doing them. So, like, is your argument that the using IRL to gain online traction is dumb?
Well,
Because
I
it
mean,
works.
again, I'm not like inherently anti, but the problem is, again, it's about risk, and I think that you can say that it goes viral, but I haven't. I would argue the virility of this is what I'm, you know, kind of what I'm getting at here, because, again, just because something goes viral doesn't mean that it's inherently like everyone's like responding to it positively either. I mean, it could be an issue of like people are like, look at these fucking racists or these crazy people, you know, that are you know dropping a banner in
Well, that
downtown, you know.
But that's true. But look at Nick's, like, obviously Nick's election night, speech of your body, my choice. Obviously, that didn't have very positive responses, but it going viral in and of itself is a testament to its success, even if it's hated. So when your enemy starts promoting your message for you and pushing you into the mainstream, that's a good thing. Knowing how to leverage the media and the left-wing media apparatus to your advantage, learning how to, or being able to push these academic types into what's the term, relaying your message, is a good thing. It's like this is I mean, Trump is the perfect example of this. He used the negative energy that the left had for him to his advantage. So again, just because people don't like the message doesn't mean that it's not effective and helping you find other people who do agree with you. So.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm trying to get at here though is that, again, when I feel like part of the reason why, I'm not trying to like take any shots here or be dismissive or whatever, because I think some of you guys do get, to a certain degree, like, how to use social media or whatever. But it's like, I think that a lot of the times the IRL stuff you guys focus on it to go viral on the internet's because I don't think that you really know how to any other way. And for the record, like, okay, like, I get that it's hard, but I just feel like I
So,
feel like
but again,
go ahead.
I'm like, so if you want to have this, I mean, we can have this discussion, but it's undeniable that I'm in this room right now on this speakers panel. I'm the most effective online. I have, this is obviously an alt account because I'm banned from spaces on my main account, but my main account has 50,000 followers. My Telegram account has 18,000 followers. My live streams average 5,000 views. So like, if we want to talk about who understands, online stuff, like I am just as qualified to have this discussion as you are, if
Okay,
not
but
more.
you also have participated in, like, in the IRL stuff, right? And posted about that, and I'm sure you've gotten some notoriety from that, right?
Well, yeah, a lot
Okay,
of
well,
my audience was generated, through my IRL activism during the convoy in
right. So that's, I
2022.
mean, but that's the argument that I'm making here. So that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
that's the way that you use to garner this sort of like online presence, because you don't.
Well, I wouldn't say that the primary, most people who follow me don't even realize that I'm public facing. They follow me because of my Twitter posts and mostly my memes. Like, it's memes that I've had so many memes go viral that, like, that's where I develop my audience. So like, I understand the online activism. I understand how to be effective online, and I understand how combining that with an IRL approach can, compound your effectiveness.
Okay, and I'm not trying to shit on you, just to preface it, but this is like a very clear-cut example, I think, of how the generations view like followers online. And a lot of like older people, they think that like the amount of followers, like that is your influence online. And I've seen the memes that you post. Your strategy is obviously to post like boomer jokes, like Facebook shit, to like get a bunch of views and likes and get like boomers to follow you, right? Like, clearly your content is not all like curated, like actually like cool and nationalist and edgy, like you're posting
It
like
depends
Wojaks
on
and shit. Like, yeah, that's gonna go like viral on Reddit, you know? But like these
what
people are
I
not
mean. Reddit,
like
man.
going to be like
Reddit.
as locked in as
Ooh.
like a Groyper with like 5,000 followers would be. Some Groyper with
So
5,000 followers who has like a cool account and it's aesthetic and there's like very clearly something with like cool ideas behind it. I think that has way more power than an account with like 50K that posts like Reddit memes. And I don't even think that you're gonna find that offensive because like I think it's pretty obvious that you find like jokes on Reddit and you repurpose them.
Oh
I,
shit.
I I mean, Reddit is a weird. That's a weird one for you to say. Like, I don't use Reddit at all, so I don't know where you're getting that. But yeah,
Like
no, I
like
wouldn't deny that.
the
Look, I
style
won't.
of it, like Wojacks, like the yes meme, or like the Chad
Yeah, yeah,
meme. Like these are like TPUSA like
Dude, that's
memes that we were
4chan,
using like
not
10 years
Reddit.
ago.
yeah. So no, I'm not denying that. This is a fair. I mean, harsh but fair. Okay, I'll put it that way. Harsh but fair. But that's been extremely effective by doing this, by appealing to the masses, by getting these more normie crowds into it. You can then start injecting a lot of politics that they otherwise wouldn't be paying attention to because they wouldn't be following you. So yeah, do I use some very basic meme templates to generate engagement? Yeah. I also have like some of my fucking anti-Semitic memes are the ones that have gone the most viral. So like what's the issue here? It's just odd to me that you're like, so you're effective, but you're effective with the wrong people. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it comes down to like optics, like what's like cool or not, right? Like, okay, so somebody like Nick, for example, right? He's obviously grown a lot this year, but back when he was getting like 4,000 to 5,000 views, when he was like banned off everything, just banned off of YouTube, he was just on Cozy. He was getting like what, like 5 to 7K views at like the peak of Cozy on like his own platform. That had more cultural impact than like all of the Wignats combined with all of their views combined. Like what I'm trying to say is it's not about like the quantity of what you're churning out to get like Twitter followers. It's about the quality of like what you're saying and your message and your like your ability to get that information out there. So like, okay, so like having like one like boomer on Facebook who like follows your page because you're anti-Trudeau or something, right? Like that's a very different type of audience from somebody who is engaged in politics and like locked in.
Yeah, I understand, but it's a weird because Tyler, that like of whatever you want to call it, like influencer types out of Canada, that our audience is one of the most switched on and engaged in the country. Like we can actually translate our followings into support in real life. Like like a good example of this is like we were able to Jeremy needed legal fees, like we were able to raise them. We were able to raise $300,000 through our streaming and through the community for the legal defense for the Coots 4. So like we're able to translate that following into actual tangible results. It's not just updates and comments. It's actual engagement that has the ability to translate into real resources and real power. So like I don't like you know that about our audience. We were able to get people to Ottawa. We were able to rally support. We were able to go coast to coast and put on live events that people showed up to and paid money to attend. So like to say that, there's a lack of like it's not like these people aren't engaged.
I mean, like I just simply disagree with that. I think that in Canada, I'd say that you guys are like the main right-wing faction, obviously. But I still think that there's like a very clear difference between the type of content that is put out by like Diagolon versus the like high profile culture impacting content that AF puts out. And I feel like, a lot of these people in the space right now, I don't think would probably know Diagolon just because they're American. So it might be hard for them to like understand that if they're listening. But in my opinion, from like what I see online, I think that there's a very clear difference that like, okay, you brought up the your body, my choice thing, right? And you compared that to like the Wignats holding up the signs in Hamilton or White Oaks Mall. I forget which one it was. Are those like both like gaining attention? Yes, but those are very different cases. Nick is like going so much more viral than that, and it's not just like a circle jerk within like an online community. Like it's going viral on TikTok and people are talking about it in schools. Like kids are saying that shit in schools. It became a joke that frat guys were saying, right? So again, I think that it's about like the scaling here. I think that we're having a difference in opinion on the scale and how that impacts the popularity.
Well, and I think just again, not to be too insulting here, but it's like I think a lot of the content that people like that produce really only targets like older people, millennials, Gen X, boomers, etc. And there's nothing really. I mean, I've just noticed this with a lot of the Wignat circles. It's like I would argue or would guess that the median age of like a lot of these Wignat circles is probably like 40. You know, I just think a lot of that content really only targets like older people, and that people aren't really. I don't know, younger people especially aren't engaged with that kind of stuff, and you really do need to target the youth, because at the end of the day, again, it's about building this movement essentially from the ground up to get people involved, so that way they can go and again get involved in their local college Republicans, or get involved in their local Republican chapter, or actually be able to infiltrate politics, as opposed to, I don't know, going out in the streets and getting.
Yeah, like okay, so to kind of build off that, I was just talking about this yesterday actually on stream. Groypers have always been like culture makers. TPUSA copies us. Like Ben Shapiro will copy us like 5 years later. Like we are always kind of at the forefront of creating these like memes and these talking points and things that stick with people that are then repurposed down the line. And then you'll see like you have like Michael Knowles using like Wojaks and shit, it just gets totally watered down. So like, again, like that's kind of the point, is that we are like creating these cultural moments. We are like kind of artistic in that sense, that we are like ground zero for what the rest of the political scene is going to look like, compared to like repurposing like old shit to get followed. I hope that kind of like helps clear it up. Like there's a difference between creating and doing something novel, something brand new, and repurposing other stuff.
True.
I mean, like isn't Groyper a repurposed thing?
No, Nick Fuentes drew the first Groyper.
Okay, yeah.
So
I mean, like Groyper started on 4chan, but that's where like all the original like day one Groypers came from, is 4chan. Like that's where everybody was before Nick. It's a bunch of like poll guys who were all like the OG Nick Fuentes Groypers.
All right.
And then
like,
it just became like such like a big thing that Groyper just kind of became synonymous with AF rather than 4chan. But like, yeah, like the original AFers were Groypers.
All right. Look, I gotta go to the gym. So
yeah,
like I don't know where. all right. Look, I would like to be able to move forward and not do this like every 3 months or whatever it is, because it seems like it happens every 3 months, but like it's never going to end if we can't just like agree to disagree and stop taking shots at each other. Like I'm capable of doing that. Like I was trying to do this, to just ignore the Groypers, and the problem is like, and look, you know what? Fair enough. It goes both ways. So I don't know what's the answer here.
I think we're destined to do this forever.
You guys aren't going to stop what you're doing. We're not going to stop what we're doing. And taking shots at each other isn't helping either of us. So like, what do you do here?
Well, I don't know. I think you guys just need to lighten up a little bit. I think that I think a big problem is like you guys just are very self-serious, and I think that you guys just go like 0 to 100. It's like, dude, when I said the thing about like the Call of Duty midnight line, like you guys were freaking out. Like it wasn't that serious. It was just like I thought it was like a funny joke, really, because unironically, I think you know, in a perfect world, I doubt this will ever happen. I think in a perfect world, like an allegiance between like our factions would be really good and really strong to a certain degree. I mean, I don't.
It'll happen when all the Wignats vote for Nick one day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the thing, right? Like I've always said this, and I think I've told you this too, Ferryman. It's like, dude, if you guys won, if you personally were like elected into some sort of position of power, like would my life would be better instrumentally, right? And I think you could say the same for me. It's like if Nick or me or somebody else were to like win, like that would make your life instrumentally better, you know. And I feel like you know, obviously there's always going to be like I think infighting. I think infighting's like good actually. I do think I'm actually pretty pro infighting to a certain degree. I think having like little arguments and stuff
Okay,
is
Jew.
good, but I mean it helps you kind of like hash these things out. But
Well, I don't disagree with you, but I think there's a difference between like these bad faith, you know, attempts to undermine one another and actual, you know, criticism that's rooted in good intentions and about, you know, trying to improve one another. And so what I see when I see stuff like you could say things like, you know, you guys are too self-serious, you can't take a joke. All right, so when I post a photo of you know, a black guy in an America First hat with his Muslim friend, and I go like, haha, Groypers are brown. Is that
that's slander
me?
though. Like that's just slander. Like, that's the difference.
That's slander
Yeah.
then.
When if I take a
So
look at one
when
of your
people make
rallies
fun
and
of
say
that,
like, yeah, this doesn't look cool, or maybe you should do something else, that's one thing. When you guys are like, Nick is gay
how,
and all Groypers are N-words, like that's not even
no,
that's
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
you said
I said,
Groypers are brown. Yeah, like that's slander. Like again, like go to AFPEC. Everybody there is white. There's like 3 black people out of a crowd of 2,000 people, dude. Like that's clearly slander. I'm white, Tyler's white, Jimbo's like everybody that you're talking to is white. So it's like
no,
clearly
I
it's that's like slander.
whoa,
Quote unquote
Beardson,
white.
it's just a joke, man. Don't be so self-serious. Don't take it too
But
seriously.
it's again, it's a clear difference. I'm pointing out something.
Well,
Like
like, man, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a
you're
joke,
no, I
man.
mean because you're like
We're just joking about the base black guy in America First. Relax, man. It's not that serious.
again, like you're missing the point though. It's like that's yeah,
Am
because
I?
that's like clearly like again, it's just a straight up lie and slander. If I like take a look at your rally, like yeah, this doesn't look cool. Like that's like a criticism. That's something that like can be changed or like I actually just want your rallies to or whatever to look cooler. But you guys like lying about Nick or lying about Groypers is a completely different thing. You know what I mean? Because it's just not true, and it's
So,
like slanders, and it's like really just petty and kind of sad.
so when I make a post and I, you know, put Nick in a sombrero and I'd be like, haha, Nick is a Mexican. It's not slander, is it though?
I mean, yeah, it is. He's white, dude. Like, what do you mean? Like, look at
I mean, not in his own words, he's not. In his own words,
bro.
he's
He's
Mexican.
white. Like, do you not understand? Again, like,
Okay, that's
No,
just like
I do
ridiculous.
understand.
Jared Taylor said that he's European.
I understand that he's European.
Unk
I'm
said he's
being
Euro. Case closed.
I'm just joking here, man, because I know that Nick is whatever 80%. He's obviously 80% plus European. Okay, I can see that with my fucking eyes. But according to his own words, he's Mexican and his last
well,
name is Fuentes. So when I make a funny little joke about him being a Mexican and you guys lose your minds, don't be so self-serious. It's just a joke, guys.
I mean, like, I don't really think that anybody here is losing their minds. Like, I mean, like, the Groyper mass will obviously attack you for that. But, like, I don't really think that there's any stopping it. Like, Groypers are going to troll. Groypers are going to go to war on Twitter.com. Like, to answer your question before, I don't really think that there's a solution. I think that obviously, like, the leaders, if you want to call it that, or like the faces of our two different movements, we're going to have differences in tactics. We're going to have differences in opinion on politics or whatever. But like the Groypers they go insane, bro. They will fucking destroy people's asses.
Yeah, we're just the main
So
characters, dude.
I don't really think that there's any stopping that.
Yeah, we're just the main characters, dude. Like, there's just nothing that you can do about it. I'm sorry.
Groypers are gonna destroy your what? Their asses?
Their asses.
Your asses.
Okay. Straightest Groyper.
Who's I don't know this Jimbo guy, but I like him. I don't. He seems very very chill.
It's because he smokes weed all the time.
Yeah, it's because I'm
He's
so
super
high.
Aryan.
I'm half Japanese, but yeah, the other half is 10% Jewish, 40% Aryan.
He's 0.5% Asian, 0.5% weed.
Yeah,
Smokes it all the time. But
that's true.
yeah. Well, hey, good talk. I'm gonna let some other people up since now. But it was good talking to you though. I appreciate you coming up at least.
I mean, I think that was more constructive than it has been in the past.
That was the most constructive Wignat Groyper conversation I've ever heard. I think.
You know why though? Because he's not Australian.
True.
So you can actually have a conversation with him.
Yeah. It's. I mean, Canadians are like pretty polite for the most. I mean, he did take a shot at me, and I'm not gonna forget that, but I'll forgive him.
Well, I mean, it's not. It was a shot, Beardson, but think of it as motivation, man.
But what motivation?
I'm not trying to
do the thing that I'm already doing.
I'm trying to. No, yeah, you gotta. I don't know. Maybe how old are you?
36.
Maybe it's time to do some TRT.
Unironically, I would do TRT.
I'm not even joking. Like it's not necessarily bad as long as you're not a meathead about it. It's actually
no, I've tried.
Good.
I've went to the doctor and I've did the whole like, oh man, I can't fucking do anything. I'm so tired. They wouldn't give it to me. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's good to hear that you are in the gym. I mean, that's good if it's true.
It is like,
which I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not.
Fair enough. But yeah, all
right, guys.
Have fun at the gym. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. Have a good day, guys.
All right. I'm gonna let some other people up here. We got like 20 requests, so I don't really know. I'm gonna let. Do we
any Australians?
Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna let this guy up for a second. I'm just gonna let a few people up. This guy's been talking shit too. I'll let him up. All right. What's up, Lionheart? What's up, Remy?
What's going on? Beardson, I'm an old friend of Shawnee. How you doing, bro?
Doing all right. How are you?
Can't complain, man. 2 years out of jail. Did my time. Freedom.
Nice.
I hope you go back. I hope you go back to jail.
Hey, someone's got to whip those boys in shape.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I love whipping boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shower game.
Yep.
I love boys.
Well,
Okay.
It's not groovy. Right. You got to be 18 to kick it.
Yeah, true. We got this Micah guy here. I want to hear from him because he's like been spurging in the comments the whole time.
Yeah, bro, I have a lot to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're an interesting guy. But unlike the other guy, I contribute and I say Nick Fuentes is white because I think respecting each other is important, because I see a lot of, if you want to call us Wignats, there's a lot of beef between us, and I don't necessarily like that. And I think we kind of want the same things, but we just don't agree on our approach to it.
I mean, you were literally saying 5 minutes ago, Beardson is a massive nerd.
Yes, because you are. The way you're arguing with him is not in good faith.
What do you mean? How so?
Because the way you're talking to him, you're just going to go to the gym. You're trying to make fun of him for being athletic.
This is what I'm talking about when I say you guys are like humorless nerds, because that was like very clearly a joke.
You sound like you've lived on Reddit your whole life.
Really? Because I think you sound like the nasally nerd voice. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
that argument wasn't bad. You weren't being.
It was. You're arguing.
Face, actually. That was an ad hominem attack, actually. So, and maybe you should go back to r/debate, bro.
It's not about debate. It's about pushing the movement forward.
Oh, you're just low IQ. You didn't understand the joke. Yeah. Stupid faggot.
Yeah.
Oh boy. There it is.
But anyways, let's get back to the topic at hand here. So, like, what's your beef exactly?
My beef is I don't think you guys respect us at all. I don't think you guys recognize your
true.
Are you saying that you're a Wignat or a Groyper? What even are you, man?
I'm a National Socialist. That's what I am.
Soch. Okay.
Yeah, Soch. Yeah.
Yeah. So
guilty as charged.
That is true. I really don't respect. I would respect you guys if you accomplished something, but
Okay. See, this is why we can't have good conversations, because you guys are just full of yourselves.
What do you mean?
And, because you got people, we try to defend Nick Fuentes, and you turn around and be like, oh no, he's white. But then if he gets talked to by a cop, he says, oh, I'm Mexican. you can't see the inherent contradiction in that.
that
You got to have
me
some
too.
balls.
Yeah, you
You
have to
know-
tell the police the truth.
No, but it's just you have to stand for something, even in the face of
He
authority.
should have red pilled those cops. Really, is what he should.
I mean, the biggest thing
True.
National Socialists have done since, you know, the post-segregation era is flashing a Nazi hologram on a Jacksonville bank, right? That's the craziest thing they've
Listen,
done.
I don't like Handsome Truth in those guys. I don't think they're honest National Socialists. I think they're
Well, the
subversives.
guy's Spanish. He's a fucking wetback. And then he's LARPing as a white guy. And then he joined.
Yeah, I
they
know.
joined
That's what I'm
Patriot-
saying.
And
I'm
they got
saying Nick
rolled up in
Fuentes
a
is more
Patriot
white than
Front.
him. Like
Yeah,
I'm saying,
absolutely.
he's like Nick, and I do think Nick has contributed to the movement a lot. I just think that if we could get along better, I think we'd accomplish more. But there's no respect here, obviously.
No, Nick is kind of up and down, though. You know, his influence, you know, he kind of got on the out with Kanye, as everyone already knows. I don't need to talk about it, but I guess
Yeah, we
everyone
got,
thinks turned right on Kanye's dick, you know?
Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a minute. I want to get a Feels guy here. What's up, Feels guy?
Oh, boy.
Hey, everybody. It's your helpful pal, Feels guy.
What's up, buddy?
And definitely not a different account that's on here.
Yeah, definitely do not follow this account if you're expecting based theological content, okay?
No, not at all. Not at all.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, buddy. How are you doing?
Doing all right. I'm currently getting snowed in right now, so.
Oh, dude, like the snow's been crazy, honestly. Like the storm that's been happening overhead has just been insane. It's like going all over the U.S.
I know. It's like the giant, like, penis storm is what they've been calling it. And I'm right on the main vein, dude. So
You're on the main vein, bro. Like
Yeah.
you're in the thick of it.
I really am, yeah. But it's beautiful. I love it. But
let's go.
But yeah, what'd you have that you wanted to talk about or contribute here?
Yeah, so I'm wage slaving, so I don't really have a lot of time. But I basically just wanted to contribute. And you basically have probably already covered this, but I think the main thing, like when I see the Groyper Wignat conversation online, I always see the like Wignats kind of bring up like, oh well, you know, we're being active or we're working out or we're doing all these things, and you know, to kind of I guess like clarify for everyone listening, like. I don't think anything's wrong with working out. I don't think anything's wrong with like being necessarily in even like an active club and trying to get like, you know, a workout group going and trying to better yourself in that way. And I think that's stuff that can actually be really, really, really positive in building up like young white men to be a sort of effective motive of change in our society or an effective like node of change. However, what I see Wignats often do is they have this kind of like participatory view of politics where they're like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if the rally that we did went well. It's just we did something, guys. We got out there and we did something. And it's like, well, okay, it's not just about doing something. It's not just about kind of this blue participation trophy of like, well, I did something or I said something or I went out there and I marched or I put up stickers or I put up banners or what have you. But it's more about what is the most effective way of getting our message out there? What is the most effective way of actually affecting a real change in society? And I think that's like what we have come down upon with the whole, you know, with our movement, right? The Groypers. Like we understand that the digital space is kind of now the new soapbox. It's the new public square. It's where people kind of get their ideas out. And it's not that there's no IRL action involved in that. I mean, you know, Detroit is a good example of that. We were all there. We were all in Detroit. We, you know, showed up, we represented, and we even marched, and it was really, really cool. But the difference is that when we marched, even when the media tries to slander us and make us look bad, all they see is a bunch of like young, well-dressed white guys in suits, and they look like your neighbor. They look like your friend. They look like the kid you went to college with. But when I see sort of like these groups and they're wearing like, I don't know, like swastika armbands, and they're trying to like pull like a black shirts type of deal, and the rally doesn't go well, and it's like very, very like off-putting to the people who would like maybe otherwise support some of those ideas. It's time that you kind of like look inward on yourself and ask, are these effective tactics that are actually affecting the goals that we want to kind of change in our society? And I just often find that Wignats have this very stringent view of their tactics where they're kind of like unwilling to bend or change according to like prior mistakes or things that people have done. I mean, Charlottesville, we all saw what kind of went down at Charlottesville and how bad of like not only an optical disaster it was, but how it like placed a lot of otherwise very good people like in jail or ruined their lives or ruined their lives or got them doxxed or what have you. And I guess all I'm asking for as a Groyper is let's think about like what is the most effective tactic, not just let's have this blue participation trophy view of politics where it's like, hey, any action is good action and the cards just may fall wherever they go. And so that's kind of like my piece with it is like, I think Wignats need to do a better job of thinking about what is most effective, not just like what's doing anything or what's just getting involved in any way. It's like we want results, not just meaningless action.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, I think at the end of the day, and I'm not going to speak for everybody, obviously, but like I do sort of want the Wignats to succeed. You know, like I wish them well. Like I know obviously, like we talk a lot of shit and we make fun of them, but it's because for one, the prevailing attitude just seems to be one of like no real cooperation or willingness to listen or learn or change. And it does sort of seem like I mean, especially me, like I may be harder than most because I've been seeing them do the same things for the past 8 years to no real great success. And they seem to be very stubborn, so I do get like, I don't know, I think rightfully frustrated to just witness history repeat itself over and over and over again with these different nationalist groups. And it is frustrating. So yeah, like, I'm a bit of a dickhead sometimes, but
Yeah, dude, it is like so frustrating. Oh, shit, I got a power chat. I'm not going to be able to talk for a second. Give me a sec.
man, I should have streamed this, by the way, dude. Like, fucking Tyler and Jimbo are just out here. I'm making all this. I mean, not to say that they're not contributing, but man, I hold this big fucking space. I should have been raking in fucking power chats for this. This is bullshit. I'm pissed.
Thank you, Beardson. Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say.
Thank you, Beardson.
Yeah.
I was gonna say when the other
podcast, if you haven't already, I'm sure you have one somewhere, but I just don't know where it is.
Dude, when the other guy was saying, you know, I don't think this is helpful for anyone. Dude, yes, it is. I made like $100 in like an hour.
This is bullshit. People, everybody should hit my Cash App and hit my
This is
Power
awesome.
Chat. PowerChat.live/BeardsonBeardley. Like
PowerChat.live/Tyler Russell.
Jewish.
Just gonna
I'm putting this.
show mine
Beardson,
there.
I have
I'm
12
putting in the
children, dude. How am I going to pay for their school lunches and shit?
You can throw a 5 in there, man.
Yeah, I got you. Layaway. We'll do a layaway. I'll do a payment plan for you.
Yeah, do that. Do the afterpay.
Affirm.
You know?
Affirm. Oh my god.
Yeah.
No way.
I did want to jump in there and agree with you, Beardson.
Yeah, go
It
ahead.
is like really infuriating how like Wignats, you know, they'll always be like, oh, like we agree on so much. Like, why don't you just like leave us alone or whatever? It's like, why don't you just become a Groyper because we've been the most successful? And it's
nobody
like
wants
this
to be a
like
Groyper.
circular thing. And it's so crazy to me that this debate has happened a million times. Nick clearly won against the alt-right and all those characters back in the day. Clearly, the plan that Nick has put forth has been extremely effective. And every single year, we are making gains on gains on gains, not just online in terms of, I mean, Nick's show is bigger than ever for one, but behind the scenes, like actual, like real results. And it's just like, okay, but like we're gonna go and do push-ups. It's like, okay, that's awesome.
My question
Like you
is
can do
kind of
that, but like why are we not doing more? This is Feels Guy said. Did Feels Guy drop out? I want to say hi to him, but
he left.
Yeah, it's just like it's so infuriating. It's like, okay, clearly what we are doing is like working. This is the largest, most productive, like nationalist far-right youth organization, if you even want to call it a youth organization. I think it's just an organization at this point.
Yeah, they're all going
like
up.
Since like the 40s, and people like still just want to nitpick about it.
Yeah,
I just don't get it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring some more people up too. So if you're like down there requesting, like I'm gonna try to get to everybody. So apologies. Like, I just want to make sure that the conversation like flows well and we don't like get like 100 retards up here at the same time. But I will get to everybody, I promise. And also, real quick, I want to say thank you to Behavioral Science Groyper for the 9. He said W. Beardson, Wignats equals enlisted, Groypers equals officers. So true. And Tiny Cheese with a 10. He said, thanks for the space, buddy. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, I really don't get why they don't try to like emulate Nick. Like, I really don't get this like very stubborn, because I do think at the end of the day there is a lot of like personal like resentment, and I think there are like very personal reasons, and I don't want to like lower the conversation. I think we're having a good conversation, so I don't want to like make it into like a weird personal thing by any means. But I do think that there are some like personal feelings that people have.
110%, yeah.
You know what I mean? That play a big factor into it too.
Especially the generational divide.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh-huh.
these older guys hate to see Nick as like a youngin
Yeah.
surpass them in like
Killing
lead
it.
shit. They just can't stand it.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I'm very, as a national socialist, I think we talk a lot about Nick, and we're very proud that you guys have had success, and we do want to see you guys succeed.
Okay, no offense, who's we, nigga?
What do you mean? The right wing movement on Twitter and Patriot Front and the groups we get together and we get
Patriot
together.
Front, you did not just say that to me, bro.
Well,
why not? Why not Patriot Front? What's so bad about it? I don't think it's.
Well, I was just
It's a
saying because you
grip.
like
Well,
based
dude,
it
it's,
like,
that guy,
What does Nick do? Nick
the leader, what's
on
his
the
name?
stream all
Thomas,
day.
what the fuck ever. He just wants to. He takes everyone's money and he says, "I need it for food." Like, dude, that
It's
fucking
about
monkey
building
can't stay out of
resources.
jail.
It's not a leech. You guys talk about here about donations. That's Jewish. It's not about donations. It's about the greater folk. It's about our movement. It's about white people.
well,
I don't think handing out
hang
When we
on.
talk about
flyers
elitism,
and
we talk about
pins is
Are you,
elitism.
are you like?
anything.
I mean, first off, like the donation thing. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with me being compensated for my time here. So I don't.
That's different. It's different though. You're not leading like an organized. What do you even call it? A militia? It's not a
It's the
militia.
same
I don't
thing.
even know.
I mean, it's better to actually be
Militant organization.
the stream.
Terrorism. A terrorist organization.
Terrorists. That's a hell of a way to frame it.
If you Google Patriot Front, they're going to go, well, it's a white nationalist neo-Nazi group, and it's like, well, that's not what it is either.
Well, I mean, the
listen to
problem with
Jupedia?
the problem with Patriot Front is that like at the end of the day, they're not really accomplishing anything or moving the ball forward.
Exactly.
I think they are. I don't think that you guys are right at all.
Really? Like in
Yes,
what
it gets people to-
way? Like,
Listen, we're being replaced by Indians and migrant workers.
okay, yeah, I know
We
what the
need working
problems
class.
are. What
do
are
you
they?
think?
What are
We
they
need
doing?
more guys to
What
sit in
have
office
they done?
to drink black coffee like Nick and brag about it? Nobody gives a fuck.
Well,
I mean,
and
but
the thing is,
hang
Patriot
on,
Front likes to
hang
go
on.
to
Like,
they go to colleges. They need to go to high schools if you want to actually influence young minds.
Hang on, dude.
No,
Hang on. I'm gonna mute here. I hate to do this, but everyone wants to talk over me here. It's like this idea that like, oh, Nick just drinks black coffee, dude. Nick literally bullied Charlie Kirk into reversing his position on H-1B visas. Patriot Front literally held a rally in my town where they drove, and here in Paducah, Kentucky. I don't care to dox myself. I'm already doxed anyways. They came here on a Sunday and did a protest in front of the courthouse while everything was fucking closed, and nobody saw them. Nobody even, like, the news reported on it 2 days later. I didn't even know they were here in my town because like nobody fucking knew, and it was a joke. They marched around downtown on a Sunday afternoon at like 5 p.m. and nobody even saw them. They took 2 pictures and fucking left. Okay, like, I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to, like, I don't even hate Patriot Front, but again, it's like efficacy. What are you guys accomplishing? And every time you bring that up, it's always this like, well, what's Nick doing? It's like, you just can't. That's not an argument, man. Like, I'm sorry, Patriot Front's been doing this for what, 2 or 3 years now, and I think the only meaningful contribution that they've had towards political right-wing discourse is getting like half of their members doxxed because they kept a PDF or a fucking Excel spreadsheet of license plates, numbers, phone numbers, and full legal names. Okay. Yeah, you can go. You can.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, I mean, like,
Okay, go ahead.
my question would be like, why are you not AF? Like, why do you not just like do your push-ups and do like your networking and stuff?
That's a bad read of
you're
National
like a Groyper
Socialism.
and you join forces. Like I don't understand why you guys are adamant on
everyone's
being
got their own
separate.
interpretation, in my opinion.
I don't think that it's a bad thing to get together and have a brotherhood. I think that's natural. I think that's a beautiful thing. I think you guys lack in that. You just
what do you mean? Like what,
We-
can you just answer?
we
can you
do
the
just
that.
answer
We
city.
the
just don't,
Listen
question?
to me.
make
The
that
city
the-
is like the man. You have to move yourself first before you actually move the city.
Just answer a question. Like just
Answer
like,
what question? What are you talking
just
about?
ask you, like, why are
Okay,
you not
why won't you guys like join up with, or not like join up, but become a Groyper and get into politics while you're doing your active club shit?
No, but we're into
like
politics. I do
what is the
support Nick.
disconnect
I do
there? Why
watch his streams.
why do you guys decide to do your own thing instead of joining the biggest?
Because we don't have to be a
nationalist
part.
movement?
We don't have to be a part of your movement. We don't see it as legitimate.
Okay, yeah, I know you don't, but why? Like,
Why?
I'm trying
Because
to
Nick
ask
Fuentes
you
calls
why
himself Mexican in the
you don't
face
do
of
that.
authority. We are not going to have a guy like that lead us.
I think
You need
it's
to tell them that
what-
you're a National
Voice cut out.
Socialist.
Okay, your voice cut out. I couldn't hear your answer. Hello?
What did you miss? It's Nick is.
I
Nick says he's
couldn't hear your
Mexican.
answer.
We're not going to have somebody who claims that they're Mexican in the face of authority leading us.
Oh my god. Okay, that's like not even an answer.
What do you mean? That is an answer.
Okay, so
if you're not proud enough to step up as a white identitarian in front of police, then you're not meant to lead the
What are
movement.
you talking? Nick fucking stands up as a white identitarian every single day of his life.
No, he doesn't.
Yes,
He's
officer.
a
Oh my
Mexican
god.
Officer,
That's so
I'm a
fucking
National
ridiculous.
Socialist. Officer.
Fuentes. My name is Nick Fuentes, guys.
Officer, I'm a National Socialist. I'm fighting on behalf of the white race.
You could just say I'm white.
Please do not. Please do not.
Cuck out like a little bitch. You cucked out.
Please don't treat me differently.
What are you talking? Dude,
cut
you're
out.
just like fucking on one.
No, that's not.
That
You
makes
guys
no
just
sense.
You don't stand up for your race.
What do you mean? Like
That is just, it's just like simply not
To that
true.
officer on a body cam.
Wait, so
No,
like I want to
it's an issue of
contextualize.
morality.
Hang on. I want to contextualize this for you here. What's your name? Micaiah or whatever. Sounds Jewish, by the way. So let me get this straight. Nick, for 7 years, has advocated for white people. He's run the most successful and mostly viewed show in the dissident right-wing sphere with tens of thousands of people every night, where he says he wants to create a future for white people and preserve white demographics in this country. But because he lied to a police officer, that is grounds for you to think that he's like a race traitor. I think maybe I'm suspecting that you are in fact not white because you have a sub-white IQ. You have like a room temperature IQ, and you simply cannot comprehend. And you're just a total retard. Thoughts?
Thoughts? You're just going into ad hominem like a retard. Like, what am I supposed to respond to that? I think that Nick has done a lot of good, but I think you guys are very.
I mean, you can address all of the points that I made.
No, I think you guys just don't have the heart that.
No, address the point, dude. Quit cucking out and answer.
What do you mean
question.
cucking out?
Answer, respond to what I said. You're
what do
cucking
you
out.
exactly want me to say?
This is all you do is obfuscate. Like people
What
ask
do you
you,
obfuscate?
Well, I think
you
this
said I
happens
was Jewish. That's fucking retarded. That's subversion.
Wow, you're about to cry. Are you gonna cry?
Jewish.
Why would you?
Why is your vocal fry cracking up like that? Are you gonna cry because I called you Jewish?
You can't be passionate. What's so wrong? Why you guys have to attack emotions all the time? Can't you just have a good faith discussion?
I did, and you won't talk. Like you
I do
continue
talk.
to weasel out. Like
How did weasel out of what?
Address the point.
The point is what?
Here we go.
Fuentes is not a valid leader for a white nationalist movement. He's not.
And why is that exactly?
Because he doesn't stand up for our race.
What do you mean? And again,
in interviews I've seen with.
Bro, I'm gonna mute you again because I feel like I've got to talk to you about this. It's like, dude, he's run a show for 8 years where he's advocated for white demographics and for white people. He is the most prominent. I mean, literally, ADL's slandering him as a white nationalist, etc. But in the only example that you could bring up was when the cops questioned him, he said he didn't say he was a fucking Nazi, so therefore he's a traitor to the white race. That's what I'm talking about. And we could have skipped over the past 5 minutes of conversation if you weren't a fucking retard and could just listen to what I'm saying and respond to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, I can definitely see what you're saying. I just don't think that Nick has what it takes to be.
What does that mean?
A leader.
Why?
I don't think he can unite the white race like a pure Aryan could.
What does that? I mean, who's going to do it?
It's not him. It's just
who? Well, who's the alternative then?
People rise up. It's the thing about National Socialism.
Nate, give me a name. Give me.
It's more than just about the cult of one person. It's like
going to do it?
In Mein Kampf, you invent an ideology. Nick has nothing. He just has a stream.
What are you talking about? He clearly has an ideology.
He doesn't have something like National Socialism. He doesn't have a praxis. He just has opinions.
Yeah, he doesn't preach National Socialism to white Americans.
Yeah,
that's really the issue. He doesn't. The issue is that he's not starting a National Socialist Party in a 21st century country.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't think you're a serious person. I'm sorry.
Okay, I just disagree with your opinions.
No, I mean I'm asking you, like, if not for Nick, then who? Like, who would be who would you have as a leader? Because you do have to have a leader for your political movement. I hate to break it to you.
Yes, you do.
Okay, but it's not even about like an alternative. The fact is there is no alternative because Nick has clearly built the largest dissident nationalist group of guys or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
like since the 40s. Like that is just a fact.
Yeah, that's the
like he clearly is the leader. I don't understand what this thing about like he clearly is. He's leading right now.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make is that you can't name anybody else to like take Nick's place because there is nobody else, and that's the point.
What about Joel Davis? What about him?
He's fucking Australian, you retard.
Well, I mean, people like him. I mean, it can't be. Doesn't always have to be from America. Why are you just focusing on America? It's about the white
because
race.
I'm an American and I'm.
So am I, but it's more. It's about our race.
It's America first.
It's literally called America First.
Yes,
you fucking retard.
Oh my god, you guys are so obsessed with America First. You're gonna put Indian American first, bro. You're gonna have fucking Vivek Ramaswamy running the country. That's what we're gonna have.
Bro, what are you even talking? You're literally
that's the goal.
You're so retarded. You're advocating for an Australian nationalist to become the leader of an American political party. You fucking idiot!
That's not it at all. I'm saying a person.
That's literally what you said.
I'm saying. I'm saying a person like him could be a leader. He's from Australia, but a person like him could rise.
Okay, I could say that a person like Hitler. I could say, like
yes,
whatever.
And that's good. That's good enough.
But
you don't need to choose someone right away. It's about
who's like that though. I mean, but that's the thing.
Nick is Hitler 2, 3, and 4 combined. And it's not enough for you.
Nick is not Hitler. Nick is like 14% Mexican. He is not Hitler.
Nick is Hitler 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah. And you're a fucking idiot and a retard.
All right, man, you're stupid.
All right, man, you're
okay, well, you're fucking an idiot.
Yeah. And you're gay.
Your mom's a hoe.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're stupid.
Yeah,
so fuck you.
That's right. I don't know, man.
Spit it out there, faggot.
Bro.
Yeah, stutter over your words more.
Bro.
Bro, go smoke some weed. Go smoke some weed and chill out, okay?
Smoke weed.
What was that, a fire alarm?
Go smoke some weed, bro.
Did I just hear a fire alarm chirp?
Bro, that's only.
I totally just heard a fire.
Dude, this guy's
you
black.
Guys just argue ad hominem, bro. That's all you guys do. You
dude, he's fucking black
instead of an actual ideology.
Bro is T50s. The fire alarm chirp confirmed.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah,
wait. When was the last time you changed your fire alarm? Be for real.
There's no fire alarm here.
Dude,
did anyone else just hear that? Did anyone else just hear that?
That is not mine.
Yeah.
Bro, you guys
oh my gosh.
Because you're living in Section 8.
Bro,
that is not. I do not.
Bro is black. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on. Thank
you.
Dude,
it is so typical that the black guy wouldn't like Nick, the Aryan. Like, it's so typical.
Yeah. I'm going to bring
up. Of course he's black.
I'm going to bring up some more people here. We're going to get rid of him. He was boring. I'm bringing up a few more.
Well, I mean, he is black, so he can't really speak in the white power radio space.
This is white power radio. Yeah, that's
cool. We can't allow that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I wanted to push back on, why I requested, is that essentially what really piqued my curiosity is you were talking about Patriot Front.
Is Lionheart here? Oh, somebody's speaking. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Go ahead.
So you guys were talking about how Patriot Front was doxing its members, and I want to clarify what happened was Antifa in Washington, in Seattle, Antifa had infiltrated and they had decided to dox Patriot Front members, but this wasn't a malicious attempt by Patriot Front to expose their members. This was more so some commies learned the talking points. This could happen in America first as well.
But this is
they essentially infiltrated and they gave out the talking points. That's the issue.
Well, but yeah, but that's kind of like I mean, just because it was
that is exactly the criticism that Nick has of IRL groups.
Yeah, that's like the kind of the
is
whole
that it's
point
prone
is
to that.
It's that it's like dangerous incompetence. Like whether or not it's malicious or not, it's still
But
dangerously incompetent.
it's relatively easy to call that out because generally we don't advocate for people to go to jail and to break the law. And if there's someone that is advocating for that, that's something that needs to be talked about and figured out because, I see that. But the only time you'll run into those issues is if they're advocating anything illegal, right? To try to get people hemmed up or they're trying to get information that way. But
we're not saying that they're feds. We're just saying that they're stupid.
They're not stupid though, right? It's sometimes difficult. You probably have infiltrators in America first. Even if it's online, you can still have infiltrators.
There's no way to infiltrate a decentralized group.
Yeah.
It's just Nick. That is it. Nick, that is the extent of the organization. It all stems
Imagine
from Nick.
thinking that Patreon Front is going to save the white race. Lamau.
Okay, but do you not think that there aren't, there's not Antifa that then watch your circles that run around? Because I'm told I'm a Groyper half the time.
They can watch my stream if they want. They can watch Beardson stream. They can watch him first. They can't infiltrate.
Yeah, like what are they gonna get?
They can't get into Nick's brain.
Yeah, what are they gonna like infiltrate? Like what are they gonna get?
Do they not
out of,
think they're in your chats? Do you not think they're in any of your chats?
Like who cares? Like what does that matter? Like they're not getting any personal information on anybody. They're not like getting our secret attack plans or anything like that.
They
Like
could, man. They could. They can do it either way. So I think that your criticism doesn't
no, they
matter.
can't. That's the point. Like I'm not storing. I don't have a list of like every Groyper's like real name and address.
If you hop into a Discord call, they can grab your IP. If you hop into a Telegram call, they can grab your IP. So yeah, they 100% can do it. This isn't exclusively an IRL issue.
How do you know?
I don't have an attack plan because I'm not a terrorist.
Okay, but like also like you're talking about like that could happen to literally anybody on the internet at any time. Like this isn't like a specific America First.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
Whereas what we're talking about with Patriot Front is they literally kept a roster and a list of their members, which got
Patriot Front didn't. It was Antifa. That's where I'm getting pissed. It wasn't a malicious attempt by Patriot Front to keep their members' information. There was an Antifa that
was incompetence
and then essentially gained all that. So your criticism's inaccurate.
Right,
but understanding it accurately.
But the thing is when you have a member organization like that, what you essentially are doing is painting a target on people's backs and creating basically a target for people to go after. Whereas with Groypers, it's a much more amorphous thing. And also we're not like all meeting up IRL all the time once a month to do push-ups and things like that. So there's nothing to infiltrate. Like that's.
But if you're trying to get in through the political avenue, do you not believe that there's still going to be that risk, man? So I mean, I the reason that I'm pushing back on this is that that's not something that we should be bringing up because I actually hope that America First succeeds. I hope that any of these IRL groups succeed. I'm not hoping that one fails and the other wins. That's not what I'm trying to do. But like the criticism, you could make it towards anything that we do. So it's one of those. It's like a slippery slope. It's literally a slippery slope. So I would be very, very cautious on using that criticism. Albeit, I think it's valid in that there should be a better vetting process and there should be a better way of going about this. But ultimately, whether it's online or IRL, you're going to have those same issues.
What I'm saying is like, of course, there's risk involved with literally anything that you do when you get involved in politics, but the risk is much lower of being an anonymous Groyper that super chats Nick versus joining a rostered and membered organization that you have to meet up IRL with people and reveal your face and identity to them in order to be a part of it.
That could be charged with RICO charges.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the only way that the RICO comes into play is if there's organized crime, okay? And
Right. So, whenever they charged the Proud Boys, like do you think
they
that
didn't hit Patriot Front with RICO? They didn't hit him with RICO. That happens with
I'm not talking
you
about Patriot
confuse
Front, but this is
us.
no. I said
Oh my
the
God.
Proud Boys because this did happen with the Proud Boys, which is
Well, they had terrorist plans, Beardson,
yeah.
in their
But
Discord server.
but that's what I'm saying. It's like I think you guys sort of live
Yeah,
in this
you could
like
have an
sort of.
infiltrator. You could trust someone, and yeah, that can happen. There are bad actors or
But we can't.
spurgs that will
Yeah,
be
but that's
retarded. Yeah,
but that's the thing
in
with
any movement. This isn't
no.
exclusive to just the Wignats.
It is though because we don't have a big membered organization to infiltrate.
Well, then how are you going to secure power? How are you going to secure power if you don't?
Do you know what like a decentralized? Do you know what decentralized means?
Yeah, I'm a part of a decentralized network. I'm saying that without an actual organization, how are you going to secure any sort of long maintained power? How are you going to get into politics without an organization? How are you going to do any of these grand aspirations that you have without an organization?
Well,
Please
you're
explain.
going to instead of having a paramilitary organization that's marching in cities, you're going to have an organization with political activists and people that are going to school for law degrees that can actually work in politics instead of marching with banners and handing out flyers and throwing Roman salutes in public.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying that with what America First is doing, you need an organization, and it's decentralized right now, but you're going to need it to be organized. Whether it's a political party or something else, you're going to need it, and you're going to run afoul these same risks that you're speaking about with these other orgs that go IRL. You're going to have these same issues. So
no, you
at a
won't,
certain
because you won't be marching and having active groups that look like militias, and
It
you won't
doesn't
be
matter.
meeting
You have
up.
one guy.
Yes, it will.
You have one guy that says we should overthrow the government, and ultimately that would literally torpedo your whole thing. Every Groyper gets hit with a RICO.
No,
So
you
what
get
I'm
RICO charges by doing KKK like rallies where they're burning crosses.
Yo, who said
You do,
KKK? Who-
you
We're
do,
not
you get,
burning Rosses.
you
We're
get
not doing any of
no,
that.
or you get RICO charges by doing militia style meetups and having people actively training like for paramilitary fights, things like that. That's how you
only
get.
illegal in Maine. Maine is.
That's
the
how
only
you get
place that I'm aware
feds
that has that
infiltrating,
legal.
getting them to sell guns, getting them to do whatever. I mean, do you think that?
Then don't be retarded and buy their guns, genius.
Well, yeah, there's an easy answer. You need to be aware of some of the entrapments
Like, come on,
that they
dude.
try to do. There's also entrapment too. That would be an out for that. But I understand where you're coming from, Jimbo. However, with this isn't a thing that's exclusive to the quote unquote Wignats. This is something that any of us should be worried about. And even with the Groypers, if you do establish a political party, that's still a reason for concern. And if you don't,
It's called the
think that there are
GOP.
Antifa that wouldn't be willing to infiltrate, you're fooling yourselves, man. They think we're all Groypers. They don't see a difference between any of us. So,
Okay,
there's lots of people that are
I
willing to
really I don't
infiltrate.
understand how you are not understanding. You're gonna have to help me out here. So we are working on infiltrating politics, right?
You're gonna
It's
need
like
an
a
org.
decentralized group, meaning that Nick does his show and he runs AF and it's all him, and he has followers that he pushes to get into politics, which share his ideology.
So you want to infiltrate
They get
the
into
Republican
politics,
Party.
which is the GOP, and I'm not understanding how that's going to
So do you
bring
want
upon a
is,
RICO. You're
is
gonna have
what
to like
your
So
explain.
goal?
how
Is
can
your
I
goal
like
to infiltrate the Republican Party? Is that your goal?
yeah, how can look,
Yeah,
I've
that's
I've
what
been
people
trying
are
to
doing
figure
like
out
right
where I
now.
can
That has
fit in
been a
here
thing
with
that's
the
been happening for
Groypers.
7 or 8 years.
Okay,
How
and do you not think that they won't sit there and sniff out whatever you're trying to do? Do you not think that these, global elites, I love to say that they're stupid, but the matter of fact is that they have so many people under this mindless umbrella where they're totally unaware of what's going on. I have little reason to believe that they're not capable of sniffing out anyone that were to infiltrate. And we can see what they're doing with Donald Trump, who is not even close to being on our level. Okay. Nick finally caught up to that, but he's not on our level. my question, or I guess my worry is that what if that doesn't work out? What if what you're doing doesn't work out? Playing this long game,
Then we're
right?
just
Whether
gonna
it's a
get in the
decade or
streets
two.
and beat them all up, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
then we
like,
start a
yeah, people are
militia.
gonna try and sniff
but
out
like,
Groypers, dude. Like Peter
how
Thiel
can
and
I
Pop
get
Inc. and Team
involved?
USA, they obviously don't like
Hey,
Groypers. They're gonna
hey,
try and sniff them out. Like, this is
hey,
part of
bruh,
like
how can I get
politics. They're gonna
involved
try and
with the
take out different
infiltration?
factions. This
So how
doesn't
are
mean
you
that you
gonna
just don't
platform?
do it, that you just don't participate.
I'm
You still
not
got to
saying don't.
participate.
I'm not saying don't, but I'm saying how. I'm not saying to be docile. What I'm saying is that what makes you believe that, like, if it doesn't pull through, you're going to need another strategy. And so inevitably, when they sniff it out, you can't platform our talking points without them going full. This is an actual Nazi. As soon as you say, "Hey, this country should be white and Christian," they're going to be like, "Oh, that's a fucking Nazi right there." They know exactly. They'll sniff you out
Dude,
immediately
okay,
just because of our
that's
talking
not what
points.
anybody. No one's gonna. If you're like dumb enough to go up to your local GOP and be like, "Hey, white power, brother," then you probably deserve to get fucking sniffed out. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what do you like? What world
Yeah, but you're
live
like,
in?
here, I don't want Israeli influence in our lobby. And then you're like, well, maybe we should push back on some of this gay stuff, this
Dude,
LGBTQ
you don't get it. Like,
agenda is suspect.
dude, you don't.
Like,
Again, you don't step in there. Like, how do you? You just don't have. I don't think you understand what infiltration means, dude. Like, again, you're not gonna walk in there and be like, guys, we need to stop doing this use
well,
of.
are you going to
Like,
suck Jew dick and
politics.
you think that this, if you
Hang on,
suck.
you're not going to talk over me. You've been talking over everybody. I'm going to mute you for a second. Politics is like, unfortunately, I think you guys don't have quite the discernment to realize like that sometimes playing politics means that you're going to have to say or do things that you don't really want to say or do in order to gain and amass power, so that way you can then become a formidable piece in the political puzzle and then shift the Overton window slowly over time. Like, that's infiltration. That is how it
So the
works.
Diddy parties. So they're saying, "Hey, you need to go to the Diddy parties," and you're like, "Well, I guess I got to go to the Diddy parties. Let me go suck some Jew dick,
Are
and let me
you
go
like
rape some
retarded? Are
kids."
you retarded?
No, I'm saying, what are you getting at? This is my
Okay,
issue,
okay,
right?
let
Is
me
that you want
explain.
to play the political
Can
game,
I
and it's not
Yeah,
explain?
going to
let
work like
Jimbo
this.
explain. Jimbo, high IQ take. Go, Jimbo.
Thank you, Tyrone. Change your batteries in that. First of all, if you don't have the infiltration approach, then you have like a militant approach, and I don't know what the end game of that is, other than like insane things like dirty bombs. Like, how is a militia or militant group going to help? I don't know. But the
Careful, Fred might be
infiltration,
listening.
the infiltration approach looks like what liberals did, which is you radicalize the youth, and the youth go and become professionals, and then they're able to assert influence in small ways in all of their different capacities, and you have thousands and thousands of like semi-powerful people who are all on the same page. That's what that looks like. It's not like one politician like tricking them into thinking they're on their side. It's
How
like
can
a
I get
long approach.
involved in the infiltration? Being a black man in the Groyper movement?
You're gonna have to speak to Tenrio on that. I'm not in charge of that.
Because I've been trying to figure it out now.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to do like the fake black guy thing. You know.
Right.
It's kind of like, okay, it's.
But yeah, hopefully that answers what you're asking about the infiltration tactic.
Yeah.
And I appreciate some of your talking points. I think it is good for us to be educated. I think it's important for us to acquire resources and the ability to then, enter some of these positions of power. I don't disagree. However, where I think that you're going to run into some issues is that when you have these ideas, they tend to outcast you from certain jobs. Okay,
dude.
So
Again,
so when Ferryman was taking the
oh
argument
my
of doing the
gosh.
plumbing and all of that shit, it's not that you should just be a plumber and that's all you're good for, and we want low IQ people to do menial jobs.
Hang on? I'm gonna mute you for a second. I want to ask you a question. I just want like a basic answer here. I'm sorry that I keep muting, but like, I got to get to this. Do you think that when the Jews like infiltrated our system, they came in, they walked into a university and like, hey, in the job application, they were like, "Hey, listen, I want to tell kids that I want to teach kids that white people are bad and that we're going to flood their country with brown people and we're going to trick them into cutting their dicks off." And they're like, "Oh, wow, interesting. You're hired."
No, they use shekels. They use money. That's what they do.
Right. And
so yeah, I'm totally
and
for
and
acquiring
and well
resources and money that equals
and
power.
they were covert. They were covert and even you would say subversive, right? They were subversive. They weren't explicit in their ideology. Like what I'm saying is that it just seems like to me you guys want to do everything within politics except actually engage in political action. Like that's what it seems like. And political action is not just running for office and getting elected. It is actually networking. It is sometimes hiding your personal beliefs and not being a spurg and totally revealing your hand. It is about wearing a mask. It is about being subversive and
But this is where we got into the Trump copium, where we had a lot of people thinking that Trump and Elon were truly our guy because they were saying some stuff that we were like, oh, that's based, dude. He said like gay people. I'm totally paraphrasing Sam Hyde, but he's like gay people aren't cool. Like that's how they get in. So the issue is that I understand your perspective, but the idea that you're going to be able to beat the Jew system by playing along with the Jew system to then overthrow or not overthrow, I need to be careful with my words, to then change the Jew system, that doesn't actually work. That's where I'm coming
what
from.
are you
I
talking?
appreciate
Okay,
your
you were
perspective.
you were fundamentally misunderstanding like the good thing and the hope that we had about Trump 2016. It wasn't that Trump was going to be the man to like save the world. It was that this was a seemingly nationalist president that could then have staffers and fill his admin with good people who can do good things. Right? Like it's about the admin. It's not about Trump necessarily. It's about the people that he would bring in, which had the potential to be very, very good.
Party, but he's looking at the Republican Party, who most of, if not all, are controlled by AIPAC. So that is where the issue comes in, is that these people are all taking Jew money, and the only way, we need to acquire resources. I think the only way we beat the Jews is if we're talking about going across the political route is by outspending the Jews.
Dude, you can't go ban for ban with Jews.
Well, but also, I mean,
no shit. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah, I agree.
Well, but like,
but that's not what we're saying. We're not saying go ban for ban. We're saying there's a bureaucracy. There's like an entire bureaucratic class that lets you influence everything in society. And if you infiltrate that with thousands and thousands of professionals in different fields that aren't saying that they secretly love Adolf Hitler, but that are just keen to like the relevant facts, then you have the equivalent of what libtards did over the last 60 years with a reactionary right-wing twist.
Well, theirs was appeals to emotion. That's where they won, is that they were basically running off of cucked feminine energy. And what I believe, and this is where I think the Groypers and the quote unquote Wignats where we differ, is that I have lost faith in going the political route. I, like many of you, supported Trump in 2016, and then about a month into his presidency, I'm like, yeah, this is fucked up. Should have never voted. Should have never supported the guy. Should have never bought any of the MAGA stuff. But I see where you're coming from.
But like what you're arguing here is like an emotional one. You're just black-pilled, and I hate to break it to you, but you should be begging and pleading and hoping that there's a political solution, because without a political solution, like Joe Biden or fucking Gavin Newsom's gonna drone strike your fucking house and kill your family. Like that's what's gonna happen if there.
I'm not saying I hope there's not. What I'm saying is that ultimately we need to be prepared in the case that this political solution does not work out. I'm of the belief that you need a political route in conjunction with a more hard power route.
Okay. Walk me through what the hard power route looks like when you're up against like the United States government. Is that smuggling dirty bombs? What does that look like?
NSDAP had an SS. So what I'm saying is you need both. You need
Yeah,
people that can play
they
the
were
political
liquidated.
game.
They were liquidated by the spies of the Nazi Party because they were hurting the movement.
But this is where it's different, though. Right now, what we have is with the internet, with this influx and quite abundant overabundance in information. There's been a white awakening, right? Whether it's in the U.S., Canada, Europe, Australia. This is completely different than late 1920s Germany, right? Early 1930s. This is completely different in that we have controlled the narrative. There's so many people that have this information that sometimes you need to speed it up. The political route, if it takes 30 more years, I'm going to be 50 in 30 years. Okay? I'm not I'm going to be,
Too bad,
old.
dude. Too
And
bad.
I'm not.
Yeah,
A lot of us are going to be old.
bro. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? And this is the crux of it too. It's like you guys don't understand. It took them 60 or 80 years to completely transform this country, and for some reason you have it in your heads that like we're just gonna snap our fingers and make it happen tomorrow. Like
The reason that
the
I'm
reason why
optimistic about it changing.
you got to stop interrupting people, man. I hate to keep muting you, but you keep cutting people off all the time. Like you got to learn a little decorum here. I'm sorry, but so I'm going to keep you muted while I finish this point, dude. What we are doing, it's like you need to accept the fact that like, yeah, you may be 50 and live in a cucked country, but what you were essentially planting the tree of something that you're essentially planting the seed of a tree that you'll never get to rest underneath. That's kind of the unfortunate reality. But hopefully your kids or your grandchildren or your great grandchildren will be able to. Okay, politics is a game of patience and of timing. It's like you got to just accept the fact that like what we are doing is essentially just trying to build a greater future for our kids. Like it's and of course it's going to hopefully get incrementally better over time the more that we work and the more victories that we achieve. But at the end of the day, this like idea that like, well, I'm going to be 50 and I can't wait that fucking long. Yeah, well, too fucking bad. The world doesn't work on your timetable, dude. Like politics does not work on your timetable.
Listen,
Well,
all
you're
we
playing
need.
the long
Oh,
game.
sorry.
So I think
No, you go. You go.
that was a double mute there. It's a
Oh.
thing. Go ahead.
Well, you're wanting to play the long game, and I see the appeal in what you're trying to offer. I appreciate the optimism. However, what happens is that yes, things do change over time, and it needs to get a lot worse before it gets better. That's why I supported Kamala, not because I thought she was any better than Donald Trump, but because I was more confident that she would have tanked this country to the ground. And that's why if Gavin Newsom runs, I'm going to vote for him all the way.
Fucking
I hope that he
based.
turns this shit. I hope he turns it all to shit, man. So that's where I'm at is I understand what you're saying, but I'm of the accelerationist standpoint in which I want this to collapse sooner because the sooner it happens, the sooner. Since we're already on the same page, there's so many people that are aware of what's happening. They just aren't necessarily outwardly, speaking about it because, the gun, the shots aren't firing right now. So the reason why I'm saying accelerate is that when we can change it sooner, we can fine tune it. Okay. So when I'm 60 and 70, I'm not going to have the capabilities to fine tune this, this cog. I'm not going to have the ability to do that. So when we can accelerate it, we can build this better, faster, especially in accordance with what's happening. I don't think Britain has another 30 years. I think, I don't think Canada has another 30 years. I think Australia maybe has another 30 years. But like that's where I'm looking at, and that the only way we're going to win is if there's a universal white awakening amongst every white population. We are the minority, and it's going to necessitate the entire white population coming together under this one idea of white unity and protecting the white race.
But the problem
is that's a fever dream.
Yeah, but the problem is even if you were to awaken every white person tomorrow, if none of them get involved politically, then there's no point. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, so I was also on the Kamala train. Very funny that you bring that up. I got a bunch of heat for it, but I was coconuts for Kamala for a slightly different reason. I'm interested in hearing what you see as like the result of a Kamala presidency, because in my opinion, it was, okay, if Kamala wins, then there's a clear enemy to rally a nationalist base behind. When you have J.D. Vance and Populist Inc. in the White House, as it is now under this current administration, it's much harder to rally the base around like this enemy when they don't realize that it's an actual enemy. But I don't see this as like getting in the streets and going against Kamala or accelerationism or whatever. I view it through like a political lens where it's like, okay, Kamala will be so bad that then a nationalist faction can use that to gain more power politically. Like, I feel like that's the part that you're missing.
Well, that there is an element of that, but I guess my main point of focus was that, okay, the Trump guys, they would have been frustrated. The election would have been stolen a second time. Okay, they would have been more
exactly, and then they
infuriated.
would have
They
freaked
would have
out.
been more. Yeah, exactly, right. So that was my, that was my lens of viewing things. The Kamala people they're on so much soy and low testosterone that they're not going to do anything other than cry on Twitter and hopefully kill themselves. So maybe we lost some enemies on the way. So that was a positive with Trump winning. However, my issue with Trump is that now he's made people complacent. However, what I'm seeing this time around is that people are more willing to call out Trump, and they weren't willing to advocate for, they're not just throwing all their support behind him, right? We're seeing them call him out for the H-1B1 visas. We're seeing them call him out for the censorship that, Musk is now going on, and they see that now Musk wasn't this guy that we thought he was. We're seeing how his cabinet, how a lot of them are Jew controlled. So we're seeing a mass awakening. And that's why it's so pertinent that we really hammer this Trump administration to try to get some of these, neocons over to the dissident right. It's very pertinent that we do that in order to boost our numbers. It's very important.
Neocons will never go to the distant right wing, though. They're always going to be like, these people are the main enemy. We shouldn't be trying to convince neocons. We should be trying to convince new people, whether that means young people or non-political people, or even honestly, like the libertarians are a little bit harder because they're like just as retarded as just like leftists. But it's not about converting neocons or like converting GOP people that are already in. It's about getting fresh blood in there. It's about actually draining the swamp, not the way that Trump did it, because he totally failed and he's like a Zionist. It's about getting new blood in.
It's literally about
retarded.
It's literally about like young people versus old people too. And this is kind of going back to what we were talking about with like the ferryman too. It's like and not to drop a little bit about, dude, people's political opinions, like on average, they stop changing after you reach I think it's like the average age of like 32. Okay, like you are like, I think it's 9 times less likely to change your political opinions once you've hit 32. Obviously, there's going to be some differentiation there, but generally speaking, too, it's just not going to happen. So you're not going to really win over like these Gen Xers or these boomers either. This is why it's so important to target the youth and to bring young people and young people into politics to get them involved. Really the challenge is just to get them excited about politics at all. But then once you get them excited into politics, then to bring them into the fold. I mean, that's really the greatest victory out of the 2016 Trump presidency, was just getting people active politically at all, regardless of whether or not they were left or right. I mean, most people just simply don't give a shit, and so if you can get people engaged, especially young people, that's a huge win. So,
well, of the white population in the United States, isn't it about 30% or 60 or older? Isn't that about 30% of the white population? So a lot of these people are not going to be alive within 20 years. So the white population is going to be even faster, rapidly declining over the next few years due to miscegenation, due to the old people dying off, all of these other factors. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think we have another 60, 70 years to then have a mass white awakening. I think this needs to happen sooner rather than later. And if we wait too long, we're toast. We're going to be toast. So we're already a global minority. We're not.
Who is we?
What is your solution then? Like, what do you?
Yeah, what's your solution? Who is we?
I say white people. We as white people. I view everything through a racial lens. I view this as white unity. I think that's what we need. And when we don't have white
good luck
people
trying to convince the normies, man.
Yeah.
Good luck.
White unity, my brother. But what is your solution? Like, walk us through it. What do you mean?
Yeah,
how do we win in
step.
the next 8 years then?
By the next 8 years, I think that we need to have a soft and hard power. I think we need political parties, and then we also need hard power at the same time in conjunction that are working together. And we need to
what does that mean, though? Like,
what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Well, you're trying to get me to Fed post here. I can't. This is really a bad
Okay,
conversation
if
to have online.
So it does mean dirty
explanation
bombs.
requires you to Fed post, then it's probably not the right solution.
So it literally
right?
means dirty bombs.
We don't have another 60 years. I don't know what makes
Dude,
you think that the white population is going
so
to.
it's
do that
Adam
unless you wanna
Waffen's
have
the
a
goal.
bunch of Mexican Catholics. Do you want a bunch of
This
Mexican
is why I'm black
Catholics?
pilled. We're doomed. Deal with it.
Dude, hard power is never going to happen, dude. Are you kidding?
It needs to be in conjunction with soft power. That's what I'm saying. Alone, it won't
How are you gonna
work.
do that?
You need
Dude,
the
even
political
even
lens.
with soft power, like, what are you talking about, man? Like,
Yeah, how are you gonna do that?
like it just
You had an NSDAP and you had an SS. You had both in conjunction with
Bro,
each other.
that was
Once
in
the NSDAP came
1940s.
into
That was
power,
80
they had
years
the
ago.
Bro,
We
that
live
was-
in a
But that
different
was-
world.
bro, that was
a nationalist
that was
government
before,
right there.
dude. That you're talking like about a time where there was sort of an equality in weaponry. Like, dude, the government literally has drones that can drone strike your house at any given moment. Like, there is a massive surveillance state where they are.
They got satellites and shit, dude. Like, come on.
Listen,
Okay,
listen.
and
We
the
just
idea-
need to lose a world war and then have a Great Depression.
The idea that we're going to fix this by going the political route won't stop any of this mass surveillance, any of this, I hate saying the globalist order, but it's kind of this, one world government that they're
This is
trying to
just-
establish. Going through the political route just plays into their hands. It's going to make it easier for them to weed all of us out. Okay, not that they already don't have all of our IPs and all of our information, but that's why I'm saying I don't think we have as much time as you guys are being charitable enough to give. You guys are being a little too optimistic, and I like seeing that. But ultimately, what I see is I don't see it getting any better unless we have the hard and the soft power.
Again,
you need
you-
a
but-
combination.
Again, how are you
of the
gonna
two.
do that?
Okay, yeah, you have to. Okay, without Fed posting, don't do that. Obviously,
We need organizations.
what the fuck
we
are
need
you talking about?
organizations.
That means
We
nothing.
Need,
what you're saying
we
right
need
now.
people to be politically literate while also physically capable. You need both. Okay, we
Dude,
can't
again,
just
you're
have
talking
all
in
of
like
the-
broad
what?
strokes.
What-
Can you be
why?
specific,
Like, you gotta
please?
explain it though.
We all need to be warriors physically and mentally.
Okay, this
That's
is
my
cringe now.
opinion.
This is like actually retarded.
No, we
dude.
do.
Like
I
you're
think
like
you
so
need-
like
you're
what,
brain
you just
dead.
can't
You need
explain
that.
it.
You're like
how I can explain this the best that I can do is that I'm saying that ultimately we're not going to get anywhere if we're just solely focusing on the political route. Okay, we don't have that much time, in my opinion. So I
okay.
think that you need to
You
have.
already said that like
political-
5 times, dude.
Okay, so we need then the hard power route where we need
What
people
is hard
training.
power?
We can't be.
I need you to define for me what.
We need our bodies to be machines.
No, we need people that are physically fit and they are the militia.
Are you physically fit?
The quote unquote.
Okay, but for what?
Are you physically
what you would
fit?
call the
For
quote,
what purpose?
Unquote. Wignats. Yes, I am physically fit. What I'm saying right
Okay,
now.
but for
is
what?
that
For
we
what
as a
purpose?
population.
What purpose do we need people to be physically fit?
In the quite what I view as the realistic possibility that the political route doesn't work for us.
Okay,
I don't think it's
but what
gonna
does
work.
that? And so, what does that look like exactly? What do you
Well,
mean by that?
I have my own ideas.
And I'm asking you what those ideas are, and again, you don't have to Fed post.
Well,
but
I have a
if you're
hard time being I can't be disingenuous. I hate being disingenuous.
Bro, are you
but
drunk?
What I can say, no, I'm not. What I can say, however, is that I think that the best way that we can handle this is by not, counter signaling guys like the NSN that are going out and that are speaking up.
This is what I'm saying. Like, how do you expect me to
I
buy
don't think
into?
I can.
How do you?
I don't think I can answer it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. It's like, how do you expect me to I don't know, give you any sort of leeway or be agreeable with something that you can't
So
even,
if you want me
can't
to
even
tell you-
define or.
Well, you want me to tell you what I think hard power means once the political route doesn't work and what I think we should do. That is like, I can't answer that. I can't answer that for you, not here.
Okay,
Maybe that's
a
the
massive
problem.
problem.
Maybe that's
a
a problem.
massive problem.
So I mean, but that's the thing. Is like, how do you expect to even garner any hard power if you can't even talk about what it is publicly?
Here's the thing: Beardson's body is like a very well-oiled machine.
Well, we have Patriot Front right now. Patriot Front
Dude,
is a
stop
good
larking about
look
Patriot
at what
Front. They're
I
not gonna do
believe.
shit, dude. Like, holy fuck. We already established that like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, I don't know why you think that going along the political route and in 70 years when nothing has changed and the country is significantly less white, how you think that it will be any better then. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to help you. And also, HT is trying to get up here, Beardson.
Yeah, fuck HT.
Yeah,
He's a Fed.
I'm good.
Let that white brother up here.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't really want to talk to him, to be honest with you.
Scared?
HT,
He's
HT
non-white.
is a guy
Why
that
would you
does
invite
it
HT?
IRL. Let HT up. No, he is white. Let HT up. He's
HT is
actually done this
non-white. He's a
IRL.
fucking beaner. Stop
He
poking.
walks the walk and he talks the talk. Let him up. Let the man up.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I just don't have any interest in talking.
Yeah, you want to see?
I'm glad you're not.
I'm just gonna say this right now. I don't have any interest in talking to like paid actors or people who are like performance artists, who I think give people a bad name. I'm not interested in talking to people that like scream in like 4-year-olds' faces. Like I think we're having a pretty good conversation here, and I'd like to keep it that way. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody, but I don't want to engage in that. I think it's a sideshow. I think it's carny shit, quite frankly. So
well, if we're having
won't.
a Wignat versus Groyper debate, I think there's very few people I think that could represent the side that I'm on better than HT and Ferryman.
Well, that's
Ferryman.
Yeah,
HT
Ferryman's
could
able to
represent
have a
this well, too.
conversation with people. Handsome Truth is a literal carny that belongs.
Give
You
HT the
you
ability
ask
to
for
have
the
the
solution.
conversation.
You ask for the hard power solution, then you won't let him up into the
HT
space.
is not the solution, genius.
I
What
have
the fuck?
Yes, he is.
No, the
He's the hard power.
The hard power solution.
He's our hard power.
You guys are delusional.
He is our hard power. He is our hard power.
What is
Dude,
the
we got
fat
fucking
loser horse
Shrek
gonna
up in
do
here.
when
Let's
he gets
go.
a bullet in his head? Look at the fat loser horse. What's he
Look
gonna
at
do
this.
when a
Look
nigger
at
comes
this.
towards him? Look at the little
He's
cracky
terrified.
Jimbo as well. Look at the state of Jimbo. This state of you little
When I get
merdhead.
my
What are you
hands
speaking
on
about?
you.
You stupid
You're
little
not
cunt.
going
Look
to
at
be
you, Jimbo.
speaking that way when I get
Right.
my hands
So
on
what's
you.
going to happen here? What's
You
gonna happen
ever
here?
you ever
Jimbo's
come
gonna
into
be
a
removed.
fight with a crackhead?
Jimbo's going to be removed off my platform.
Have
you?
you?
Stupid little cunt. That's what's going to
Bro,
happen.
I'm not
You're
gonna
going to
lie.
be removed.
I can't even.
I'm
Keep
going
your
to
mouth
be.
shut, you fat.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I can't even understand.
You're
the
going to get a
fucking
bullet
words
in
you're
your head,
fucking
Beardson.
saying, dude. I genuinely don't know what the fuck you're saying at me, to be honest with you. But good talk, man. Yeah, you sound passionate.
Shut your mouth, you fat fuck. You're going to be dead soon. Keep your
We're gonna
trap
kill
shut.
you, Beardson.
I'm gonna be
You
dead
fucking
soon.
loser. Look at the fat fucker as the host. He's
We're
going to
gonna
be
be
dead soon.
putting a bullet in your head.
Bro, are like all you guys like retarded? Like, do you just not?
Mate, Beardson.
Yes.
Don't worry, Beardson. Don't worry.
I'm going to
KW
pay
is
someone
gonna
to
save the
kill you,
white race.
pal.
Don't worry.
Beardson, I'm going to pay someone to kill you. So you're going to be finished soon, mate. Shut your mouth.
You're gonna
What you gonna do, you
Beardson.
fat
you're gonna
fuck?
pay someone.
Beardson,
What are
I'm
you gonna do, you
hiring
fat fucker?
I'm hiring an assassin.
Jimbo, you're a fucking meth head. Look at the state of you. Go to
Dude,
the gym, you
dude,
fat fuck.
I'm the assassin.
Keep your mouth shut. Go brush your teeth, you meth head.
I'm gonna
It's
kill
state of you.
Beardson.
Let it stay to you. Beardson, you're going to be dead soon,
Well,
pal.
Beardson,
Guys, mass report him.
At
I
least
mean, I just want to say real quick, it's very funny that you have to hire somebody to kill me because you're
Mass
a
report the
pussy.
fat fucker. See you later, everybody.
Well, Beardson, I've seen HT have a.
Okay, this is a white-only space,
Yeah.
so you know that guy.
no
he sounded-
Irishman.
Who the fuck was
Yeah,
that guy?
no Irishman.
Why?
Like you got to speak English.
Why,
Okay,
also, why was
wanna
he?
just
this is
why
a
was
white
he-
space. This is an.
Yeah, why was he so mad? That's what I want to know. Like, what's why is bro so pissed off for? Because
He was the guy who got mad the last time I joined a space and then was asking them how passing out Goyam TV flyers does anything.
Well, Beardson, I've heard HT be able to be cordial and have an intellectual debate many times. I think that it would be nice to allow him and someone else to.
Bro, do you want to like fuck him or something, or do you want to have sex with him? I just said no. I don't want to talk to him.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not Nick.
Why are you
Fuentes,
guys
dude. I'm not
idolizing
Nick
like a
Fuentes.
full-on beaner?
No, I'm not Nick Fuentes.
Who's probably a Fed.
No, he's
Yeah,
not.
and-
No, he's not. But what? So if we want to get back to the hard power debate, what I personally would.
Well, I mean, you won't answer the question, so it's
Yeah,
I think-
literally.
Yeah, I
I'll
think
tell
we
you
need
about the hard power.
organizations like Patriot Front. I think we need them at a national level. We need them all across the country, stationed out, ready to go. That's what I think.
To do what?
The hard power thing, guys, is going to look
You
like.
need
It's gonna look like
guys
600
that are ready
nations in
for
the
if
back.
shit does go down. Let's say that you even get elected politically. Now you have a ton of people. Let's say the whole military says we're not going to go fight and defend these guys, and you have a ton of Antifa storming your capital. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
It's going to be not Antifa. It's going to be like 60 Haitians and like probably like 400 South American Brazilians and
Brazil?
Argentinians. Brazil?
Brazil?
Portuguese, baby, please.
Portuguese?
Yeah, but that's part of where I have
No
an
fala
issue is
Portuguese.
with the political
No
route.
fala
This
Portuguese. I don't
country
speak
isn't
Portuguese.
getting any
Sorry.
wider. Our country is not getting any wider, and it just becomes more difficult for people to understand the Jewish problem the less white that this country is.
Dude, America is just gonna become like Brazil, divided by South and North. North is the brownoids, and South is gonna be the white people, and that's how the world is gonna be.
The South is gonna be white people?
No, in Brazil, the southern hemisphere is like all white people.
Oh, in Brazil. In Brazil,
Yeah.
200
okay.
years,
Yeah,
there
we're
may
gonna
not be any
we're gonna
white
have like a
people.
racial divide in
In
America. And I
200
think that's
years,
what's
there
gonna
may not
happen.
be any white people if you don't have hard power. If you don't allow people that are actually doing IRL stuff.
What is hard power?
Yeah, what's
Explain.
I'm saying you need organizations like Patriot Front that are stationed across the country ready to go.
It's power?
You need
What are they
orgs.
ready to
You
do?
need organizations.
He's
Okay,
saying that
what is
he's
Patriot
saying you
Front
need.
ready to do?
Listen. I'll explain. He's saying that you need Patriot Front ready to attack power stations, and that they would need to find dirty bomb
You're
materials.
not
So they
arguing
just need
in
to
good
plant
faith.
the EMP.
That's
in
what
the
he's
power
trying to say.
You're not
That's what he's
defending
trying to
good
say.
faith.
Okay,
What
I
you're
see.
saying is that let's say that the
Adam Waffen,
military.
like he's
What?
saying, is coming
Let's say
on.
that the
Listen,
military
listen.
isn't willing to sit there and actually put up with your political group because the military is all brown now. It's mostly brown. So let's say that all these brown guys don't want to fight for, a white Christian ethno country, right? Let's say they don't want to fight for that. You're going to need a group that's willing to.
But seriously, what else other than what I just said could that
Yeah.
possibly mean? Like, what could
Can we get
fighting
another
back against
speaker?
that
Because
look
he's been
like?
talking about the
mean-
same shit for like 45 minutes and not explaining
Like,
what
real-
hard power is.
Like real quickly, like, there's been secessionist movements in the past of states. That's probably maybe like something it might look like, to give you a better answer than just the broad strokes of guys who are like doing push-ups and their own thing.
I mean, you're not going to get any sort of secessionist movement in this country to go through. I'm sorry.
So by doing
Probably
push-ups,
not,
are we going to
but-
save the white race? Is that what you're trying to say?
Probably not, but you could have.
No, but now you're not
on a
arguing
smaller
in
scale.
good faith with what we're saying. We're pushing the IRL because not only does it then inspire other people to, leave the fucking gamer chair, put down the Cheetos, and to go outside and, touch grass and actually do something, but ultimately
This is like
it's to
the
try
ad
to,
hominem you guys
try to
use.
Yeah, we
build
gotta
the
do
next
something, guys. Let's all get together and do something.
Yeah, it's blew up the White House, man.
Yeah, this is what you guys do every time, though. Guys, we gotta
1776, man.
We gotta stop playing video games, and we gotta really do something by handing out fucking flyers in public. Like, give me a fucking break.
So
dude.
what is the better alternative?
You know what the truth is like, honestly, you people just need to grow the fuck up, man. Like, that's all
What's
that it comes
the better
down to.
alternative, Beardson?
Grow the fuck up and actually do something, okay?
Beardson, what's the better alternative?
All you guys do is want to fucking play make believe and pretend. You want to dress up like a fucking 1800 soldier with a fucking powdered wig and a musket and go march around downtown and hand out fucking flyers and say Jews won't replace us, and everybody looks at you like you're a fucking freak.
Yeah, but you guys are
and-
just
and-
super chatting to Nick Fuentes, and you're saying, "Hey, can I replace Destiny?"
The same Nick Fuentes that's pushed Charlie Kirk to change his position on H-1B visas, the same Nick Fuentes that has started the America First
You don't
Foundation.
want Charlie Kirk on your side. You don't.
Yes, why would I not want Charlie Kirk on my side? Why would I not want every political commentator on the planet to be pushing for the same things that we are advocating for? Like, you're an idiot. Why would we not want to bully and push these people to believe in what we believe? Like, this is what I'm talking about. You need to grow the fuck up at a certain point. Like, I hate to break it to you, you are never, ever, ever, ever going to enter into any sort of violent confrontation with the federal government and win. No matter who you have backing you in the soft power dynamic, they are going to fucking drone strike your house and kill your whole fucking family, retard. Like, what do you think that you're going to go take your fucking Home Depot shields that you made with fucking plywood and trash can lids and march up to the fucking federal government and demand that they stop replacing white people? Like, grow the fuck up, dude. You are literally like lightning bolt, like LARPing. Like it's silly to me. You guys want to do everything but actually just engage in politics. And you want to know why you don't want to engage in politics? Because it's fucking hard. You know what's really easy to do? Go out, march in the woods with your fucking retard friends and all wear little uniforms and khakis and white shirts. But you know what's hard? Going to college, getting a fucking degree, networking, getting involved actively and politically, censoring yourself and having a fucking modicum of self-control to shut the fuck up and win.
Okay, so when you're 90 and your country is brown and all of your children have decided to go and race mix because there's no other white people left, I want you to remember this and think, wow, you know what? The Groypers really did.
I wish I started a militia. I wish I started a militia and smuggled dirty bomb materials into the country.
I wish I wore fucking khakis and a white polo and grabbed a fucking tiki torch and handed out flyers.
I should have worked out in the woods.
Yeah, when
dirty bomb, dirty bomb,
We're
dirty
not
bomb, dirty
against
bomb.
the
We're all it.
political route. I think that you have a misconception of what we're speaking on. We don't have an issue with the political route, but we do have an issue in the fact
The
that you
IRL
don't
route
believe
hurts the
it can
political
be
route and doesn't do anything.
with any sort of hard power.
Honestly, I'd argue that political and other stuff is kind of shit. We just have to wait
The
until the collapse.
IRL, don't care. The IRL is hurting the political route. There's no collapse. That's totally.
So when you
It's
say,
gonna collapse,
hey,
dude.
your body, my
What's
choice,
going to
that did a lot of
collapse?
good. When Nick says rape, marry, rape, fucking kill and die for him, that does really good on the optic route. Like it doesn't. I don't care about optics. I don't care if Nick says he's gonna rape.
Jokes on live streams are a lot different than marching through downtowns wearing swastikas.
Do you think that
Very big difference between that and blood
How
tribe.
many of these conservative women, how many of them are going to sit there and when Fox News
Who
plays with the
cares?
rape, kill, die, your body, my choice, all of that, what do you think they will
Who
do?
cares about conservative women?
You're not
We
gonna.
shouldn't be pandering to conservative
You
women.
want to get around the political
Is that
route.
really your
You want to go
argument
the
that you're going to
political
start a
route.
militia
You want to garner
to
votes.
get
We're
like
not.
some white
Listen.
pussy?
We're not
Like,
not
what?
winning votes for Nick Fuentes. We want a bunch of young men to become professionals in all the relevant fields, gain power, and have the relevant
Have a
facts.
dynasty.
Okay, but you're going to need to
That's
go
the political route.
I know, but
The political route is not Donald Trump winning the White House. The political route is replacing the entire bureaucracy.
okay, so you're saying go at the the institutional level, and then eventually what's local, then state, then federal. What are you proposing here?
How many times do I have to explain this?
Dude, we've been going in circles for like 45 minutes about this.
Well,
It's crazy.
this is my issue, right? Is that I appreciate the optimism that you guys have. However, I don't appreciate
It's not really
the
optimism,
dismissive
dude.
nature that you have towards any of the IRL, towards any of the people that are going and doing stuff. And I don't.
They aren't doing things. There's no effectiveness to
when
it.
you
That's
need
the
to-
point.
Unfortunately, they're not doing shit, dude.
Okay, but if you want to get into office, you need votes and you need to pander to everyone else.
Yeah,
So
and
you're
and
messing
all the
with things that
IRL
water
stuff
down.
hurts that. All of the IRL stuff that you're talking about is the opposite of effective for that. Okay, that's not helpful at all. They're not charismatic. That's
Well,
not
I don't wanna
attractive to
go
any
the
normal
political
person.
route. I don't view the political route as the most feasible option. I am
Okay, well, the
envisioning a world in
IRL
which
route
the
involves
political route doesn't
dirty bombing the government, holding it hostage. That's the only other route. The IRL route is fighting the United States military.
Yeah, the only reason you don't want to do the political route is because it's harder. Like that's all that it comes down to. It's
You
just
need a
harder,
vote and you
you
need
don't
to
want to
pander to
fucking do it.
non-whites
Like that's
and
all
women.
that it is. And you want to know why that is?
You have
It's
to
because
pander
you're a
to
bunch-
non-whites and
because at the
women.
end of the day,
Thanks for
at
having
the
me
end
up,
of the
Beardson.
day, you're a bunch
care,
of
brother.
low-class,
Hey, guys.
stupid whites that live in fucking trailer parks, and this is exactly why we call you Wignats, because you're fucking lazy. You don't want to do what's hard.
I have a
That's
college
what it
degree.
is.
I have a college degree. I don't know what you're talking
Dude,
about.
I just want to say
Fuck
the Jewish
white
people took
people.
the hard
You
route.
need to
They took the
pander.
hard route
You
of
need to
subversion. They
pander
had
to non-whites
discipline.
and women.
They had discipline, and it took them only 80 years to control America. It's not gonna be easy, dude. It takes time for this shit.
I know. I don't think
Right?
we have the time. That's what I'm saying.
Well, too bad. Either we go through this way or we get fucked anyway. So, like, what's your options? Again, I'm gonna ask again. What's your solution, other than hard power, whatever.
Well, what's wrong with hard power? I'm saying when the political route doesn't work, we're left with nothing but hard
Bro,
power.
you're
You're dismissing
because
the other viable option.
You are never going to have any hard power that can't be immediately snuffed out by the federal government with a fucking Xbox 360 controller and a drone, dude. That's what I'm
that's true.
saying. You're a fucking idiot if you think that you could, even if
You're
you
an
took
idiot for wanting to go the political route.
I'm gonna explain something to you here. If you took 1 million white nationalists armed to the teeth and marched them up to the White House, they would run you all over with a fucking tank and a drone, and it would cost us maybe $5 million to do it. Okay, like that's what's gonna happen. I'm sorry.
Michigan, they went to their state capital. I forgot what it was, but they were all armed and they were not happy with what happened. And they ended up reversing their decision because there was a display of hard power. You are too willing to dismiss this as a viable
I'm going to
alternative.
need a source.
Yeah, I forgot what
please
it
link
was.
a source.
I forgot when it was, but it's in Michigan.
I'm going to need a fucking source because I never heard anything like
It's
that.
in Michigan.
What does this guy got a college degree in woke gender studies?
No, feminist, and lesbian dance theory. You better get it right. Lesbian dance theory. No, but what I'm saying that you can't dismiss this as a viable alternative if the political route doesn't work. I would love it for it to work the political route. I would love for us to, all of the niggers to willingly pack up their bags for, a pair of Jordans and to go back to Africa. That'd be awesome, dude. I'd be so happy.
But I am dismissing the hard power route because there is no equity at all. Now, again, you keep talking about like 1940. In 1940, there was equity. There was equity in the arms race between civilian arms and federal arms. There was some sort of equity there. That power gap has widened to such a degree that there's absolutely no possible way that any civilian force could ever even remotely pose a threat to any federal
If
force.
you think
And
that there were
it's
1 million
delusional.
like-minded people and they were willing to commit to change, do you think that wouldn't make the federal government think twice about doing whatever they wanted to do? Do you think if there weren't 1 million of us ready and we were pissed, we were mad? Imagine if Trump didn't get in and all the MAGA people were like, well, this isn't going to happen. Our government's lost, democracy's done for. We're ready to
Wait, so are you trying to
rebel.
say January 6th 2.0, but this time it's going to work somehow?
Well, they weren't. No, they were like kind of retarded. That was kind of stupid. But ultimately, there's a better
that kind
way
of
they
The
could have
handsome
gone about
truth
it.
will
Yeah,
do it
there's a
right.
better way they could have gone about it. Yeah, I think you're just
Oh,
The
okay.
handsome
willing
truth
to
will do it
dismiss
right.
hard power is a viable alternative solution. I think
The Wignats will do it right. Okay.
No, they didn't do it right. They did not do it right.
Guys, who?
No, I'm saying the Wignats this time will do it right, right? Is that what you're
I
trying to
think
say?
we need to unite the dissident right under the belief that we want the white race to continue and we want this to remain a white, we can say Christian. I'm not a Christian, but we
I think
can
everybody
do that.
in this call wants the white race to continue, dude.
Guys, who would win? 1 million Wignats armed with like AR-15s or one M1 Abrams tank?
Or a drone. One drone.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I think that I found what Cost is talking about. Where the Michigan militia stormed into their state capital, and you said that they overturned the decision. Governor Whitmer extended the stay-at-home orders.
Well, they went out there.
So, no, it was a MAGA protest about COVID-19, and some of the protesters brought their guns because they were like a militia, and they were protesting COVID-19. And Governor Whitmer extended the stay-at-home order.
They all should have had
The
guns.
protest
They all
didn't do
should
shit.
have. They all should have.
And then
the Governor Whitmer just wouldn't have. Okay,
And then the feds pretended to kidnap her.
Political route is not viable. The idea that we're going to vote our way out of this is not a
Tyler, they
viable
just needed
solution.
they just needed 3 more AR-15s and they would have won, dude. Okay,
Yeah, if they had it their way. Yep.
Hold on. Cost. Why is the political route not going to work?
I don't think that we have the time.
Is it because there's a bureaucracy and it's full of people that disagree with you? So even if you elect someone into
They
power,
disagree with you too. They disagree with you as well. It's not just me.
Yes.
But
The
idea that you're gonna
bureaucracy
infiltrate the
disagrees with us.
bureaucracy is
So you have to
somewhat moronic.
replace it
Yeah.
It's made up of people and professionals that go to college, get degrees, and live normal lives. If you replace those people over years with people that agree with you, then you'll have all of that power working for you.
You're very optimistic about it. I'm taking
You're
the more
retarded!
realistic approach in that I don't believe that that's
Dude, we
right.
just
A
have to
more
find
realistic
1 million
approach.
white men that's willing to die on the Capitol Hill. That's all it takes, guys. Don't worry.
No, I think that when you unite a ton of people under the common belief that the white race must continue and that this is a white country and that it must remain as such, I think that you're going to get a lot farther. And ultimately, they only have so much they can do. The government only has so much power. Okay, are they going to wage war within their own citizens? We're headed towards a civil war or a race war regardless, okay?
No,
With
we're
how
not.
politically, yes, we
No,
are.
you're not.
Do
That's a
you not
fucking
see
art.
how
You
politically,
are
weaponized
really
we are
we're heading
against each
towards
other?
we're headed towards a race war. Yeah, black people spent the entire summer burning down buildings, and you guys didn't do jack shit about it.
Real.
They burnt down entire cities, and you didn't fucking do anything about it. You're never
We
going to have
will.
your day
I
of the.
think we
You're
should.
never gonna have a day of the rope. You're never gonna
This
have
is
your
where you need a white
race war.
awakening.
And,
This
and
is where
Beardson,
you
don't
need a
forget,
white
back then there was
awakening.
more
We
white
need to
people to do this type of thing.
collectivize. We're not tribal.
And they
That's
still
the
didn't do
issue.
it.
We're not tribal as a race, so we need to be able to fix that. So that's where my goal is. That's where the protests do their job. Is it shows a ton of white people being tribal. That's what we are lacking. The blacks are able to recreate that. Every other racial group can recreate that other than white people. And if you do, you're a racist, bigot, homophobe, right?
But
So
the thing is, it's like if you want to unite white people, most normal white people are gonna hear what you're saying and think you're a fucking freak.
Well, but they're all retarded. They're all retarded, so I don't really care what a normie fag thinks.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do need those retarded people on your side, dumbass.
And so are you. And so are
I
you,
don't
by
need
the way.
retards. I think you're retarded for wanting to go
You
around
are
the
the
political route. You
retard.
want to vote your
You
way
are the
into
retard who
power.
said he unironically wants to grab 1 million
Oh,
white
you're
people to
docile.
fucking
You want to
Capitol,
go in
dude. You're
slow and
retarded.
steady
It's
route, and we
over.
think that that's a viable solution. Whereas hard power, I believe, can work just as effectively. That's how this country was established. It wasn't established by voting. We've lost the country. How do you take the country back? It's not going to be voting. They didn't.
Just look at what happened to
founding
England.
fathers
All these
didn't
people
vote
rised
their
up to
way
the
in as a
government. They all got arrested a week later. Is that what you is that what you want to happen to the white people here, dude?
No, well, the reason that I don't think hard power will work is because I come into these spaces and I see all of you guys are so opposed to it. You're so not willing to sit there and have some morals and to die on your beliefs. That's what I think we're missing. I think we're missing strong white men.
Why don't you go die first? Yeah, why don't you go die
I am
first, buddy?
against terrorism. I disavow terrorist activity.
You know,
like
I disavow martyrdom of any kind. I don't think that there again, this is it's all about like this sort of like
be
pseudo
docile and vote your
masculine
way in,
thing.
and
where
so long
that-
as
it's
we have
like-
Jesus
yeah.
Christ coming back, as long as I pray to Jesus Christ,
Cost.
I'll get into fucking power.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cost.
So here we go.
Adolf Hitler was voted into power, dude.
Yeah, get HT up here.
And
Get HT up.
communist hard power put him in total control of the country.
But again, this is like also like a funny thing. He wants to bring like the religious aspect into it now and like make fun of Christians. Do you realize like most people in this country are Christian?
The
Most white people in
Browns.
this
Yeah, the
country
Mexicans are
Christian.
Catholic. Yes, the Mexicans are Catholic.
The white people are Christian.
Yes, and they also think Jews are white. Yes, they do think Jews are white. We have an issue there. Yes. I don't have an issue with
what are you talking about?
Christianity.
Bro, literally, what are you talking about? Literally, every Groyper is a Christian. They are a Catholic, and they believe and they understand this dichotomy. And we are, again, this is kind of the point. We have completely shifted the Overton window. You guys just are Spurgs. Like you just alienate everybody, and you want to talk about white unity at the same time. Like you don't get to like run around and insult people's faith. Like even if you're not a Christian, I don't care actually. That's like on you if you want to go to hell or not. I don't really care, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not here to debate that Christianity is true or not. But it like you brought it up completely unprovoked because at the end of the day, like the mask is sort of slipping, and that you really do sort of resent that ideology. You do resent Christianity because you like worship your race, but at the same time, most people of your race fucking hate you and think you're a fucking freak, dude.
The reason I brought up Christianity is it's because of the docile nature of waiting for a savior. It's the savior complex on thinking that there's going to be Jesus is going to come back and he's going to get rid of
That's
all
not
the blacks and all of the Jews and all of these other groups of
literally,
people, as
literally.
opposed
No,
to
nobody
taking
believes that.
the
Like,
action
what do you,
into your own hands. Whether you're going to
what are
vote
you
your
talking?
way into
That
power, it's not feasible. It's
that
not
is not
feasible.
what that is not what any of us believe. Like, what are you talking about? I do not
You were
believe that Jesus is going to come down and erase all of the minorities. I don't think
He's going to come
Jesus is
back
going
and
to come
save
down in
you.
my life.
I do. I believe that there's going to be white because I'm Mormon. But you're unironically just ignorant. Like, I don't mean that in you know, libtarded way, but you're genuinely just ignorant about everything you talk about.
Yeah.
Across the board. And like
I
we'll
think
explain
you're
things to you and it will go right over your
hard
head.
power. I think
Okay, well you're retarded. Your example of hard power got it extended, and then the feds made a fake plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer and got a bunch of people arrested for it. Okay.
Well, my idea of hard power is not what they did. I'm just using that as an example, and that you can use hard power and you can do something with it. Okay, we have the
You
ability
can't.
to go
If
out,
anything,
and we have a Second Amendment to
your
protect our
example that you
First Amendment.
cited, proved that you can't, and you're just too ignorant to realize that.
No, I just think that this idea that we are going to vote our way into power is somewhat ignorant.
No one's
Of
talking about voting.
you want to go through the political route. This is the main disagreement that you have
That
with
we're
the
saying that
Wignat.
there's more routes than just voting. Like, how are you not getting any of this? Do you have any do you understand like the English
You want to
language? We
go
have
in through the
explained this.
institutions. You want to get in elected the legal democratic way. Yes, you want to get into all of these positions of power that you're talking about, which would all require
We've
voting.
explained this to you like a multitude of times. You realize that there is other means to amassing political power other than just elections, right? Like, do you understand that?
Give me an example. How are you going to attain political power here in the U.S. federal government without getting elected in? Explain.
Judges, lawyers, professors,
Okay, so
media
you criminalize the
executives.
niggers. So you can okay, that's great and all. That's great and all. That's great and all. But ultimately, your main goal, you're not going to be able to create any sort of meaningful change
Dude, the
unless you
judges
have
are the most
federal power.
powerful people in politics right now. Judges are the ones that completely sidelined Trump on a majority of his initiatives that he was trying to pass. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Okay, I see that as a means, but are they not elected in, or they're appointed?
They
They're
are
appointed.
appointed.
They're
They are
appointed. Okay.
appointed.
So ultimately, what I'm
You're
saying is
genuinely so ignorant.
this idea that you're going to get appointed
Dude, I
or
can't tell if this guy is
elected, or
trolling
you're
or not,
going to go
honestly.
through the legal routes is not always feasible. And in 30 years, when nothing changes, when the
How would you
country is
even know
more
that? Like,
brown,
what are you
when
talking about? It's clearly feasible because our enemies have been doing it for the
when
past 80 fucking years,
Yes,
and it's
what
worked
makes
for
you
them.
think that the enemies are going to allow you in when you want to dismantle everything they have built? What makes you want to do that? All of this bullshit.
It's called infiltration.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but this idea that
It's called
you're
you don't
going to
tell
be able
them.
to, outsmart the Jews, and you're going to sit there and, suck Jew dick to be able to get into power is completely
No.
laughable to me. You're not going to be able to get either
You
appointed
just
or
don't
elected.
you just don't Heil Hitler while you're pursuing a career.
Look,
I agree.
just
Saying
think
Heil Hitler when you're trying to go get elected through the Democratic route probably isn't the best look. However, I don't think that even if you're not going to do that and you want to sit there and try to be disingenuous and you want to hide your political beliefs and you want to play some fight.
Hang on, real quick. I'm just going to interrupt you here. We got $5 from Rocky79. Thank you, Rocky. Big shout out. And if you want to support the space and the content here, powerchat.live/Beardson Beardly or Cash App at money/Beardson. This is how you gain political power right here, is hitting those links that are nested in the Jumbotron ahead. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're kind of talking in circles here, man. I feel like we've explained this to
If
you.
you want to get appointed in, you still need someone to get up and weasel their way all the way at the top and to be able to deceive everyone. You have to out-Jew the Jew, and then in order to appoint all of your guys. And if that doesn't happen, then what is the solution? That's where
That's not how that works at all. No, if you have a certain amount of people that are qualified for positions, then they're in that pool. And if they're not avid anti-Semites publicly, then they'll be selected. Like,
it's pretty simple. It's
That's
like this is
that's how it works.
Yeah, maybe if you don't show up to a fucking Patriot Front march, you won't get clocked or detected as like a rabid anti-Semite. You know, I mean,
Okay, guys, you know what? There's somebody actually in the comments of this space. He's like spamming your replies.
Who's that?
And I think that he has the solution. Let me add this to the Jumbotron here.
Oh, we finally have someone that
this
knows the
is the
solution?
solution.
There's a guy who knows that
Yeah.
solution.
No, I thought we were gonna vote. We were gonna vote and pray. I thought we were voting and praying.
With a sign that says deport non-whites with his phone number on
oh,
it.
let's get. He's actually requested. You want to let him
No,
up?
get Christian Bushnell. Do you want Christian in here? He does have the solutions. You are right about that.
I'll bring him up.
I think this guy has all the
let's bring him up.
solutions.
Maybe that guy can explain what hard power is this time.
Yeah,
maybe.
I'm gonna try
Just
to.
maybe.
I'm gonna try to get some more people in here too. Let me see. I'll let Mr. White.
Let's go jaywalking.
Yeah, let HT up. Let HT up. He's been waiting for a while.
No, HC's a faggot. I'm sick and tired of.
No,
fucking
you have an
listening to
anime
him.
profile pic, faggot.
Do you
So?
like? Do you want?
What are you gonna do about
I mean,
it?
I again, it's like basic comprehension.
You
I've said I
worship
don't-
imaginary
I don't-
woman. You're
Okay, I've said I don't want to talk to HT. And I've been pretty clear in my reasoning because I don't want to let a fucking carny up here, okay? Like, I don't want this to turn into a total shit show. And you keep, like, do you want to fuck him? Is that what it is? Like, do you want to, like, suck his dick or something? Because I've been more than clear that he's not coming up. I don't want to talk to him. I think he's a fucking clown. So.
I don't know why you're making this gay. I don't know what's up with you Groypers. I saw Nick Fuentes.
Ooh, I don't know.
We're just gay.
Yeah, I mean, you've brought him up, like, 5 times, man. And I've said no every time.
Well, yeah, I see him right there. He's like waving his hand a lot. I figured he wanted to come up. He had some good input on here. He can give you a solution.
Dude,
he can give you the solution you've been looking after so much.
Is the solution like yelling in like a 4-year-old's face or something? Like, because otherwise, I don't think he has really much to offer.
That's not what we're doing here. We're
is
trying
the
to have
solution
a
going on
discussion.
monkey
We're trying to
chat
have
and
a
talking to
discussion.
niggers? Is that the solution?
Is the solution getting like a tit job because your tits grew too big? Is that the solution?
When we're having a discussion, it would be beneficial to allow someone that has actually gone out and has gotten solutions. He has done stuff.
He has not.
Dude, anybody can go out. It's not an achievement.
The only solution that he's achieved is like actually getting like
he's unified white.
Again, like, dude, you just keep talking over people. Like, if you don't learn proper decorum, and like, I've given you plenty of time to talk, but if you don't learn proper decorum, like, I'm gonna keep muting you. Yeah, the only thing that he's managed to achieve in his like quote unquote political career is getting hate speech laws like become more restrictive due to his actions and because of like he goes out with a megaphone and screams at random white people.
I want to clarify that. So they were already going to pass that law way before he had even done anything, and he was essentially a political prisoner. Okay, he was essentially incarcerated.
Oh yeah, political prisoner going out and yelling at people with a fucking megaphone. Yeah.
No, but they were going to pass that law regardless of what he was or was not doing. They were going to do that. He's not someone that is paid off that's trying to do this. He's genuinely just trying to expose the truth, man.
Really,
so I think it's disingenuous.
I think if I were going to design, if I was going to design a bad actor who basically makes things worse, who comes into this scene and like makes it look like a total joke, I would pick Handsome Truth.
You just can't talk all that shit about him and then not let him up to defend his honor. It's not.
I literally can, and I will, because I don't want to talk to him. I've spoken to him before.
Beardson, you just need to try doing some jaywalking before you speak on all this.
Yeah, I've spoken to him before. It didn't go well because he doesn't have any sort of like idea of like decorum or any sort of like basic human like conversation skills. He's a total spurg, and I just don't have any interest in it.
You don't appreciate us.
And the only reason I'm even talking about him right now is because you keep name dropping him and bringing him up. And I've said multiple times I don't want to talk to him.
Well, I think it's valid that you guys don't like us slandering Nick Fuentes, and then you go and slander him, and I don't think that's fair.
Nothing that I've said is untrue.
He didn't get anti-Semitism laws passed. That wasn't his fault.
Okay, but he did have a tit job. He did get a tit job. So
regardless,
I'll retract.
And he was a fucking rapper too. He was a nigger rapper.
Yeah, I'll retract the statement about the hate speech laws, but I will stand by the fact that he did get a tit job and he's a failed rapper.
Yep.
Well, we had a guy on stage that was essentially at a Juice WRLD.
Hang on, real quick. We got Dr. Squidward here. I want to hear from Dr. Squidward, PhD.
What's up?
How's it going? How are you doing?
What's up? What's this space about?
We're talking about hard power right now.
Yeah,
Hard
maybe you can
power?
define what hard power looks like, dude.
What
Please.
is that? Like Viagra related?
Yeah. Well,
but what are you talking about? What is the contention here? Because I see it's a versus space.
hang on, sorry, I got a phone call. I mean, it's basically just going over political solutions and Wignats versus Groypers. I mean, we've kind of been all over the place talking in circles with this.
Have you heard the quote from Chairman Mao? He said, "Let 1,000 flowers bloom."
No, I haven't heard that one actually.
So what that is that's Chairman Mao. You know, he's not my political beliefs, but he basically, for the revolution, he saw it. He said, let 1,000, either 1,000 or 10,000. It wasn't literal, so it doesn't really matter. But basically, let a bunch of different ways, kind of sprout. And some, most flowers are going to die off. Most flowers are going to be eaten by rats or deer or whatever, or weather will destroy them. But some flowers will bloom, and they'll, bloom fully. But you never know which flowers are going to bloom fully. You know what I mean?
Are you that flower?
No,
Are you the
probably
flower?
not. I'm one of the flowers that dies. Wilts. But
that's a political solution I could get behind.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of flowers. Why does there need to be a fight here? Why can't we all, be friends?
Why can't we be friends? Why
Well, no, I
can't
mean,
we be friends?
we actually did have a pretty good talk earlier with Ferryman, and I think that actually went pretty well. But this guy, he's just like a retard. So
No, I'm trying to get you guys to see the appeal to the hard power. We're just having differences on the tactics and ultimately,
Bro, you can't
the
even
optics.
define hard
It's an
power.
optic conversation that we don't agree on. I don't think we will agree on because we have two fundamentally different views on how to change the government. Okay, ours are more radical, yours are more democratic. And I see the appointment. I get that. That is how Hitler is technically put in. I get it. But it's very different now in that I think you're going to have a very difficult time being able to deceive the government and play this 5D chess. I don't think it's going to work. That's where I'm saying don't dismiss hard power. Don't dismiss the guys in the NSN that are actually doing stuff. It's antithetical to any sort of, building a white ethno state. Whether it's Christian or not, who gives a shit? I just want it to be white. It's just antithetical to that.
So true. Real quick, I got $20 from Chatical Coder. He said, have the White Knights thought about making a mobile app? That's a good point, actually. Maybe you guys should make like a Hinge or like
I know a guy who can code it.
Yeah, for like white nationalists, like a white is right meetup or something. I don't know, but that's a good point. We got 50 from Surfs Up. He said,
how much of this are you donating to the in IRL activism?
Oh, 0%. Yeah, 0%. I mean,
it goes towards ink in my printer.
Yeah,
with the flyers.
The IRL activism that I'm going to be doing really with this money is eating cheeseburgers and red pill.
How does it really benefit? How does it benefit people to be agitating against them, getting them all upset? How are you helping people? How is this good? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not agitated. I've been getting talked over like 50 different times. I'm not agitated at all. I'm just trying to get you guys to see my perspective, the Wignat perspective, and ideally we can have some sort of alliance. But you guys seem to have no respect for any of our beliefs or our positions, because I think a lot of us have watched this maybe a little longer. We're maybe a little bit more mature, and I think that we've just realized that we're not going to infiltrate the political route. Like you're too optimistic for this, man. I get why. I appreciate it. But I'm just saying, don't disacknowledge the hard power route. Don't disacknowledge any of these shows of force by the population. You can't dismiss it.
Yeah, but they're not shows of force, dude. That's the point. You're not laying out an actual plan, and people keep asking you, and your shows of force.
You're asking me to unite. You're essentially asking me to commit a federal felony that would end me up in 20 years.
We're not. Literally, they said come on, man. You're not offering solutions, and standing out doing a march is not any show of force.
Yes, it is. You have 300 guys out there. How is that not? How is that not a show of force? You're an instant spectacle. That's an instant eye.
I didn't know you guys had 300 people Jeez, 300? Really? 300? That's amazing. Bro, there's so much power you're working against. The Groypers are trying to infiltrate, and you guys are fundamentally misunderstanding their entire angle. It's not about infiltrating to get elected. Okay, you have to infiltrate the judges, the local areas, the mid-level
Bureaucracy.
influential pieces, the bureaucracy, as Jimbo was saying. Then, when you get somebody elected, you can actually affect policy. Even if Trump was everything he claimed to be in 2016, the second he set up his cabinet, it was obvious he was cooked because he can't govern. There's a difference between political power, being able to be elected, and being able to effectively govern, having a will to power, and having a bureaucracy that supports it rather than slows it down until you're out. You guys don't get that.
No,
You guys
I do get it. I do get
You
it.
don't.
But we need to have a
It's not.
county first. We need to have proof of concept before we can view this as
You
an
don't have that.
actual point that we can go through. We don't have a point of concept.
Well, cost. I have a question.
Or proof of concept. Yeah. What's your question?
Have you heard? Do you know about Arvel's whole, attempt to build the Ozarks community?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think that that's a great opportunity, and I would endorse anyone to go down there and to help that out. That is a great way that we could get elected, the legal route, going through the local, whether it's the city council, any of these, school board meetings, any of this shit that you can infiltrate judges, any of the stuff where you're appointed or elected, either one. That is a great way that we can.
Yeah, because I'm pretty skeptical, honestly, of all the online, offline. I think kind of things are very baked in, no matter what. But I would say the Arvel route of trying to build a community, like a positive community, rather than something that's based in like protesting or based in signs and shields and that sort of stuff, is probably a little more effective or has a higher shot of working. Just because who runs the police, who runs the jail system, that sort of thing. Would you agree with that, or would you say that you think because I personally, once again, like I said, I'm pretty pessimistic in general. In the short term, I think things are going to get worse. But I think in terms of real life stuff, that sort of model is probably the best, model.
Would you really want to live in Missouri though?
No. I'm not saying I'd want to do it.
I want to move there because of that very reasoning. So yes, I think that is a valid point to go, but we need the proof of concept, right? We need to see it work at the county level before we can even think of anything bigger, right? We need a white county before we can go, well, let's go to the government, right? I'm trying to but I get what you're saying. So I think that is valid, but it needs to be focused on race, and that's what they're doing down there. So I think
instead of infiltrating, I
think that's the best thing to do is try to model those sort of communities. If you're trying to do it, some people, like for myself personally, I'm not trying to join like an IRL community. I could be wrong, but I'm not. I'm pretty skeptical, like I said. But I think that's the best way. If you're interested in IRL stuff, unironically, I would say like get in touch with Arvel.
Well,
get in touch with somebody like
Missouri, they're trying to abolish the ATF. So I think southern Missouri, northwest Arkansas, that's a really promising place where I would advocate anyone to go there. And if Nick Fuentes were to try to build a white a community in Ethno County, whatever, I would endorse that. I think we need as many of those.
Instead of infiltrating the elite institutions, we should infiltrate the Ozarks local government. That's what the Jews did.
Institutions, they're run by leftist commies. So what are you going to do? Are you going to go in as transgender? Are you going to be a transgender?
We just might, honestly. You're talking about the
Groypers. By the way, speaking of
oh yeah, brother.
Speaking of infiltration, I just want to say I see Lily Gaddis down there. So, hey, what's up?
Speaking of transgenders,
would like to infiltrate that, but and we got some
made her
super chats
leave
here.
Instantly, you made her leave.
Yeah, El Riz. Peach Monkey politician with the 5. Thanks. He says the Peach Monkey movement is the future. Thanks. $15 from Lewis M. Appreciate it. Did I read the one? I got $1 from Aton. I'm not even reading that. It's $1. And Adam Dominguez. He said, D'Amico or something said, sent you. So both sides need rich people before anything else. Thanks. And 50 from Surfs Up. He says, bring up DrDavinsky. Groyper, something. I don't know. But yeah, I'll let that
I agree. Yeah, we need a lot of rich people to give us money.
Yeah.
What if we infiltrated the Appalachias?
I think you should infiltrate
you guys
any
are trolling.
area.
You guys are being trolls. I'm trying to be serious here.
Well,
No,
they're
I'm being
Groyper.
serious.
They're
What
like
if you
their brains
infiltrated
haven't fully
Appalachia?
developed, and neither has mine. But I also have the boomer mentality. These guys you're too immature right
And
now. I hope
voice.
you guys see it from our perspective.
Cost, it's not an age thing. I'm not as young as say like a Jimbo. I'm more like Beardson's age. But even if you built a perfect community, if someone in an influential position in the bureaucracy, say a state legislator or even an independent group who draws district lines, they run a line right down the middle of your community, and now your influence is completely shot. The point is, you have to have influential power, or your movement will get crushed. It could be the most perfect movement. All right, everyone loves Mr. Mustache, right? In your guys' movement, great. He was a great leader. He didn't come to power through a ground up movement. He got elected, and he removed the people who were too extreme, so he could effectively govern.
Well, he was appointed. Hitler was
Can I,
appointed. He wasn't elected.
but hold on. The point is, if you go with a bottom up movement, you're insanely limited. If you have a top down approach and you get into positions of bureaucratic power, every single thing that a bottom up movement can do, a top down movement can access. Look at a George Soros. He has all the money in the world, and he funds things like Antifa movements and BLM. That's on the ground activism. We could buy the Wignat movement if we get into effective positions of power and have money behind us. That's the point you don't understand. You don't
I
understand
do see that.
influence, dude.
You're making assumptions, man. I see the appeal. Money is power. Okay, money is influence. Money means all of those things. That is why everyone should try to acquire it. Even though I hate it, I hate how the system works. It is still a necessity for everyone to acquire it. So yes, I am in full support of that. However, the reason being is that it's not just money, though. You need guys that are doing the IRL, whether you'd like it or not. You need those guys because those are guys that are willing to get out there and do it. And whether you agree with what they're doing or not, you have to at least respect the ambition of them going out, sitting there, putting their face on the line, putting their beliefs. You know, they're not being talked to cops and saying, "Oh no, how can I have those beliefs? I'm Mexican."
And
These
we'll
guys
be
are
able to get those
genuinely
guys,
they're
Cost.
strong in their beliefs.
Well,
We'll
like
be able to
The
get
day
those guys
they
when
die,
Beardson's
they
a
will still
millionaire.
have those beliefs.
I mean, let me just say this though, like I'm not like anti IRL activism like totally. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care that much that you guys go out and do that. So it's not like a big skin off my back by any means. Like it's whatever. I don't really care. But I think the problem with it is it's like I just want to be able to like I think that it could be done better. I think that's the real issue. And I think that you guys don't really look at like efficacy in how you're doing it. It just seems to be more or less this like
Well, then
shotgun
do your
blast
own
of
thing. Well,
shotgun.
Beardson,
Yeah,
go
but I
do
mean,
it.
I still have an opinion on it. I'm allowed to voice that opinion.
I'm not saying you don't, but Beardson, the thing is if you
I'm not.
don't like what's being done, you should go out and do it better.
No.
I'm never going to counter signal that. Beardson, if you go out and you have a rally and it's Groypers and you're preaching pro-white stuff, I don't have any reason to counter signal that. Why would I? I may have my own personal issues or qualms with Nick, but if you're going to go out and do something pro-white and you think it's better than what any of these other groups are going to do, I don't have any sort of reason to counter signal it. The issue is that no one else is going out and doing it. So until you actually go out and do something better, I feel that your criticism somewhat falls on deaf ears because you haven't shown proof of concept of you doing something better other than Nick's streams. That's kind of what you have. You have Nick's streams and a lot of the conversations you guys have behind closed doors you're really fond of.
I mean, but that's not true though. I mean, I have participated in like IRL activist like events and stuff that Nick's put on. Like I said, Million MAGA March. I was there for like 2 of those Stop the Steal events. I was there for like anti-vax protest rallies and things like that.
Those are protests, so it's essentially what any of these IRL quote-unquote Wignats are doing, but you just don't like the way they do it. You think that the optics are bad. You don't like the Hail Hitler, any of that. You think it turns people off. Okay. It's an optics debate. Well, at that point, then you should be doing more of the IRL protests that you think are better. That's fine, but you shouldn't be counter-signaling. This is the only qualm I have with you guys. I don't really care. I like the trolling, man. I'm all for it. But when you guys have an issue, like when you're trying to counter-signal guys that are doing stuff that maybe it's not optically ideal, maybe it turns off the normies. When you counter-signal it, I view that as it's not really, it doesn't push the ball forward, okay? Well,
I mean, but what like the argument that
Don't punch white.
Well, I think the argument,
Facts.
I think also, it's not just like an optics thing. It's also like just a timing thing, because I think politics is very much dependent on timing. I mean, you can look at things like October 7th, for instance, and the way that a lot of people capitalized on that. Like, you guys just sort of, it'll be like March 2nd, like nothing going on, and you're like, well, let's go down and protest. And it's like, there's really no movement or momentum behind it, because the timing of it's really poor. It's the same thing with like Patriot Front coming to my town, and they came on like a Sunday afternoon when everything was closed down downtown, and they went out and protested, and nobody was there and nobody saw it. You know what I mean? I think politics is a lot about timing and knowing when to strike and knowing when to just kind of lay low. And I feel like you guys sort of have this like approach that you constantly have to be doing something, and you constantly have to be
No. So
ball forward.
I agree with you. I actually agree with you. I think the timing is very important. And in fact, I can actually give an example of when one of our guys did something that was actually related to Nick when the Your Body, My Choice thing was going around. He actually went into his local Democratic whatever party thing. They were closing up shop after the election. And he went in there and he called them all faggots. And he was saying, your body, my choice. Your body, my choice. And he recorded it, right?
Masterful.
Like that. Yeah, so I mean, you can do stuff, but that's one of our guys that said
that was big.
Yeah, he's signal boosting Nick, right? And maybe
Thank you.
optically it would sound bad, but I'm saying that, yes, timing does matter, but it's not as if we don't know about that. We are willing to do the timing. I look at what the GDL did when they dropped the Kanye banner, right? It's like Kanye was right about the Jews. Well, now they're latching on to a current event. We agree. You need to captivate the political landscape, because when you're able to get onto a current event, you're more likely to go viral, which then signal boosts the message. But it's also able to then, when people see it just in person, they're like, that's kind of interesting. Kanye was talking about the Jews. Let me look into it, right? So
Yep.
I agree. I do agree.
Sometimes you gotta be retarded in public.
Yeah, well, it's not retarded, though, because, like, it made a huge...
Retardedly awesome.
How many...
Retardedly based.
Do you know how many people, after there's like a GTV flyer drop, how many people then flood to the site? And I'm not a GTV admin. I just know other people that, run the site. And like,
GoMTV.tv.
There's a huge boost of people that will go check out the flyers as soon as they see that GTV flyers. As soon as that gets mentioned, there is a boost in people. So whether it's
200 viewer surge.
Yeah, and then a liberal bureaucracy goes and bans the speech and puts people in jail and passes anti-Semitism speech laws, man. The flyer, like,
how would 100,000?
We already went over this. HT did not do this. We already went over this.
How would 100,000 people?
I'm sick and tired of
hold on. Pause. How would 100,000 people tune into the site from a flyer drop? Were there 100,000 flyers?
I forgot what it was, but it went mega viral. Like, it was reported by all of the mass media. They included the GTV flyers. They included the website on there, and then
then people were looking it up. Like Patrick Little when he goes jaywalking.
Yeah, base flyers is gonna save the white race. Don't worry, guys.
Hang on. Well, if you ever even looked at the information on them, do you dislike the information? Is it not good that people at least looked through there and looked at it?
No, I hand those out all the time.
Listen. If people's ideology changes because of a fucking flyer, then they're retarded, dude. And I don't want to be anywhere near them, honestly.
Okay, but then let's say they're on Twitter and they see about the Jews, or they heard Kanye talking about it, or whoever, right? Let's say that Greta Thunberg, there's some retard leftist, and like Greta Thunberg called out Israel, or they watched Hassan Kuiker, right? Whatever the fuck it was, anything that it does, you can latch onto it. And I don't think you get, a lot of us, we all have the issue with the Jews, right? That's the main issue. It's the Jewish problem. And so long
I don't know what religion has to do with this.
Current event, it's important that you can then latch onto that, and then it signal boosts, right?
Signal boost for what? Towards where?
It gets people over to information, right? Like, it just signal boosts the message. It tells us that we're out here, and there's people that, so many people have a misconception about history, about what's really going on. It's like, well, you can go to Alex Jones. It's the globalists. It's the new world order.
Question. Are you able to answer this?
What, Jimbo? Yeah, answer. Give me your question.
Okay, are they trying to go for Spider-Man before he gets a suit when they go marching?
This is retarded. Like that,
Because
this
we
is
can't
where I'm
take you
like, do you
seriously,
want to sit here and
Cost.
you're trying to tell me we need to get through the political
Bro, we can't
fucking
take you
message?
seriously. You can't even define what hard power is, and where does that lead to, dude? Like,
You're
come
acting
on.
like
You've
Nick
been such an
Fuentes and the
autist
Groypers are some
retard
kind
that
of
you've been
polished
talking about
movement.
that for the past hour. You've mentioned that 30
I don't think you
times
can
in the
really
past
talk about
hour.
hard power. There's certain things you really can't talk about without
You're acting like
causing
Nick
legal
Fuentes is
problems.
Yeah.
some polished kind of guy.
Yeah, I've
Like he
already
does the same thing
explained
as
that, but AZ
HC, but
has
he does
mentioned
it
this 30
online.
times.
Yeah, you're both just as bad for white nationalism as each other, whether it's the Wignats or it's the Groypers. You take
Are you
away
the
a
third
serious
position?
conversation about
Whoa, there's a third
demographics.
position?
Wait, real quick,
The third position is
aren't you Jewish,
just
Mr. Davinsky?
taking the
Yeah, you
approach.
sound very nasally and Jewish.
The Fraser adding approach from Australia. So you can make a demographic
You're not gonna
claim
deny that
without
you're
making
Jewish?
it. No, I'm not Jewish.
No, but
I'm
he's right.
Irish.
I want to hear what he
This
has
is
to
a
say.
good
I want to hear what
conversation
he has to
about
say.
demographics. The
Yeah.
conversation is about demographics.
Let the doctor speak, please.
Yeah. So the problem with this kind of online rhetoric and this hatred, whether it's in real life with the handsome truth or what the Groypers do online, is it muddies the waters for a very sensible conversation about immigration rates and demographics. So you can have this conversation without spurging out about race realism and crime stats and calling people slurs and just abusing people in the street, hailing Hitler. All of this stuff, you're acting like Nick is some polished kind of politician. No, I mean, you can look at the ADL articles about him. He's just hated online and just in popular culture.
He's not
as the handsome
Polish.
truth. He's not Polish. No, he's not. He kind
No.
of spurgs out just as much.
Then
as the
he'd be
handsome truth.
Jewish.
But the point is that you can have this conversation about demographics, and you can have what Fraser Anning wanted to do. He wanted to do a national plebiscite. So he wanted to poll Australians. Do you want more, less, or the same amount of immigrants? And if you do want immigrants, where do those immigrants come from? And just through in-group preference, we would have had the White Australia policy reestablished, and we wouldn't have had to have this toxic conversation about all of these other issues. And because what you guys do is you muddy the waters for a sensible conversation about demographics. So now when a politician brings this up, they're lumped in with the rhetoric that Nick has been spreading or Handsome Truth has been spreading, when it really is just about demographics. And we can have a national plebiscite, and you need politicians, serious people. Like Nick isn't going to become emperor of the US.
Nobody's
Like,
claiming that.
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. My question would be how would you remedy that? Let's just say Nick didn't exist, Handsome Truth didn't exist or whatever, and you have a politician who's gaining steam, he's getting a lot of attention. Wouldn't the government and the powers that be kind of create a character like Nick or Handsome Truth that you could just to destroy? You know what I mean?
Maybe they did.
Well, what you need is someone like Fraser Anning. You can look into him and what he was gaining a lot of popular momentum up until there was the New Zealand mosque shooting, and he came out and said, well, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and he basically said that the mosque shooting from Brenton
Christchurch?
Tarrant, that was just a reaction to the terrorist attacks the Muslims have been doing across the West. So he said that too soon, but up until that point, it was very sensible. It was an a-racial conversation about, okay, Australians don't want more immigrants. And if we really do want immigrants, where will immigrants come from? And just Australia being majority Northern European, we obviously aren't going to say, oh, we want our immigrants from India. No, we would have said if any immigrants, we want them from Europe. And we don't want immigrants from from India. So that just would have been a national vote. And you would have had the demographic issues solved just with that vote without adding all the toxic rhetoric. But now when you talk about demographics, people think of people like the Handsome Truth and Nick Fuentes. So in some sense, you guys have muddied the conversation.
Listen, but on that note, can we hear from Christian Bushnell? He was the guy holding up the signs in those screenshots below, like the sign that says hiring
Before
blacks
that,
is
though, I just
wrong.
want to say, can someone translate to Australian, please? I didn't understand.
Okay, good one.
Turn your computer upside down. You'll be able to understand.
Yeah. What are these Starfieldians doing over there?
Christian Bushnell.
Fucking Starfield.
Yeah.